I see some people logging in today. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Early bird. So welcome to our first virtual in the arena bootcamp. Give us just a minute as we get everyone logged in, and we're going to get things started here in just a little bit. Good to see everyone. So as we're getting things kicked off today, what I want to make sure is I want you guys, good to see you, Lawrence. I want you guys to have your pen. I want you to have a notepad. I want you to have your MacBook, whatever it is you're going to take notes on today. Today will be a long session, right? So we're going from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. We have 6 speakers lined out. One of them is a surprise speaker. And the first thing I want to go over today is going to be the schedule, just to make sure that everyone's on the same page with what our schedule will be. And so that way we can have that, understood. We can cover when lunch breaks and stuff are going to be. So let me make sure we give everyone a good briefing on that. Just give me a minute and we'll let some more people get logged in and we'll go over that together. All right. Good to see everyone. Good to see everyone. All right. So I'm going to pull up really quick our schedule and we're going to cover that first. And we'll leave this up for a few minutes as people get logged in. What's up? Good to see you guys. So here's our schedule today. So from 1 to 1:15, we're going to do an introduction. We're going to give everyone a few minutes to get logged in, and then I'm going to get the party kicked off here. And then at 1:15, our very first speaker is Artie Marin. Okay. And if you watched any of our promotions on who Artie is, he's an incredible guy. You're going to learn, in my opinion, you're going to learn everything from someone, like no matter who's talking today. But one of my favorite speakers is Artie personally. Every time Artie talks, every time I talk with Artie, every time he's teaching, I learn something, and it's usually something that's basic and profound, right? And anytime you mix those two things together, basic but profound, those are usually the truths of life. And Artie covers those in a way that are so simple, true, and applicable that, you're going to want to hear these things, right? So Artie is going to be, Artie's going to be speaking in just a little bit. And then after Artie's done, we have a mystery speaker. This one's a surprise. You guys will have to just kick back and enjoy that one. After the mystery speaker, we have my good friend Manuel Suarez talking, and he's going to be talking about how to get on the communication lines of the world. How do you use things like podcasts and social media and articles and blogs and videos to build your brand and to build wealth and to expand in life, right? He's going to be talking about some of those things as well. Then we'll have lunch. Okay, so lunch will be from 3:30 to 4:15, right? And we'll take a lunch. Make sure you come back at 4:15. So where this is a bit different is this is a virtual event, right? So for anyone that's ever been to a regular event, you go to a location and you have your seat and you got to be there on time. And, you want to make sure you get your seat so someone doesn't steal it. And there's usually a food venue that you're going to check out and show up to as well. And you'll have your breaks and you can come back in, and it's very uniform. And so since this is virtual, right, we don't have all those same things. There's not a conference room you're going to go into. There's not a reserved seat. There's going to be, you go do your lunch, you come back. So a lot of this accountability is on you to make sure that you come back on time, right? On time at 4:30. I put Ivan Ans there on purpose at 4:30. Okay. You will not want to be late for Ivan Ans. Like by all means, have a great lunch, take your break, go outside, get a refresher, but be back at 4:30 sharp. Ivan Ans is going to blow your mind. He shared with me what he's going to be covering. And I can tell you it's so good that I am going to be taking notes on this one. I'm excited to hear Ivan speak. And then finally is Chris Brown. Chris Brown is the CEO of a company called Tax Hive. Chris has been building businesses for over 20 years. He's built a $100 million sales team. He's managed to be business partners with Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. You've probably seen him on TV. And so he's going to be sharing how he did that, right? And then lastly is Sean Wolf. I've known Sean Wolf since I was 16 years old. He's one of the inspirations I have in my personal fitness journey. He was the state champion in the first bodybuilding show I ever competed, 5-time world champion. He's going to be closing us out today. 6:45 to 7 is closing remarks, right? So we have a very packed day, and I want to make sure that everyone is just thinking with that schedule, right? Now, the other thing that I need your help with, right, if you could help me out on this is again, not an in-person event. So one of the beautiful things about going to an in-person event is, basically an in-person event. You get to network, you get to meet people. There's a lot of camaraderie and conversation and, interchanges that go on. Virtual, we have to actually intentionally create that, right? You're not in a room with 100 other people. You're in a Zoom conference, you're in a virtual conference. And so we have to go out of our way to be active in the comments. We need to go out of our way to ask questions. We need to go out of our way to connect with other people, because it's very easy to waste, in my opinion, what is the most important part of an event. Okay, you go to an event to get inspiration, to get education, to get motivation, of course. But when I go to events to level up my network. I go to events to meet people. I go to events to improve, the statement of your network is your net worth, to improve my net worth, therefore improving my net worth. Right? So by improving that network, that means I've got to actually take action on it. So I need your help today, guys, to be loud in the comments, engage. If you have a question, ask it. If you have a win, post it, right? And just, as much as you can, interact with us today and let the speakers know they're doing a good job. If you've ever been a speaker before, feedback is king, right? Let them know how they're doing. Let them know what you're winning on. And each speaker, they're going to speak, for example, Artie, he's going to speak for probably 20, 30 minutes. Then I'm going to do a live question and answer. I'm actually going to do an interview with each speaker, and I'm going to ask them questions. And they're going to be two types of questions. There's questions that I would like to know that I think would be helpful for you to know. And so I'm going to ask those questions, thinking with what would you like to know as an audience member and as an attendee as part of this event today, right? And then I'll actually ask questions that you ask directly in the chat, right? So if you have questions in the chat, put those there with each speaker. And that way, as we're going through at that very end portion, I can cover those questions with you, right? So that's what we're going to cover there. And then finally, as we're going through the event today, Brianna Shaw on my team is going to be in the comments as well. So she's going to be able to connect with you guys on questions you have, if there's services you'd like to get involved in. Each speaker, they're going to have, ways you can connect with them, follow them, etc. And so she's going to be in the chat with those things today also. And that way you can connect with her and get your questions answered there. Okay. So Brianna is in as a panelist. That's awesome. She's got my profile picture. So she doesn't look like me, but that's okay. And then the other thing, guys, as we're kind of getting things opened up here, is I want you to think about how you're going to apply this today. Right? How are you going to apply this today? This is something where you can very easily go to an event and you can just have a really smart bookshelf, right? If you're just taking notes, okay, the notes are awesome, but if you don't use the information in those notes, it's going to be very hard for you to actually win with the information. It's going to be hard for you to go home and say, okay, cool, this event did something other than just made me excited today, right? I've been to so many events in my life, and I'm personally sick and tired of just getting jacked up and excited to go home and have the same lifestyle, the same behavior, the same habits, the same mindsets, right? Some of you guys, you put your Saturday aside, and today for most of you guys is more of an investment in time than in money, right? It's more of an investment of time than money. You're going to spend 6 hours today, right? And if you're going to spend 6 hours today, it's going to be very hard for you to spend 6 hours today and walk away from this and not know, okay, what am I doing when I go home? So I want you to have that battle plan lined up, and I want you to be thinking about that. Okay. What am I trying to get out of today? What's my purpose? Okay. And as you're going through that, you'll start to get things from the speakers. And another thing I want to give you a special tip. Okay. Anything that a speaker says today, they're not saying it for no reason. Okay. Especially a guy like Artie, a guy like Ivan, I speak with them a lot. A question I want you asking yourself whenever they say something, I want you to ask yourself, why are they saying that? Right? It's there for a reason. Why are they saying that? Especially if they repeat something. When a successful person repeats something, you better double listen. Like, you want to make sure you really get that, right? So when you hear Artie say something, when you hear Ivan say something, when you hear Chris, when you hear Sean, when you hear any of our speakers say something, think about, A, what am I going to do to apply this? B, why are they saying what they're saying? What do they mean by that, right? And if they're emphasizing points, there's a reason for that. Okay. And then finally, again, I just want to reiterate the engagement, asking questions, giving us feedback. We will have those live question and answers at the very end, right? So we want to make sure that those are all in. Okay. So we have about 5 minutes here before we get started with Artie. I'm just going to check the chat here and see who we've got on so far. Ian, good to see you. Lawrence, it's great to see you today. Nicholas is here, of course. Jerica, good to see you. Dave is here representing from Alaska. Mark is on. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I see a bunch of great people on today. Some of you guys are clients of Wealth Dynamics already. That's great. Some of you guys are brand new to us. So I'm excited for you to have this be your first introduction. All right, so we got about 2 more minutes here, 3 more minutes before we get started. And as we're kind of leading off, guys, my story with events, I want to share a story with you that for me, it's a funny one, but it really emphasizes some of the things that I just said. So one time I went to an event, right? And I went to the event and I had this, you know, I was sick and tired of where I was at in life. So I was like, what do I need to learn? Like, I need to change my mindset. I need to change my activity. I need to meet new people. Let me go to an event and I hopefully will learn some stuff that I can take home with me and change my life, right? And so there was a part, you know, and I paid, you know, probably, I think for this event, it was maybe $1,000, $2,000. I paid, you know, for the event. I went down, I flew down to Texas for it. And there was a part in the event where they had a special instructor come in, right? And we sat down and they gave all of us a 2x4 plank, right? A board, basically a wooden board. And they basically were like, hey, on this wooden board, I want everyone to write down all your fears, right? Your fears, your doubts, you know, your shortcomings. I want you to write them down all on this board. Do that, okay? And so we did that. I'm sitting there writing down all of my problems, the things that I don't like about myself. You know, I'm sitting there introverting, thinking about what's wrong with me, writing it on this board. Okay, and this is where the story gets interesting. I kid you guys not. Once that's done, a karate instructor comes in, right? Like an actual like proper karate instructor comes in, and he's like, I'm going to teach you guys all how to break this board in half now. Right. And so in my mind, I'm like, wow, like what if when I break this board, all of my problems, doubts, and shortcomings, they go away and I don't have them anymore. Right. And so everyone went up there and we went up and we broke the board. And I remember I punched through the first time. I broke this 2x4 in half with my fist. And I remember like I had this optimism of like, maybe this is finally it. Maybe because I broke this 2x4, I finally will be able to go home and my behaviors and my mindsets and my thoughts and the way that I operate will finally be different. And it'll finally be the things that I want. And I'll finally be successful. And I'll finally have the things that I want to have. Right? Guys, I got home and I just had a broken 2x4. Same problems, same doubts, same everything. And so the way that you win in an event is, again, by applying the information. There is no silver bullet. Nobody's going to say anything magic today that you hear one thing and your entire life changes because you heard that one thing. You're going to hear a couple of key things today that you're going to have the opportunity to act on when you get home after the event's done, right? And it's going to be just like we're talking about the man in the arena, right? And I'm going to read that speech to you. We've got 1 minute before Artie jumps in. I'm going to read that speech to you really quick because that's really what this event's based on. For those of you that don't know, the man in the arena, it's part of a speech that was done by President Theodore Roosevelt, right? This was back in 1910, right? It's a speech called Citizenship in a Republic. He gave it in Sorbonne, Paris, right? April 23rd, 1910. And the speech goes like this. Okay, so I want you to listen close. Check this out. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself for a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold, timid souls who knew neither victory or defeat. Okay, and that's what today is about. All of you guys that are on today, you're in the arena. You have my respect. The arena is your life, and life is going to have obstacles. It's going to have challenges. It's going to have critics. It's going to have effort. It's going to have rewards, right? It's going to have great enthusiasms. And if there's one thing you can spend yourself all the way down on, it's living your life, right? And so with that, what I would like to do here is I'm going to introduce our very first speaker. I'm going to bring him in here. This is Mr. Artie Marin. Let me make sure I've got him in here as a panelist. Oh, I don't see Artie in quite yet. Let me make sure we've got Artie here. There's Artie. So I'm going to bring Artie Marin in here as a panelist here, and we're going to get things started today with Artie. All right, so I want to introduce Artie Marin here. Artie, thank you so much for coming on today. Just to give a quick intro, Artie is a very dear friend of mine. I consider him a mentor personally, and he's somebody that I'm very excited to have speaking today. I'm not going to hog the spotlight. I want to turn it over to Artie. Artie, welcome to the In the Arena Live Bootcamp.
Great, thank you very much, Jerry, and I'm really happy to be in the arena.
Awesome, very good. Well, perfect. So guys, Artie is going to be speaking today for maybe 20, 30 minutes on some very important topics. So I'm going to let him get started. And again, guys, leave your questions in the comments at the very end. We're going to do an interview, maybe 10, 15 minutes with Artie and I on just questions that I've thought of, questions you guys have, and really talk about, you know, implementation and whatever is on your minds. But we'll go ahead and turn it over to Artie now for him to do his talk to start things out.
Great. Thank you, Jerry. I want to talk about perspective. You know, the French philosopher Marcel Proust said, the real voyage of discovery lies not in seeing new landscapes, but in having new eyes. The joy that I get in education and the work I do is shifting a viewpoint which doesn't work, meaning people have certain ways they do things. They're really not working, but that's the way we've done it, or that's all I know. And what I want to bring to you today in the short time we have is a different look at things, a different perspective. You know, it's been said that your attitude determines your altitude. And by that we mean attitude. Attitude's a beautiful word because attitude is a airline, is a pilot kind of viewpoint, meaning attitude, the angle at which you see things. So I want to talk about perspective. And I want to start out with perhaps the most quoted and the oldest individual in history who is often quoted, and that's Lao Tse. Lao Tse, the Chinese philosopher. You've heard this. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. That's perspective. Let me go into it a little deeper. We all are infatuated with goals and vision, and you're going to hear a lot about that today. You're going to hear about implementation. You have wonderful speakers. Manuel Suarez, whom I had the joy of speaking at one of his conventions recently. Ivan Ants, who I've been working with for 3 years, or what seems like many lifetimes. But it's the details is in the doingness. And here's what I mean. You have a huge goal. It's long-term. How do you measure your progress? You can't really give statistics to the progress on a long goal. Well, Many of you, of course, manage your business through single stats each week and so on. And that's good. But the secret to measurement is comparison. Well, what do we compare our long goal to? See, this is the problem. You can't compare your long, big goals. Goals should be inherently big, huge, long-term. Well, what do you compare that to? Very difficult. So I'm going to share with you something that I wrote in my book, one of my earliest books, The Natural Laws of Management. And in that book, it made it very clear that the game is not only setting the goals, establishing the purposes, but comparing the way things are to the way things should be. And that brings up a nefarious subject called time. When I'm working with clients as a coach or otherwise, I limit our planning to 6 months or a year, not 5 years, not 10 years. Now I realize the Chinese have a 50-year program and whatever, that's great. But the best programs I've ever seen, my definition of a great program is one that gets done. See, that's a great program. Believe me, I've been in corporate America where I've asked to see their strategies, and they'll bring out this manual that's beautiful and it's tabbed and it's colored and, but is it getting done? Not necessarily. So it's really all about the action. And this tip I want to share today, which is again covered in my book, is the ideal compared to the existing, but the ideal has a time frame. And if you think about it, and what I'd like to leave you with to work on is, where do you think you ought to be in 6 months, 9 months, or a year? Looking at the full picture of your company, maybe even writing it out, looking at across the divisions in the areas. This is a mini vision, call it that, because you got the big vision. We're gonna conquer the world. All right, but now let's take some mini vision here and take a look at, where are we and where do we want to be? Because that brings in a perspective that I like to call the practical perspective. This is the system of small steps. We all read, or you should have read, the One Big Thing. Beautiful book. I'm talking about the one small thing. What are the small things? And the small things are the next thing that you should do in order to accomplish or get towards your ideal. Many of you, and certainly Mr. Jerry knows, that I've been studying the management works of L. Ron Hubbard for 50 years. That's a lot of reality and utilized material that's been very effective for my clients. And here's one of the datums that I share. What you can confront, you can handle. Oh, well, what does that mean? What is confront anyway, right? What is it? We're talking about easily accept, easily work with, or relatively easily. When you take a big subject and you break it down into confrontable pieces, you get accomplishment. It's getting the single steps done. Again, Lao Tzu was right thousands of years ago. It's the great journey that begins with a single step. So it's all perspective. And I want you to take a look at the word vision, because this is a good way, to take a look at the word, the vision of, or you begin with vision, which is your goal. Then there's the implementation, where you're now looking at how this big goal is going to be done. And you get to this smaller piece. I like to call it it's like a Russian Petrushka doll. You know, when I was over there, I bought this doll, and you unswivel the head. Sounds weird. You unswivel the head and there's another doll, and you unswivel the head and there's another doll. It's a big thing which has in it a smaller thing, which is a smaller thing, which is a smaller thing. You plan the work and you work the plan. This simple truth, actually, believe it or not, avoids, it's the antidote to dispersal. What do I mean? It's the antidote to, it's actually this is magical. It's the antidote to interruption. You getting interrupted a lot? That's because you don't have a solid plan and you're not planning the work and working the plan. Well, why am I saying that? Because you're sending a message to the universe. This is what I'm doing, and I'm doing it today. And you know, somehow people just get that. But if you don't have a stable plan, then the universe answers by lots of people interrupting you and so on. Now, there's much more to that, but I'm talking about perspective that is practical. Vision is practical, but it's a little ethereal, isn't it? It needs to be there. Why? Because it's the engine that drives you forward. The goals, the purposes, the mission statement, their power, and they drive it forward. But in order to get things done, we have to break it down into more confrontable pieces. This is what I've done for my career for the last 50 years. I've had lots of companies, made millions of dollars. And I'll just tell you real quick, in 1973, one of my first companies, I started accidentally by a coach. I had no intention. I was working in corporate America, but I was working for a big theatrical company, and they said they had a lot of problems. And I said, well, I know the answer to that. I wrote it down on a napkin, and the owner of that company grabbed the napkin, showed it to his board, and they hired me as a consultant. Bingo, I was a consultant. But I didn't quit my day job, right? I began working it and made single steps, right? It was kind of my side hack. And I had an ideal scene. My ideal scene was to be able to do this full time. Now, my goal was not do consulting full time. My goal was much bigger, you know, to help the greatest number of people around the world, whatever. But I had a more immediate, practical mini goal, which was full time. And the existing scene was, it was a side hack, an hour or two a week. But I had a plan of how, I planned what? To get to the goal? No, too big. My plan was, how do I get from where I am to where I want to be in 6 months or a year? And I worked that plan, and what do you know? My existing scene moved to ideal, and now my ideal was an existing scene. So what did I do? I had to keep the game going, so I made a new ideal. Next step. Hire some staff. I began getting a group together. I ended up with 30, 40 employees. We grew the company. Then that became, that ideal then became existing. It was kind of like hopping, right? And then the next one, then the next one. And that's how it's done, step by step, and keeping it real. Thanks, Jerry.
Artie, thanks so much. That's so amazing. So I took some really good notes. I want to see what we have in the Q&A as well here. So guys, we've got 10, 15 minutes where I'm going to interview Artie and just ask questions. So if you have questions based on what he has talked about today, put those in the chat. The other thing, Artie, that I want to bring attention to really quick is you're a published author. You're a very successful business consultant. You've got so many programs that can help people. And I would be doing a disservice if I didn't give people some kind of way to connect with you today. So what's the number one thing, if I'm brand new just now listening to Artie Marin, where can we direct people this afternoon if they want to connect with you further or maybe read one of your books or learn more about how they can benefit from what you do in life?
Sure. Well, thank you for that. I mean, I have my book on the natural laws of management. I have another book on professional speaking, which I've been doing for 50 years. I think the easiest way is just contact me directly. I'm available. artmaren@me.com. ARTEMAREN@me.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So Artie, I've got some questions on just my notes. So I want to just thank you for what you went over today. One of the things that I thought of as I was listening to you talk, and this is something I think that the audience may have wondered as well, is you kind of struck the balance between the vision, the big picture, but then the daily disciplines that get us there, right? And that step-by-step of implementing the plan. And so how does somebody keep focused on some of those small things that might seem like minutia? They might seem like, the daily grind, but they're really the bricks we're laying to get where we're going, even though they might not be the most exciting things out there. What are some of your successful actions on staying focused on those necessary steps?
Well, Jerry, you shouldn't, the CEO shouldn't have minutia, right? The structure of your company should be such that what is minutia to you may be a major action for a third-tier employee, right? Because you must be free to have the vision. When we look at supervision, an executive is supervision. An executive is above the fray, right? What has been said, that you want to be working on the business, not in the business. Well, we can't work on the business if you're not above the business, right? Otherwise, you're in it. So you shouldn't be in the business, you're above the business. Well, what is that? Supervision. I want to point out, that's a great word. Supervision. What does that mean? That means you're seeing into the future. The CEO, the executive, is 3, 6 months, 9 months, a year ahead of the mechanics. You have no time for minutia. So if anybody's watching now or listening and they feel that they're stuck with minutia, the question is, who does this minutia belong to? Because it don't belong to you.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay. Very good. And then on that note of, I have a lot of respect for your business. You've been in different ways helping companies with similar things for, as you said, the last 5 decades. In today's day and age, I personally see a lot of hopping around from thing to thing. I do this for a little while, and then I'm a consultant, and maybe I'm a sales guy, and then I'm a digital marketer, and it's kind of jumping into the next fad. Where for you, what's been the thing that's kept you going in one space, consistently expanding in the same direction for the last 5 decades?
That's all about finding your passion, really. I think people jumping from one thing to another are either looking for, quote, their game, or that is their game. A serial entrepreneur is not just in the furniture industry or this industry. They're looking to play the game of where can I pick this up, work it, and sell it and move on. That's the game. And if you talk to them, you'll find out that's their passion. Their passion is this jumping from one thing to another. They would not want to be doing a single thing the same. So everybody's got their game, right? I just naturally, as I told you, accidentally fell into this. I was a generalist. I was doing corporate America. I was doing marketing. I was doing sales. And it was only when I pointed out something and somebody freaked out and said, "Wow, that's brilliant." I said, "Well, wait a minute. Maybe I have some innate sense of this thing." And that kept growing and growing and growing. And I never thought of doing anything else. Because, and bottom line, Jerry, you help somebody and they pay you. That's like, come on, that's totally bizarre, right?
Yeah.
So I never work, right? I'm always playing, because when you do the thing you love, you're not working.
I can definitely attest to that. So we have a question from someone already that's a little bit more on the family office side. So you're the CEO of a family office. And so one of our attendees is asking, what are some of the asset classes that your family office invests in?
Okay, this is a question best brought to Ivan Ans, right?
Mhm.
I'm a senior advisor to Mr. Ans, and he will go into that in great detail, right? And he'll be able to answer that. I'd rather not take that up because it's not my sector.
Awesome. So Avery, we'll answer that later today with Ivan. Artie, here's a good one. What tip would you give someone who's looking to hire qualified executives?
Well, there's several ways to do this, of course. You can go out, you can, depending again on the nature of your company, how much you want to spend. Headhunters, believe it or not, are very good. They can usually find people. You have the usual methodology, but without getting into a list of things to do, I can tell you this. Usually the biggest problem in finding the kind of executive that you want is to have an insufficient number of applicants. So what happens is you're not getting the right people. And the reason for that is you're not looking into the right avenues. Okay? There are many, many locations and ways, and I'm happy whoever this person is, you send me a note, artmarin@me.com. I'll share with you a list of various sources. But the real key is having enough applicants that you can do your due diligence. And then even with that, there's a whole hiring process. And then there's the testing. And then there's the internship where they work with you for 2 or 3 weeks to see if it's going to be a fit. I mean, that's a whole, I've done weekends on that question, right? But I'll be happy to answer it offline.
Awesome. That sounds like a good deep dive. Someone else asks, what tip would you give someone to avoid micromanaging their employees, the ones that are in charge of working on the business?
Well, there's a lot of answers to that, not the least of which is, are you running your company on plans or orders? You don't have to micromanage unless you have employees who can't get it done, which means you hired incorrectly, and you're not operating off of a higher level or high enough level of management. They're just, kind of like, hey, you, or what are we going to do next? Or they're operating out of their job description. That's not enough. If you're worried about, if you're micromanaging, if you feel like you have to micromanage, let's say Joe, you won't have to do that if Joe has a plan that you and he have created, that he agrees to and is getting it done every day. Because all he's doing then is complying and sending you target 3 is done, target 9 is done, you see? And then you've got all sorts of platforms that can help adjudicate that.
Awesome. I love that. So here's a question, and this is one that I thought of, Artie. So you talked about kind of having that big goal, that big vision, and it's how, like, it's one of those Russian dolls where it reduces step by step to the thing of what's being done now. So with that, what would you tell someone that maybe leans a little bit more towards, and you kind of answered this part with doing too much of the daily and not enough of the big thinking. What would you tell someone that's doing much of the big thinking, but they're not getting the daily things done? And it's more of a person that's maybe like, I'm excited to get there, I can't wait, I'm impatient, but there's that, well, we still need to do the daily things in the company, or work on those smaller sub plans, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, my guess is that the targets are not laid out. It's not been broken down. If you've got the vision, remember, the vision is going to go to the mini vision, right? So, if the company is going to be number 1, that's fine. Where is it now? Well, right now, the industry hardly knows who we are. Okay, well, your little mini program here is, let's get everybody to know who we are. How are we going to do that? And you start with simple steps. If the steps are there, they can be followed. Without that, it's everybody, they're just guessing their way through.
Awesome. That totally makes sense. Now, Artie, some of our attendees are entrepreneurs. Some of them are very good employees inside companies. And I don't know if you've seen on social media, sometimes, the idea of a job gets a bad rap. It's, you should be an entrepreneur, you should do your own thing. Can you speak to someone that they are a solid employee in a business and they're wondering, how do I get to the top? How do I become maybe an executive or a key player in the company and have that upward mobility? What are some of the things they're in control over that you would recommend?
Great question. Look, owning your own business, being an entrepreneur is not for everybody. Now, I'm not saying that there's a certain demand, a certain desire, I mean, Jerry, you know that, stick Jerry into a single company and he's going to be an unhappy dude because this is what you want to do. Yet I know a lot of company employees who are making $300,000, $800,000, $2 million a year as an employee. And you know what? They go home at night and they have their free time. They have their weekends. They get 3-4 weeks vacation. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, man. Right? People who are entrepreneurs like yourself, take this with a grain of salt, have no choice. You see, we have no choice. Look, one time I was offered a lot of money as an employee. One time in 50 years. And, it was like, wow, this is a lot of money, man. I mean, this is going to be easy. And I took the job. I took it. He gave me this was 2002 or 2001. Gave me a $65,000 sign-on bonus. Okay. This is 2000. So I don't know. That's like worth 150,000. Jerry, I lasted one day. One day. I went in, he said, okay, here's your office. That was the first thing. It's my office. I mean, like, I have to be in there. This is, and I worked through the day. And at the end of the day, I said, listen, really, I'm going to give you back the money. Thank you very much. Can't do it. And I never did it again. So, look at it, the fact that, let me go back to the question. The employee is going to grow to the degree that he assists the company. Stay out of the noise. Don't get involved in the politics. And if you're doing your work and you're making your numbers, you are going to get promoted. And if you don't, then you leave. Because if they can't recognize good work and reward it, you're in the wrong place. And there are plenty of companies who will reward it. And that includes, by the way, invalidation or evaluation. Hey, you don't know what you're doing. Hey, no, you don't stand for that shit. I'm sorry. Right? You have a certain amount of pride, a certain amount of ability, and you know what you can do, and you just do it, and you'll grow. And that's how you know you're in the right place.
I love that. So this one is a little bit more technical. So this person asks, should each division of the company hold its own mission statement to help clarify the focus of each branch of a company, like many companies within the overall structure?
It's a great example. Look, the Petrushka doll, the grooves are made so that the smaller doll fits into the bigger groove. So the answer is yes, provided that each division's mission statement is equal or equaling or assisting or supporting the company mission. They have to align. So you don't have a company mission and then some division that doesn't connect up to the senior vision, because the senior vision is the overriding factor and all other things contribute to it. But yes, the answer is yes.
Awesome. Okay. Good. And then my next question for you, Artie, part of the game, as you know, is barriers and it's overcoming those. And that's part of the satisfaction of achieving a goal. If there's no barrier, a goal isn't really that rewarding. In your long career, what is for you the barrier that you're very proud of that you overcame? What happened? How did you overcome it? And how does that relate to people today?
Wow. I'll tell you what comes to mind immediately. I mean, if I had time to think about it, I'd probably find some others. But what immediately came to mind was my first book. Now, I hate to tell you, my first book took 10 years. That's horrendous. Now, my second book only took 5 years. My third one, it was probably 4 months. So, but it was a barrier because collecting all the thoughts and the ideas and putting them into sequence and editing and being a neophyte and not realizing that I could edit forever. And that's what I was doing. It would go to the typist, it would come back to me, I'd edit as, oh, it's much better. Of course, in between I'm growing, right? So when you grow, you have different viewpoints. And I would edit and send it back and send it back. And one day I woke up and I said, I might do this for the rest of my life. So I said, next edit, do not send it back to me. Send it to the publisher, whatever. I don't want to see it again, because if you send it to me, I will change it. So I guess, just this obsessive change was my barrier.
Awesome. I love that. And I think that that's something that is probably similar for a lot of us. We can tend to get, stuck in perfecting it rather than just getting it out. So Artie, this is a question that I would like to know. So 50 years of business and business consulting, if you had to start all over again from scratch, what are some of the basic truths that are your go-tos? You're like, this, and this is what I would apply. And why are those the things you'd apply right away?
Well, again, the first thing that comes to mind, and you're going to hear about this from Mr. Ivan Ams. Ivan is fantastic at understanding what a CEO is. And a CEO does not do the work. When I started, 1969, 1970, I immediately jumped in and I did the work. I'd made the sales. I did the thing. And that's okay, but it went on way too long. Ivan, as you'll hear, and people hang on and wait till he goes on at 3 or 4 o'clock or whatever, don't miss it. But his whole approach is, I'm the CEO now, or I'm the founder. Who do I get to be the CEO? And he would put them there early. And I've always admired that. So, that's something I would have done differently. Even when I had my CEO and I was founder of the company, and we were doing a few million a year, even way back then, but I was churning the wheel. I would be out there doing seminars and webinars, and no, there's no webinars, sorry. I was doing seminars and traveling around the world, driving business into the company. And I thought, hey, check me out, man. I'm not running this company. No, I'm just turning the wheel, right? When I realized I could have just, gone to Florida and sat on the beach if I had forced the CEO to bring salespeople in. But I hung on to it, and that was just a false data that I had. And of course, I don't do that anymore.
Yeah. So that brings me up to one. And you mentioned at the very beginning of finding and identifying viewpoints that don't work and replacing them with ones that do. What has been your methodology of identifying those for yourself? Do you have someone else that spots those? Are you good at spotting them on your own? And how does someone do that in a way where they're building themselves into the future rather than just nitpicking themselves, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Well, the answer to that is both myself and others, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm going to tell you where correction comes in. And number one point of correction is humble. We as CEOs, founders, entrepreneurs, it's like, hey, we know how to do it. But if it's not producing the numbers, that's really what it's about, is the end result. Is the end result more than satisfactory, right? Is it competitive? And if it's not, we got to take a look at it and not get stuck into what we call a hobby horse. It's your thing. Here's the worst thing. You do something that's not quite natural law, if I can use that phrase, and it worked. So you got this anomaly that just happened to work once, but now you're going to push it like crazy, but it's not working. When you're grinding, I'll give you a few indicators. If you feel like you're grinding, you're pushing this thing and it's too much effort for too little return, that's an indicator. You're not getting cooperation. People are not jumping up to do this thing with you. You're pushing it. You're too much effort for too little return. And those are some of the indicators. Now, that doesn't mean you just drop everything and go do, you're going to pilot these other ideas off the side or try and get them. This is why you have R&D. Okay. R&D is always looking at not only improving what's there, but creating and inventing new things. And that's part of the whole operation.
Perfect segue into my next question. So I want to look at kind of old Mary's new. With the way things are today, there's a lot of technology, a lot of breakthrough, a lot of R&D that is happening. What is one old truth or fundamental that you feel in the business landscape is being overlooked, that is, something we should know about, we should focus on as a primary?
Well, there's several. No matter what happens, again, I've lectured all around the world in 30 countries. The fundamentals, which I've been doing, as you said, 50 years, but the fundamentals have always remained the same. Well, which one, Jerry wants to know. I'm going to tell you, structure. Because what happens after the idea? What happens after the idea is what system, what structure is going to put this idea into the physical universe? And that structure has to flow. It has to be workable. What do I mean by workable? It produces a final product that people want. So the structure is where it starts. And I would say that is never going to change. Again, it's kind of the natural laws of management don't change. The system particularly or the certain functions or activity, but not the structure.
So to kind of look at the opposite side of that, what is something that is a new breakthrough that you think is in the business landscape, and there's probably lots of them, but if you had to pick one and say, this is the one that I would be, working on implementing in my business or harnessing, which one would you pick?
That's kind of pretty obvious because the whole world revolves around AI right now. Mm-hmm. And I'm so glad you got Manuel Suarez coming on, because even in terms of structure, you can use AI to fill in the basic structure. The natural laws never change, but the application or the ability to work with them does change. And mm-hmm. right now, AI is what's going on, and will be for the next generation, and who knows after that.
Mm-hmm. I love that, and it's very cool hearing it from you. So with AI, whenever you talk with people, you hear usually one or two responses, which is excitement, let's adapt it. Then there's also the what if the robots take over the world side of things, or what if we lose our jobs or we become not needed. So you're a fundamentals guy, and I love hearing you say the fundamentals and also innovation. So tell me a little bit about that balance and what makes you more like, the fundamentals need to be in, but let's definitely use the technology versus that what if it takes over, what if it makes us antiquated mindset?
Well, Henry Ford, when the car came out, it hit people, right? The car had crashes, people died, right? Far more than the horse. It's all about progress. And, you got to go with the flow. You can't try and stop. Can you point out frailties? Can you point out holes in the system? Can you experts who are coming on now not only talk about the possibility of robots, but many have talked about how it will be a robot world, right? Okay, fair enough. But we're not futurists. We're business owners. And right now, to not utilize something because, well, it may be whatever, it is missing the boat. Okay. So yes, you can have a lot of trepidation with it, but generally you have to look into it and get a little more understanding of what it is and use it as you wish. Now, it's not the end of the world. If somebody says to me, I am not using AI, okay, well, there's ways around that. You can still survive. There's companies making billions of dollars that didn't do a thing with artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Your choice.
So we have a question kind of to piggyback off of this, and you and I have discussed this one before. With AI, with artificial intelligence, with automations, internally in the business, it can automate and smooth out operations. It can cut costs. It can make things more efficient. How do you balance out the customer experience where they're still being serviced and they're still getting that human factor and they're not feeling like they're passed off to a robot? We've all been in that chamber of press 1 to go here and press 2 to go, and it's very frustrating. What is your thought there?
Well, I tell my clients and anybody who will listen that we certainly are in the world of high tech, but we cannot lose track of high touch. There's always going to be that balance. And there has to be that balance, because what my competitor may gain in efficiency is going to lose when I bring in my touch or my beingness or my humanness, which will always overcome it.
Exactly. I think that's totally on track. Now, Artie, we've got just a couple of minutes left with you. One of the questions I wanted to ask is, so my company, Wealth Dynamics, it's abundance and prosperity in all dynamics of life. You're someone that's been doing, life for a very long time, not just business. How do you maintain enthusiasm and a spirit of play in being in your arena and playing that game of life and continually making that a creative and enjoyable experience as an entrepreneur?
The power of purpose. Each individual finds their purpose. And when you get on that ride, it brings about greater power and greater ability to overcome obstacles. So I would say, number one, it's power of purpose. The second is that I have had a lot of fantastic, I don't know if I want to call it therapy, but Dianetics, the modern science of mental health, which was modern now and is modern then. I've removed a lot of supposed barriers or things that got in my way, which freed me up to be able to perceive better and take action rather than obsessive or withdrawn. And that's helped a lot. So I would say it's both things.
Awesome. I would agree with that. Well, Artie, thank you so much for your time. This has been extremely valuable. Guys, if you're watching and you want to connect with Artie, we have Artie's email address. You can also text Brianna Shaw and she can make sure that you get connected up with them. But read his book. I think you have 3 of them actually that are very good. We have Natural Laws of Management. There's one on public speaking. And then you have a book on celebration as well, right?
Yes. Celebration is a fiction work. It's an adult spiritual fantasy.
Awesome. I love that. Well, Artie, thank you so much. Any last things you'd like to say before we close out for your session today?
Well, I think that I'm thrilled that people are here to hear this. And I think you're in the right place at the right time. Jerry seriously is in the help business, and those in the help business are my brethren, right? You're here listening so that you can help yourself and somebody else. I don't know that there's any better game. So thank you.
My pleasure, Artie. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So we are going to go back to a quick break here. So just in a minute, we're going to have our surprise speaker coming on. And so take a minute, take some notes. At 2 o'clock, we'll start up with the next intro video and announce who this is. But it's someone you're going to love hearing from for today. So take that quick minute and we'll see you guys back here in 1 more minute. I want to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Stephen Nagy. Stephen is a man in the arena, if there ever was one. Stephen is our surprise guest speaker today, and I want to turn it over to him to go ahead and get started. Stephen, thank you so much for speaking with us today and joining.
Yeah, awesome, Jerry. Thanks for having me, and it's been great working with you here over this past year or so. I love what you guys are doing at Wealth Dynamics, and you guys teach a lot of similar strategies we do. So I work with Chris Noggle at Money School and the Money Multiplier. We actually have a 3-day training going on right now also. So I had to sneak over here. I'm going to do a little presentation, teach you guys how to become the bank. So how many of you on here would like to be the bank? Just by a show of hands. And I'll get this PowerPoint pulled up. I guess I can't see you. So maybe put BYOB if you want to learn how to become the bank. Put BYOB in the chat box. Let me see what you got. Cool. Let me just move some things.
The comments are flooding with BYOB.
There we go. I love it. Right. All right, cool. All right. So let's go ahead and let me actually slide this out of the way. All right, perfect. All right, let's dig into this. So we got a lot of people saying they want to be the bank. So I guess let me ask this question. Why? Why do you want to be the bank? Put in the chat box or not, but just think to yourselves. So let me ask you this. Why do we want to be the bank? First off, do banks know how to make money? Typically, we've had 3 big bank failures this year, 3 of the 4 largest in the history of the country. That's a whole different story. That's banks getting caught up in what the Fed has done, what the economy is doing right now. But becoming the bank, to me, has never been a more important time in history. Why? Because becoming the bank allows us to control our money, control our wealth, and then take advantage of this changing economy that we have going on over the past 12 months and that we're approaching right now. I think every economist out there will tell you that a recession is on the horizon. We're going to have changing times coming. So how do we get prepared for that? And how do we take advantage of that? So the 3-day training I'm teaching with my business partner, Chris Noggle, this weekend is all about preserving and taking advantage of capital, okay? So preserving capital and knowing how to deploy that at the right time. And so I'm super excited to be on here with you guys today to show you how to be the bank. So let me ask you this. Those of you that aren't sure if you want to be the bank, what if I could teach you right now in the next 45 minutes or so how to become the bank and basically have an ATM machine? And this ATM machine, you start putting money into it. And in a few years from now, you go put, let's say, $10,000 in that ATM machine. And the very next day you go back and you can pull $12,000 out of it. And then the next year you go and you put $10,000 into that ATM machine. The next day you can pull $14,000 out of it. You go back again the next year, you put $10,000 in that ATM machine. The next day you can pull $17,000. And every year for the rest of your life, you go and you put money in this ATM machine and you can pull a larger amount in every single year for the rest of your life. How many of you would want to become the bank and have an ATM machine like that? Write ATM in the chat box, ATM if you want one of those. And those of you writing it in there, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that right now. So let me ask you this. If you have one ATM machine that does that for you, how many of you would want to have multiple ATM machines that are doing that for you each and every single year for the rest of your life? So that's one good reason to become the bank, right? So I'm going to teach you what banks do, what the wealthy do today. I'm going to teach you a subject that's been around for over 200 years that I've only known about for 4 years. I've been in the financial advising industry. I was a personal financial advisor out of college, fully licensed Series 7, Series 66. I did it for several years. And then I learned about entrepreneurship and real estate investing. I gave all my licenses up, and that's what I've done now for the last 15 years is invest and teach and coach because I love people. I love my clients, and I love to be able to present and share this stuff with you. So that's exactly what we're going to get into today. Now I'm going to give you a warning. I'm talking a little bit quick because I usually need about an hour and a half to fully teach the subject. We got about 45 minutes right now. So I'm going to rock and roll with you guys. If you have questions, put them in the chat box. Jerry is very, very well versed in this as well. So I'm sure he can answer some of those, and anything that he doesn't answer in the Q&A box, we'll be sure to hit all those before I finish if we have time. If not, I'll show you how you can get all your questions answered. All right, cool. So let's dig right into this. I'm going to roll right through. All right. So like I mentioned, we're in a changing time right now. It's more important than ever to take control of our money and understand how we start taking advantage of what's coming. So I'm not going to get into all the long-term and short-term debt cycles. I'm not going to get into what the Fed is doing right now, how rates are about to be gone up. The hot jobs report yesterday is not helping anything. This is stuff that I teach on a daily basis through weekly webinars. So my business partner, Chris, and I, we put on about 6 or 7 free webinars every single week, and we dig in deep about the economy and all this stuff. So I'll show you in a minute. You can start joining us for some of those webinars if that's something you want to learn more about. But just for the purpose of time right now, does everybody agree with me that the economy is changing, the world is changing, that we are right at the precipice of possibly another '08 coming? Would anybody agree with me on that in the chat box? I'm just curious if we're on the same page, but that's my mindset. So who I'm looking to work with right now are what I call the 5%. When I was a financial advisor and over the last 15 years, I've learned you can lead a horse to water, you can't force him to drink. Jerry probably did some advertising and some marketing to bring you guys on this training here today in the arena. I guarantee you, if I saw Jerry's numbers, the amount of people that registered or saw this and the amount of people that are actually here right now, probably about 5%. It's always about 5%. If you look at the Social Security Administration, they tell us if you have 100 Americans at retirement age, only 5 out of 100 Americans at retirement age are going to be financially secure. 95% of people in the richest country, most powerful country the world has ever known, are struggling for financial just security, not even necessarily financial success, just security after working their entire lives. To me, that's a huge problem. To me, that's one of the reasons it drove me out of the traditional financial planning and financial advisory industry and into alternative investments, things like entrepreneurship and real estate investors. So why does that happen? Why are so many people not able to achieve their goals? Well, for me, over the last 15 years, I boiled it down to 6 reasons. Okay. So those 6 reasons to me: taxes, inflation, and volatility. Let's start with those 3. So those 3 things right there are what I call wealth killers. These 3 wealth killers will destroy your financial success, your financial security in life. And so when you're on a journey of financial education, these are 3 things that we can start tackling right now today to put you in a much better trajectory for success in the future. And it's not hard to do. In fact, right now today, I'm going to show you how to start eliminating all 3 of those wealth killers out of your life right now over the next 45 minutes. Okay. And then we can work on getting them completely out of our lives as we go down this journey. So that's easy. I can show you that. You just got to learn it and then do what? Take action, implement it, plain and simple. The bottom 3 right there are probably harder to teach though. Why? Because it's really up to you to change your mindset. We've been told our whole entire lives to act one way. You know, go get a job, climb the corporate, invest in a 401k, diversify in the stock market. Over time, it's going to go up. Like all these things we've always been told. Well, guess what? Again, going back to the 5%, the Social Security Administration tells us it doesn't work. So we need to be able to break out of that mentality. And we got to understand, hey, let's follow what the wealthy do. Let's follow what somebody else has already been down this path, has done for success. And let's do that. But it's hard to change that mindset sometimes. So I'm going to give you guys some homework today. I'm going to tell you some books that I would recommend to go out and read right away. This is all stuff that's just going to help with mindset. And so following the status quo, doing what's always been done. Fear is simply not understanding what's next. And that's what it's boiled down to me. How is fear overcome? Mentorship, coaching, studying, reading, following other people, and having support and somebody holding your hand through the entire process. Well, that's what I do. That's what Jerry does. That's what our teams do on an every single day basis. We take somebody that's scared to do something different outside of the status quo, and we show you and hold you by the hand through the entire process. And guess what happens after you do it one time? You do it one time, that fear starts to erode a little bit. You do it again, that fear erodes a little bit more. And then you become fearless. And then once that happens, you're unstoppable. And that's what makes life fun. Okay. So these things right here are stuff every one of us, including myself, I work on it on a daily basis. I spend hundreds, 6 figures a year attending masterminds and hiring coaches and having people teach me how to be a better person and how to do business better. So I would recommend the same to you guys. It's very important on a daily basis to do this stuff. So this is one of my favorite quotes. The problem in America isn't so much what people don't know, it's what people think they know that just ain't so. Think about that for just a second. And then apply this back. Write that down if you have time, or take a picture. The problem in America isn't so much what people don't know, it's what people think they know that just ain't so. And I'm going to revert back to that as we go. And you're going to start to see, holy cow, like this is stuff that I've been told my whole life that Steven's right now flipping it upside down on me. Another good example of mindset. And I don't have time to play this video. It's like a 5-minute video, but write this down. It's called the backwards bicycle. So after this training today, go on YouTube and type in the backwards bicycle. And this is a video that shows, we all know how to ride a bicycle, right? Everybody can ride a bike. So what this video shows is what they did is they took a bicycle and they reversed the handlebars. So instead of turning them one way and you go, that on the bicycle, when you turn that way, now you go the opposite way. And by changing that one thing on a bicycle, guess what happens? You cannot ride the bicycle. It's impossible. And you might say to yourself, no, I could do it. You can't. Go try it. And in this video, they do that. They do an example and they do demos and they challenge people to go ride it, and they can't do it. It's impossible. Why? Because our brains are programmed to do one thing. And it's hard to break out of that. And then this video shows some of the neuroscience behind it, some of the scientific side behind why it happens, but it's really fascinating. So definitely check out that video. So a couple of my mentors, people I would highly suggest you all follow as well. Brent Kessler, who is our broker and the founder of the Money Multiplier, which is the broker of the concept that I'm going to be teaching you guys here today. And he's an incredible mentor, does all kinds of really cool trainings. So definitely check out Brent Kessler. And then my business partner, Chris Noggle. When I first met Chris, he's known as America's #1 money mentor. He had this on the screen right here, this quote: "It's never about your actual resources. It's about how resourceful you can be." And think about that for just a second, because I guarantee you, if we had time right now, Jerry, and if I went and I asked everybody on this call, what position are you in financially right now? Like, are you, do you have debt? Are you investing now? Like, do you have money put away that you're looking to protect? Or are you living paycheck to paycheck? Like, everyone on this call is going to be completely different. But guess what? It doesn't matter. Because what I'm teaching you right now today will work for any of you if you follow exactly step-by-step what Jerry and I are teaching you right now. I promise you that. Or if you do have money and you're just looking to preserve it, keep that money moving to make more money, eliminate things like inflation and volatility out of your life, well, this concept is really going to blow your mind. So it doesn't matter where you are right now, these strategies will work for you. And then from there, what you're implementing with this right now, Jerry and I could teach you other strategies, things like private money lending, active real estate investing, wholesaling, where no matter where you are, you can get to the next level, period. So plain and simple there. So definitely check those guys out. Like I said, Chris's YouTube channel is really, really good for financial education as well. All right. So a couple books I'm going to recommend. Anything by Robert Kiyosaki. I had the opportunity years ago to travel with Kiyosaki, speak on stages with Kiyosaki. He was one of my big mentors when I was first learning about entrepreneurship and investing. So anything by Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I absolutely love it. But this book right here, Second Chance, Robert talks all about the infinite banking concept I'm teaching you right now in this book, Second Chance. Tony Robbins talks all about this concept in the 5th chapter of Money Master the Game. And while you're at it, read the whole book. Excellent book on mindset and investing. Becoming Your Own Banker. This is probably like the Bible of what we teach right now in this concept. So check that out. R. Nelson Nash, anything by R. Nelson Nash. I've got a bunch of his books back here. Unbelievable when it comes to becoming the bank and how that works. And then my business partners, Chris and Brent, wrote an updated version of Becoming Your Own Banker called Mapping Out the Millionaire Mystery. It's like an updated version of it, and it's really, really good. That along with the Private Money Guide, real estate edition that Chris wrote. So what I wanted to do for everybody on here, just for being on this show with Jerry, is I'm going to give you guys these 2 books free. They're digital copies, but you guys can open them up in your Kindles, on your phones, on your computers, and you can read through both of these books right here. All right. Does anybody want those? So if you want those digital copies, I'll show you how to get those in just a second. I'll share this link at the end, but basically you're just going to want to go on there, shoot me an email, or Jerry can send them out to you guys. All right. So we'll get you that stuff over in just a second. All right, let's keep rolling. All right. So again, my name's Stephen Nagy. I live down here in South Florida, Jupiter, Florida area with my wife and my son, who is now 7 and looks nothing like that. He actually, I think this picture is like 3 years old right now. And I don't know if any of you guys have kids, but it really opens your eyes to like how fast time just flies by. I mean, I can't believe it's already summertime. He just graduated 1st grade, going into 2nd grade. It's just like, how does this happen? But it also opens your eyes to how precious life is, how important it is to live every day to the fullest. And if you're stressing about things like money and jobs and stuff like that, like that's not what life is about. So we need to get you on a better path so you can get there and enjoy it. But I've been teaching the subject now for almost 4 years on the infinite banking, becoming the bank. I've now helped over 1,000 different clients in all 50 states across the country become the bank. And over the last 4 years, I have not had a single client come back to me and tell me what I helped them set up and what I taught them was BS. 100% track record. They're all happy and they're all expanding their banking systems, which I'll talk about just a second. So it's just a testament of what we do, Jerry. I think it's really, really cool. So just a little bit about myself. All right, let's roll into this. Let's get started. So here's a real quick question. This is kind of check your kind of financial IQ a little bit. All right. So put yes or no in the chat box. Can you make money earning 4% while paying 6%? What do you think? Yes or no in the chat box, real fast. All right, you got some educated people on here. I got a couple no's. Yeah, a couple no's, but you got a pretty good educated. All right. So a lot of you saying yes, I love it. Don't ruin it for the no's. I'll hit it real fast just so you guys know what I'm talking about. So here's the best way to explain this. All right, so let's say you want to buy a car. You've been saving up your money for the last few years in a savings account, and you're like, all right, I'm going to go buy a car for $25,000. That's how much you saved up in your savings account. So you're ready to go. So you go on down to the bank and you walk into the bank and you go to the teller and you say, hi, I'd like to withdraw $25,000 from my savings account. Problem number one, do banks have $25,000 cash sitting there to give you on demand? Typically, no. If any of you are real estate investors, I deal with this a lot. You have to go to like multiple banks if you're paying like contractors in cash just to get any. I bought like a golf cart. Not even, it was like $7,000 about a year ago, and they were trying to fight me to get $7,000 out of an account. I was like, "Are you people? Are you a banker?" But anyway, so let's pretend they have the $25,000 to give. So what happens? You go, you say, "Let me get $25,000 out," and then they're going to look at you and they're going to say, "Okay, sir, I'll be right back," right? The teller. And then they go and they get their whoever, the manager at the bank, the guy in the fancy suit. And, he's got his name tag on that says vice president. They all got him, if you guys know what I'm talking about. And I'll explain why everybody at the bank is a vice president in just a second. See, I'm a vice president of my own cash flow. VP of cash flow, BYOB. And that's what I'm gonna teach all of you right now. So anyway, so the vice president comes over and he comes and he says, "Hi, sir, I appreciate that you want to withdraw $25,000. I hear you want to use it to go buy a car. But listen, I'm going to make an offer to you. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a loan for $25,000, and we're going to use your $25,000 in your savings account as collateral for that loan. So that way your money can stay in the savings account and you can still go buy the car." And you're like, all right, well, that sounds kind of cool, but I didn't want to finance it. That was the whole reason I saved up. So why would I do that? And they're like, well, listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to offer you 4% in the savings account. We're going to give you a special savings account that we're starting to see some creep up there now, but in the last decade, there's been no such thing. We're going to give you a special savings account at 4%. And you're like, all right, well, that's pretty cool. My money's going to grow at 4%. That's a lot more than I was doing at 0.01% in my savings account prior. And you're like, all right, well, what's the loan going to be for? And the banker says, well, the loan is going to be for 6%. And you say, all right, Mr. Banker, listen here. I know that you think I'm a dum-dum. In fact, you got a bucket full of lollipops sitting there. And you guys know the lollipops in every bank across the country. What's the name of them? They're dum-dums, right? They look at you. Anyways, so the dum-dum lollipops. So you say, I'm not a dum-dum. I know that I'm not going to let you give me 4% while I'm paying you 6%. Why would I do that? The banks always win. And the teller says, no. Let me show you the math. All right. So let me show you guys how this works. All right, so a typical car note at 6% would be for 5 years, 60 months, okay? So we have a $483 car payment. So if we do the math on this, $25,000 at 6% on a car note over 5 years is going to be $29,000. However, over here, $25,000 over the same 60 months in our account at 4%, what happens over there? Well, it grows to over $30,500. So if you would have listened to the banker paying 6% while only earning 4%, you actually would have made over $1,500 over that 5-year time span. Now, why does that happen? Because on one side of the equation with the car note, we have a depreciating simple interest loan. On the savings account side, 4%, we have compounding annual interest going on. So at one side, we have a $25,000 balance that each month goes down, meaning that 6% charges on a lower balance each and every single month. Where over on the savings account side, that money's compounding at 4% each year. So each year, the $25,000 goes up. and it goes up. And that 4% is compounding on the larger number every single year. So that's why you can make money earning 4% and paying 6%. It's simple versus compounding interest. And I bring this up here today because this is a very important concept. So remember this as we go through what I'm getting ready to show you. Fair enough? All right, cool. All right. So what is this that Jerry and I are talking about here today? All right. So this is what we call the money multiplier method. And it's going to consist of 3 different areas, so to say. Okay. Three different ways that we go. All right. So we have the machine. We then have the marathon. So the machine is the vehicle used for this. The marathon is the process and the concept. And then the millionaire is strategies to allow you to achieve financial success, financial security, whatever it is that your financial goals are. The millionaire is always everybody's favorite topic. So I'm hoping I have enough time to get to the millionaire part, because that's usually what everybody wants to hear. So I'm going to keep going fast. Fair enough with everybody? We're good? Jerry, we're good? All right, cool. All right, let's roll. All right, so what is this machine? So this machine that we're going to use is nothing more than a dividend-paying whole life insurance policy from a mutually owned life insurance company. So let me clarify this real fast. All right. So we're going to use a whole life insurance policy to build this entire machine around to create your new banking system. Why do we do that? All right. Well, there's a couple of reasons. Think about a perfect investment for a second. All right. Think about a perfect investment. Actually, can you guys participate with me in the chat box? If I was to tell you what is your perfect investment, write out some things that it would be. What makes a perfect investment for you? Write some stuff in the chat box. Nobody knows what a perfect investment looks like? Here we go. Okay, so Gary said not losing money. So guaranteed, is that a better, maybe guaranteed? So so risk-free, tax-free, compounding. Ian, I love all those. Tax-free is important. Guaranteed against loss. Okay. Growth. How about liquidity? Access to the money. Okay. All right. I love all your answers. All right. So a whole life insurance policy gives us uninterrupted, guaranteed, tax-free, compounding growth on our money, guaranteed every single year for the rest of our lives. That's what a whole life policy does. Now, this is not a whole life policy that's done by, like, you know, the guy in your networking group or your buddy from high school or Policy Genius or calling the insurance company. That's the old school life insurance. What we do, and this is what we do all day, every day as a company, is we take this whole life insurance policy and we dice it. We slice it up. And we literally like tear it completely down. And then we rebuild this life insurance policy to be used for the infinite banking concept for you to become the bank. So instead of having you wait years and years and years to access this thing, you're going to be able to access 60 to 90% of the money you put in within 30 days immediately. We're going to be able to get that money moving. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about in a second. But I just want to make that clear. This is a life policy. This is not one that you're going to get from somebody else. You're going to get it from myself, Jerry, and our team at the Money Multiplier. This is all we do all day, every day. And the reason we use this is because there's not another vehicle in this country, in this world, that we can put money and get guaranteed, tax-free, compounding growth on our money while we simultaneously are able to use that money for other things like investing, like paying off debt, like buying things like cars and recapturing all of the money. And those are exactly what I'm going to show you right now, how we're going to use this. In fact, I've been talking about the banks. Let's do what the banks do. Do you know who the largest purchasers of life insurance are in the country? Banks. That's why when you go to bank, everybody's a vice president. It gives the bank an insurable interest on that person, and that bank is now allowed to put a life insurance policy on that individual. Banks do this all day, every day. It's called BOLI, B-O-L-I. Look that up later too. Write that down and Google BOLI later on. In fact, you know what else banks invest all their money in? Banks invest over 92% of their M1 money supply in 2 places. Number 1, life insurance, whole life insurance. Number 2, real estate. Do you see that's why those are 2 primary wealth strategies that we also teach? Makes sense, right? So plain and simple, check that out. All right, let's roll with this. All right, so who else has used this throughout the years? So Jim Harbaugh back in 2016 broke all the records for being the highest paid college football coach. A large portion of his compensation came in the form of deferred through life insurance, what's called deferred compensation. And if you look right here under the blue part, cash value life insurance, that's how he was able to do that. And you're starting to see that a lot more in young leaders and young business people. Joe Biden, the president of the country, has 6 of these policies with Mass Mutual, one of the companies we do business with. A lot of politicians use these. Why? They're private, they're protected, they're safe. You don't have to report. Anyways, Walt Disney almost did not do Disney World when he was almost broke. He tapped into his life insurance to keep Disney going and keep funding Disney World. Pampered Chef, Doris Christopher borrowed from her policy to start the Pampered Chef in her suburban Chicago home, which later sold for $1.5 billion to Warren Buffett. Ray Kroc McDonald, same thing, almost went broke, used his policies, was able to pay his key employees and keep things running, as well as the JPs, the Morgans, the Chases, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, the Fettas. All the most successful families in the history of this country are ones that have used this strategy to not only generate wealth in their lifetimes, but create a legacy and create generational wealth. If you wonder how some of these wealthy families are able to stay wealthy generation after generation, this right here is a huge, huge part of that strategy of how they're able to do that and control stuff from the grave using trusts and using these whole life policies. So all we're doing is mimicking what the banks do, and it can work for every single one of you, all right? So what's the key to how all of this works? Well, to understand how the first key to how this works, we have to understand kind of how money flows. So let me give you an example of how this looks. So for every single dollar that you earn, follow me on this. This is on average in this country. So on average in this country, every dollar that you earn, on average, 20 cents of that dollar goes to an automobile, okay? Whether it's payments, gas, upkeep, insurance, whatever the case is. 30 cents of every dollar you earn goes towards housing, mortgages, rents, insurance, property taxes, et cetera, et cetera. 40 cents of everything that you earn goes to everything else. Entertainment, kids, food, travel, etc., which leaves on average 10 cents of every dollar earned goes to savings. Now we saw that go a little bit above 10% back when COVID was happening and all the money was being printed and given out and nobody was spending and all that. Now in the last year and a half, we've seen that savings rate drastically drop, and we've seen credit card usage drastically increase. So things vary, but on average, 10 cents of every dollar goes to savings, okay? So let's look at what the key to this concept is, okay? One of the keys to this concept, number one, is pay ourselves first. Very, very important. Are you important to yourself? Absolutely. So let's make ourselves important and pay ourselves first. So what if this is what this looked like instead? So we take every dollar we earn, instead of all that money going to everybody else first, what if we went ahead and took 10 cents of that and put it into our savings account? Okay, let me show you what that would look like by making that one change, paying ourselves first. Okay, so on average, 20 cents, or on average, 5 cents of every 20 cents that goes to an automobile goes to interest. Okay, so by paying ourselves first, I'm going to show you this example next, how to recapture all the money for every car you'll ever buy, drive, and own. Well, this is a key to that, all right? So with the paying ourselves first, we're now able to use our savings to purchase that car. By doing so, we're now going to pay ourselves back the interest instead of somebody else's bank that interest. So that 5 cents that was bleeding out to somebody else's bank, BMW, Ally Financial, whatever one of these car companies is that finance cars, what we're going to do is we're going to take that 5 cents and we're now going to recapture it back into our financial lives. By doing that one change right there, where the money goes first, and purchasing the car with our bank instead of somebody else's bank, we just increased our annual savings rate by 50%. If we were saving 10 cents before, and now we're able to save 15 cents a year, that's a 50% increase, right? So if you extrapolate that out over many, many, many years, what does that look like? And then if we did that for cars, what else can we do that for? Well, what if we did it for housing? Did you know that 25 cents of every 30 cents that goes to housing goes to interest? How is that so high? Well, did you know that on average in this country, people move or refinance their homes on average every 7 years. Go look at a mortgage 30-year amortization schedule. 80 to 90+% of the interest is paid in the first 7 to 10 years. So the banks are getting all their money up front. Why do you think there's due on sale clauses on mortgages? Because the banks want you to start over. Why? Because they get all their interest up front, 80, 90+% of it. Then they don't care after that. So that's why so much bleeds to the banks. So what if we started buying houses this way with our money that we save first? What would our savings look like if we weren't bleeding all that interest out to somebody else's bank? And then while we're at it, what if we just do it for everything else? On average, the 40 cents that's spent on everything else, 5 cents of that also goes to interest. So what if while we did that, we just would have had to recapture that 5 cents as well? We just went by changing nothing else except where our dollars went first, paying ourselves first. We just increased our annual savings from 10 cents a year to about 45 cents a year. How many of you like that? We didn't work any harder, we didn't work any longer, and we didn't take on any more risk. So if we're going to start paying ourselves first, becoming the bank, let's understand what banks do with their money. So let me show you an example of how that works. So when you do a deal, is anybody on real estate in here? Anybody investing in real estate or have a business or anything, or maybe you get a bonus at work, you get a big bonus at work, something like that. But let me give you an example. So let's say you have $100,000, you get a bonus, you do a deal, something like that. Well, most people are going to take that $100,000. They're going to be excited. They're going to run down to the bank or do the mobile deposit, and they're going to stick it in their business account or their checking account. Okay. And let's say the bank pays you, again, 4% in that checking account. And you realize that, again, when you take the $100,000 to the bank, they don't just stick that in a safe deposit box and wait for you to come get it with your name on it, right? What do they do with that money when you take it down to the bank? They immediately start moving that money. So how do they do that? Well, they do it through things like loans. They do it through things like mortgages. So you go down to the bank, you give them 100 grand. The bank then takes that money, they lend it out to somebody else. So they're paying you 4%. They're charging that person 7%. Now that homeowner that they just got the mortgage from, they give that money to the seller of the house. What does the seller of the house do? They go right to the bank and put it back in the bank. So then you bought the new house. Now you need a new car for the garage. So you go to the bank and you get a car loan for a new BMW at 8%. You take that money, you go to the car dealer, buy the new car. The car dealer puts it right back in the bank. The bank then takes that money. You got to fix up your house, gives you a home remodel loan. Maybe you ran up some debt over the years. Now you need to get a debt consolidation loan. So the bank's happy to give you that unsecured debts consolidation loan, pay off the credit cards, put it right back in the bank. So what just happened here? The bank's paying us 4% and the bank's lending money out at higher rates. So this is what we call a spread. This is very important. Write that down. Spread. A big part of growing and achieving wealth is working off of spreads, just like the banks do. So they're making 3% off the home mortgage, 4% off the car note, 5% off the home remodel loan, 8% off the debt consolidation loan. So at the end of the day, the banks made 20% off our money and we made 4% off our money, right? Or in other words, the banks just made 500% off the money that we leave sitting there. Think about it. If they're paying us 4% and they're making 20%, that's 500% more than what they're paying us. So let me ask this question. Why are all of you making the banks so wealthy? Wouldn't you rather have that 500% in your family, for your family? I would. And you guys can look this stuff up. More homework for you. Go to BauerFinancial.com. BauerFinancial.com is a website that does data analytics and research on banks. And they tell us that banks make between 400 and 1,300% off money that you leave there. So how about this? Why don't we all make a commitment right now? Let's stop making the banks rich and let's start enriching our families. Can everybody commit to that right now? All right. So I'm going to show you how to do it. All right. So let me give you another example. And in this example, I'm going to start teaching you how this system works. So how do I get back all the money for every car I'll ever buy, drive, and own? All right. So here's the machine. Let's take a quick look under the hood of this machine. So over on the right-hand side right here, this is kind of what we would call like a policy illustration. So when you have this whole life policy, you're going to determine how much money you put into it. So in this example right here, this young 26-year-old, this was a male, this 26-year-old guy, he wanted to put $10,000 a year into his policy. You're going to decide how much you put into your policy. Okay, we can talk about that, but it can be whatever number you want. You can pay in monthly, quarterly, up front each year. We'll talk about that in more depth, but that's how it works. Okay. So you're going to decide now. Why? Now that $10,000 a year going into that whole life policy, that's what you call a whole life premium. It's a premium payment. And we could talk about, we don't have time right now, what that premium is made up of and how this works and all that, but just know that's the premium going into the policy. However, from this point moving forward, I want you to consider those deposits, not premiums. Why would I want you to consider that a deposit and not a premium? It's mindset. Remember before I told you it's all mindset. So if I have a car insurance premium or a health insurance premium or a homeowner's insurance premium, I recognize that in my mind as a negative. It's something that I have to pay. It's a bill. But if I make $50,000 on a real estate deal and I'm going out of the bank to deposit the money, I'm excited about doing that. I'm like, hell yeah, I just made 50 grand. Let's go put the money in my account. Let's grow this thing, right? So we're excited about deposits. So if we're creating a banking system and we're using this to be our own bank, would it make sense that that money you're putting in each year through the premiums of that policy are now deposits for you? Absolutely, right? So that's exactly why we want to start. Just a mindset thing, all right? So from this point forward, mindset, deposits, I want you to refer to those. Number two, age doesn't matter. We do these policies for 3-month-old children, people in their 70s, and everything in between. If for some reason you do have like serious health challenges or something like that, we actually have solutions for that also. So just when we talk on the phone, let us know what that looks like and we can figure this out for you. But age does not matter. When it comes to the premium deposits, if you're looking at like a starting spot, we would recommend 10 times your age on a monthly basis. So if you're Jerry, he looks like he's 22 years old, he's $220 a month. So that amount or more would be great for you. I'm just picking Jerry. I just turned 40 years old this year. I feel like I would, but I just turned 40 years old this year. So if I was starting like brand new to this, I would want to put at least $400 a month would be like the guideline minimum. Now, if you could put more in, absolutely go for it. But that's just kind of like a getting started spot just to think about this. All right. And then the death benefit, you'll see that these policies do have a big death benefit on them, which is awesome. It's like an added benefit, but we do not build these for death benefit. In fact, we build these to have access to as much money as possible and the least amount of death benefit, which makes them very efficient, which is what you want for a banking system. So just wanted to point out a couple things on what this looks like. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. How do we recapture all the money for every car we'll buy, drive, and own in the future? All right, so you start putting $10,000 a year into this policy. The cash value in the money multiplier account is the amount available for loans each year as the money goes in. Okay, so in the third year of this, he put $10,000 a year. In the third year, he decides to go buy a car, $250,000. Now, if you want to get a more expensive car, great. My buddy just did this for a $250,000 Audi. You can go find his video on YouTube, Mr. Burr. He does a whole entire case study of how he bought a $250,000 Audi, R10, whatever they are, and recaptured literally every single dollar of that using his policies. So just add a zero to this. It works. I just wanted to just give you an example here. All right. So in the third year, he goes and buys a car. Now, if you go to the bank, BMW, Ally, whatever, and buy a car or get a loan for $25,000, are you going to pay them back? Absolutely. So if you're the bank and you borrow money to buy a car, are you going to pay yourself back? Absolutely. It's called being an honest banker. We'll talk more about that in a second, but that's exactly what this young guy did right here. He borrowed the $25,000, he bought the car, and he started paying himself back $500 a month, $6,000 a year for the next 5 years. So what's that look like? Over the first 7 years of this, he put in $70,000. He took $25,000 out to buy the car. He recaptured $30,000 in monthly interest principal and interest payments back to himself, just like he would any other bank. So at the end of the day, put $100,000 in, took $25,000 out, total of $75,000. And if you look over here in the money multiplier account, he has $67,000 sitting there. Okay, so what just happened here? $75,000. We have a $25,000 car in the driveway, paid for, free and clear, and we have $67,000 available, still available to us. So if you do the math on that, we just recaptured 91 cents of every dollar back from that car that we purchased for $25,000 that's now sitting in our driveway. All right. All right, Jerry, I hear you. I did think we had an hour. In my defense.
I wish we could go forever on this one.
Yeah, you did tell me an hour on the text just for my defense, but I'll roll. Here we go. All right, 20. So I told you we'd recapture all the money. So here's the thing. This policy does not end in 7 years. This is a whole life policy, meaning that money is going to compound in there, uninterrupted, tax-free, guaranteed for the rest of your life. So, and you're going to continue to put money into this thing because there's no reason you wouldn't want to. But just for this example, I'm going to show you what would happen if you did not put any more money into this ever. Okay, so in the A theory, buys another car. Same thing, recaptures the money, but look what happens over here. This money keeps compounding at a much larger rate. So we put no new money into it. We recaptured $5,000, but look what happened. The policy grew from $67,000 to $91,000. We only recaptured $5,000, but the policy grew by over $23,000. So now I bought 2 vehicles for $50,000. I put $75,000 in. I have $91,000 available. I've now recaptured all the money for those 2 vehicles in the first 12 years. And does this stop after year 12? Absolutely not. Like I said, it goes on every year for the rest of your life. So I can show you example. If this works for cars, what else would it work for, right? So there are 3 rules to make this happen. Rule number 1, pay yourself first. Rule number 2, always pay yourself back with interest. And rule number 3, always recycle and recapture your money. All right, let me just lay those out so you have them. So pay yourself first, pay yourself with interest, just like a bank would do, just like you pay a bank loan back, and always recycle and recapture your money, meaning be an honest banker. Now, here's the difference. If I go borrow money from BMW and I run into financial hard times in a couple of years from now, and I can't make my payment for a few months, what's going to happen? I'm going to look out front one morning or one night, and there's going to be a tow truck in my driveway pulling away my car. They're going to repossess it. If I don't pay myself back in my own banking system back, what's going to happen? Absolutely not. Because I'm going to go to the mirror. I'm going to say, hey, Steven, I ran into some hard financial times. Do you mind if I pay you back whenever I get back on my feet? I'm going to say, you know what, Steven, you've been a good borrower for a while. So yeah, take your time. Whenever you can start paying me back, go ahead and do it. Right? I'm kind of making fun. But here's the point is this banking system, this policy, taking loans from it, using it to buy things, using it to invest, using it to pay off debt. Guess what? You are in complete control. The insurance company, they don't care. Because when you take a loan from that policy to use it, guess what happens? You're just borrowing against your death benefit. The insurance company knows they got to pay that out no matter what down the road when you graduate, when you pass away. So they don't care. They say, pay us back today, pay us back tomorrow, pay back that loan next year, never pay it back the rest of your life. You're in complete 100% control. We're always going to encourage you to be an honest banker because that's how the infinite banking concept works. But at the end of the day, you are in complete control. Now, with that being said, I was getting ready to show you how to pay off $478,000 in third-party debts, not in 19 years, but in 6 years, while still building wealth without giving away all that money to everybody else and having it there for your family in the future. But I think we're gonna have to come back to that in future times. So what we're gonna do is maybe, Jerry, we can send him the full video, maybe to watch after this. That shows the debt example. I wanted to get into some investing stuff.
Yeah, Steven, could you put your link in the chat? And then I want everyone to go because there's more. The full presentation is about 90 minutes of really good, thorough education. And kind of like with the car thing, you wouldn't buy an Audi like Devin did and not know how to drive it. Just like you wouldn't set up your own bank and not know how to be the banker. So what I want to do is grab that link from Steven so we can put it in the chat. We can also have Brianna send that out to people. And that way you guys can watch the follow-up on the rest of this and really get the full training on this as you start your own bank. Or maybe if you've got one already, you're starting a second or third location and doing another policy.
Yeah, let me just show this last example. So I skipped the debt one. If you have any debt at all, we use the debt snowball and the velocity of money to use this policy to pay it down. It's really fascinating. You definitely have to go watch the full video for that example. But just those of you that are the millionaire, like this is what I do. Okay, so this is another what's called an illustration on one of the policies we designed. This is with Lafayette Life Insurance Company, one of my clients from last year. This is a female real estate investor in Oregon State. She was 41 years old when she started this, but check this out. She had $150,000 she wanted to put into the policy, but she only wanted to commit to $50,000 a year moving forward. So we were able to get a larger amount in the first year. It's called a dump in. So let's say you got like $50,000 sitting there, but maybe you only want to do like $5,000 or $10,000 a year moving forward, where we can dump in that big amount up front, get the money in there, starts compounding. You're going to have access to almost all of it to pull right back out to use, but it gets it in there and starts that uninterrupted compounding. So check this out. So she puts $150,000 in the first year. She has access to $132,000 of that money. And then you can see each year as she puts 50,000 in, how that thing grows. I mean, look down here. In the 12th year of this, she puts in $17,000. Look at it, it grows by $47,000. Remember that ATM machine I was telling you about before? You put money in and it grows more and more and more every single time. Well, that's exactly what's going on over here. This is that ATM machine. But here's what I do a lot of right now in this economy. I do a lot of private money lending, okay? So let me just give you an example. Your money has to go somewhere first. So let's say that she starts this bank. She's doing some active real estate investing with this money over the years. And then in the 8th year, she wants to start doing some private money lending, very passive investing. So look what happens in the 8th year of this policy. In the 8th year, her bank grows by $67,000. Right there, you can see in the increase in cash value. To get that, she had to inject $48,000 into it. So if I do the math on that, that's an $18,000 growth, a 37% cash on cash return just by putting the money into it. Remember that ATM machine? All right, so watch what happens here. If I go do a private money loan with that money, I'm getting about 12% on most of my private money loans right now. So let's say I do a private money loan at 12%. Well, what happens here with my money? My money grows by 12% for the private money loan. My money grows by 37% just by having this policy, this banking system. To use the money for the private money loan, the insurance company is going to charge me 5% for the year to use that money. So if I do the math right here, I just made 44% on my money doing a 12% private money loan that year. So think about that for a second. We didn't do anything different. All we did is we started to pay ourselves first and start our own banking system. By making that one change in our financial lives, I was able to go out there and make 44% that year on my money instead of just 12%, doing nothing different. That's it. And that's the power of becoming your own bank. So I just wanted to kind of drive it home with that. Jerry, and not to mention just some of the other benefits on this. We can do kids policies. Like I started one for my 5-year-old or my son when he was 5 years old that we're going to use for college, for cars, and I'll be able to give it to him later in life. Like we can do company-owned life insurance policies on key employees, do golden handcuffs. We can do all this cool stuff with these policies. The death benefit is 100% tax-free when it pays out to your beneficiaries. Like I said, the money grows tax-free within the policy. You know, they're exempt from judgments and liens and protected and private in most states. Like there's just so many advantages to these things. So with that being said, guys, I think that Jerry's going to send you out that information. I don't know if they want to email me or how you want to do that, Jerry, but that's it. So sorry I didn't have enough time to cover everything, but hopefully I got you kind of understanding the basics a little bit. And I'd love for you to watch more on it and then hop on a call with somebody on our team. I'm going to end the share. And what I'll do is I'll put that call link in the chat box if anybody wants to schedule a call. So I've trained 5 or 6 different what we call money mentors that are all licensed and are able to talk with you very intelligently about your situation and answer any questions that you have. So schedule a call with them and they'll be able to kind of get you going on all this stuff. Fair enough?
Awesome. Stephen, thank you so much. That was amazing. And that's record time. That's the best and fastest IBC presentation I've ever seen. So guys, if you have questions, reach out to Brianna in the chat. I put her cell number. You can text her. She'll send you the link for Stephen and his team. I think he'll drop his direct link in the chat also. Otherwise, guys, we are going to move into our next speaker here, who is logged in and ready to go. And so our next speaker is a good friend of mine. His name is Manuel Suarez. And so before we start Manuel, we would not be doing a good job if we didn't play his teaser video. Robert, can you pop that up real quick? All right, guys. So I want to introduce my good friend here, Manuel. Manuel is somebody that is definitely a man in the arena. And so he is local here in Florida, but he is the name and I would say execution behind some of the biggest brands out there. And so I'm going to bring him on here in just a second. Let me get him set up here with a spotlight as a speaker. And we're going to get things rolling with Manuel today. Manuel, how are you doing today?
Jerry, I am doing fantastic. How about you, brother?
I'm great. I'm great. Thanks so much for jumping on here today. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Manuel, guys. Take notes. That's all I can tell you. Manuel goes hard and fast and is full of value. Every time I speak with them, I've got 5 or 10 things that I want to implement right away. So as you're going through this with Manuel, take notes. Again, put your questions in the chat. We will do a Q&A at the end. And I want you thinking with, how do you expand your income? How do you grow as an entrepreneur using this digital arena you're in? Manuel is an expert on social media, artificial intelligence, advertising, and he really is a marketing ninja. So Manuel, I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away here.
All right. Well, excited to be here. First of all, I want to see the audience and hear from you guys. Where are you from? I just checked into the office right now here. How has it been so far? Tell me about where you're coming in from, where you're tuning in from, and then we'll get going. Jerry, do you have a particular set of questions that you want me to address? You want to talk to me for a little bit, or is it just me going with what I have?
I want to have you kind of cover some of your main points on, kind of the theme today is the man in the arena, which comes from a speech from President Teddy Roosevelt. And he talks about how life is about the man in the arena. It's not about the critics, the barriers. We all fail and we all strive and we all work towards our goals. And so, you're someone that, not only do you have your own success in your own arena, you've helped others get there too. And so our audience today is a lot of, kind of a mixed bag of entrepreneurs, investors, people who are, really striving to create their ideal life. And so if you could share kind of how you've done that, some of your backstory, and then also too, like we talked with Artie Marin a little bit today already about like artificial intelligence and some of the new technologies. You're somebody that's running at the forefront of that. And so I'd love to get some of your feedback on that today, on what you're doing and some of your thoughts on it, and where people should be looking to add that into their lives, their businesses.
Amazing. Thank you, Jerry. Nicolas from Indianapolis. That's awesome. Follow you on social media and attend every one of your sessions possible. Lawrence Roybal, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that feedback a lot. Dayton, Ohio. Michael, California. Jerica, Kentucky, hiding in Kentucky for Texan at Heart and Home. Fantastic. So Manuel Suarez here. I'm the CEO of 2 companies. One of them is called Attention Grabbing Media. We're a marketing company that specializes in digital advertising, and we have hundreds of employees and a lot of great brands. And we have succeeded quite a bit in the world of marketing and marketing for brands. I also created a brand, which was the first one that I created, called Natural Slim. This is a company that I co-founded with my father back in 2008. And this company is on track to do $110 million internationally in the year 2023. We're going to do somewhere around $80 to $85 million in the 2023 year in the United States of America. We service the Latin American community. We are 100% bootstrapped every step of the way. We have never brought in any outside investors, private funding, equity partners, no one. It's just been something that we've created every step of the way with a lot of hard work, a lot of energy. If any of you have questions for me, please go ahead and shoot them. I got a lot of value to give you, a lot of information, a lot of education. I can tell you a little bit about how we got here. And hopefully that inspires you and allows you to also travel on this journey yourself. One thing that I'll tell you about myself, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be successful. I did not go through any traditional system education. I did not graduate from any college. I barely graduated high school. So if I was able to do it, any of you are able to do it. That's the most important thing, right? Like one thing that I always try to emphasize on when I do seminars, I've been talking about marketing for 7 years obsessively with an enormous amount of volume of content, webinars, podcasts, sessions, social media, etc. And the one thing that I know will determine whether you can succeed from an event like this, take information here, the people that are doing it, that are succeeding, and apply it to your own self and see yourself thrive. If this is not in place, nothing else matters. And this one thing is very, very important for all of you to actually know. And it's very, very cliche-ish, but I'm going to have to say it again. And that is mindset. The first thing that you got to have is the mindset that you are able to accomplish success. That's the first thing. Because if all you do is look around the world and you evaluate the world around you and you say, well, I'm too old for this, I'm too young for this, this is not for me, this technology is not really something that I'm good at, I'm not good at this is something that I'm terrible at, etc. You're basically minimizing your power every step of the way. You're actually making yourself smaller every step of the way. And that's something that will make it very difficult or impossible for you to succeed. So that has to be in place. No matter what I teach you today during this next hour, no matter what I give you, no matter what value, if you don't have the mindset in place to be able to take this in and know that you too can accomplish success, it's all going to fall apart. It's very important for you guys to have that viewpoint in place, that you can accomplish success. In the year 2010, not too long ago, I had actually already founded the Natural Slim company. And we're not just a supplement product company. We're more of a service company. We deliver consulting and guide people through the process of like weight loss and energy and metabolism. In 2008, I founded that company with my father. In 2010, we didn't really have enough money to survive. As you know, in 2008, something was happening, and that something was an economic meltdown. A lot of people were a part of this thing called the subprime mortgage market, in which they were buying homes that they were not qualified to buy. I was one example of that. I actually purchased a house in 2007, just before the bubble, just before it exploded. I always like to joke around and say that I was the last person to ever buy a property in this market before it actually tipped over.
Oh, no.
So I bought that house 2007, 2008, economy continues to melt. I lost whatever job I had at that point, and the business was still not going. 2010, I had to surrender all the assets and properties that I had, and I declared bankruptcy. This is actually public information that anybody can find. So to fast forward to now producing hundreds of millions of dollars a year in revenue, the marketing company is going to do somewhere around $300 million in combined revenue from the brands that we manage today. It's been a year. It's been quite a journey, and I actually had to think about what did I do, because me being 42 years old at this point, having been poor or not having much to my name, lower middle class for the great bulk of my life, to now having massive abundance, massive success, having hundreds of employees, and everything that I've been able to accomplish, there had to be a series of steps that I executed on to get me to where I'm at today. And I'm happy to talk about these steps that I'm sure it's going to help you, a lot of you, provide a guideline or a path for you to succeed also. You have any questions from me, Jerry, so far? Or should I jump into that?
Yeah, no, that was incredible. So one thing I wanted to just for the guys that are all watching and listening today, at the very beginning, Manuel, and this is, I'm glad you brought it up too. Before we started, guys, if you all remember, I said when a speaker or someone that's as successful as an Artie or a Manuel or a Steven, when they say something basic and it's being repeated over and over and over, every single one of these guys said mindset today. Artie said mindset. Steven said mindset. Manuel is now saying mindset. So I just want to bring everyone back to that, because it is one of those things, like Manuel, you said, it can sound cliche. And the things that are the most simple are often the things we overlook and we write off as, oh, I heard that before, I saw that before. Yeah, but are you really doing it? And Manuel, what you just said is you filed bankruptcy, years back, and in a very, kind of relational to that, in a very short period of time, you're where you are today. So can you kind of just, I know you're going to talk about your next point here, but can we take a moment and just talk about the mindset on that? How did you overcome the mental thoughts of, I just filed bankruptcy? Like you said, I'm not supposed to be here. We all tell ourselves those stories when we fail. I messed up, I'm no good, I'm this, I'm that, diminishing our power. How did you handle that? And then to me, that's very fast. Like, I know the work that goes into it, but it appears fast. How did you get to where you are so fast?
Definitely been quite a journey. I can tell you that right now, with the amount of success that I've accomplished, I have a different motivation that I had back then. What I'm doing every day right now, impacting the lives of a lot of people and influencing at a larger level, that's not how I started. That's not how the initial motivation starts, to be honest. Like in my case, I'm not going to forget about it. The moment that I actually, the way that it started for me was that I went to my job. I had a 9 to 5. This is 2008, around that time. Natural Slim was nothing. Like we just had a couple of products in the brand, and the brand was founded in Puerto Rico by my father, but there was nothing in the United States of America. There was nothing in the world. No attention. We didn't have any revenue. We didn't have it was just a dream. The only thing that we had was a dream. So the initial impulse that I experienced was I like to call that necessity level, urgency. In my case, I go to the office that I'm working at, and I go to get my paycheck, and they cut my pay in half. And because it was a contractor type work, not it wasn't a W-2 job that I was getting paid minimum wage. It was contractor based on how many hours I produced. They cut my pay in half. So if I was getting paid $20 an hour and I worked 40 hours that week, instead of getting paid $400 that week, I walked into the I think $20 times 40, that's 800. I walked into the treasury office to get paid, and I look at my paycheck and it was 400. And I asked the treasurer there, what's going on? And they're like, I'm sorry, but we're cutting. We don't have enough money to pay, and we are paying you half of what you earned. But when you're living paycheck to paycheck, it's not really an option at that point. You're living paycheck to paycheck. I need the $800 to pay for the mortgage. I need the $800 to pay for sustenance, right? Life, food, everything that we needed, electricity, water. And so it was a very, very dark moment for me, because I actually needed that $800 to complete my $2,000 mortgage. I had somewhere around $1,300 in my bank account, and I'm supposed to get $800. I'm already 15 days late from the mortgage, and I get the paycheck, and I'm like, okay, well, it's a tough moment. So I went to my wife, and at that moment, 2008, I have 2 kids. I have a little toddler, 2 years old, and I have a baby girl that she was just born. And I literally looked at my wife in the eyes and I said, baby, we either pay the mortgage with this amount of money that I have over here. We're going to be slightly incomplete, but we can send it. Or we can buy food and diapers. And that's the only option that I have at this point. I don't have any other solution. And at that point, we decided to go through the path of like not paying the mortgage and going for, like, it is what it is, right? So we're going to destroy the credit and go through the process that anybody starting a bankruptcy process will go through. And after a lot of like many emotional days, crying and upset, and how do we get to this point, or what happened? What am I going to do with myself? I don't have a career. I don't have a degree. I don't have any evidence that people should pay me, because I don't have any certificates hanging on the wall that should give them trust over me. After going through that for a few days, something happened. I remember being in my kitchen and seeing my kids, my babies, right? A toddler and my beautiful baby girl. At that point, she was a few months old. And I just looked at them and I said, I have to be better than this. And I have to figure something else out. So that began, for me, it was like, boom, the match that lit the fire that drove me to what I am today. And I call that necessity level. I now have an obligation to provide for another human being, not me. This is not just about me anymore. This is about the people that are around me, that are looking up to me, and they say, Daddy, we trust you. We believe in you. You can actually guide the way. And that responsibility over other human beings was the thing that got me started. In my book, Jerry, I actually, I'm about to launch the book. We're in the final stages. We're launching in August. It's called Marketing Magic. And I detail this entire formula. In that book, I talk about that moment. And I actually dedicate the book to, obviously, my wife, my father, and my kids, which were the initial inspiration for this fire. And the incredible things that I've accomplished were driven by them, by this moment. So for any of you talking about mindset, right? Like, how did I get into the mindset of, forget about like, I didn't know what I'm going to do. Again, I don't have any background. I don't even know what the word marketing meant at that point. Like, you could have asked me, I would have been like, oh, I think that's what businesses used to generate business, right? I couldn't have given you an intelligent definition because that was not my thing. I was not the marketing ninja. I wasn't like generating social media channels. I wasn't doing anything at that point. But I decided that I had to do something for myself, for my family, for my kids. And that was the initial inspiration. I got to do something. So fast forward 23 years, 13 years from that point, 13 years from that point, from that moment that I had 14 years or so ago, I get motivated every day by different things. I'm here on a Saturday with you. Like, I don't need more money, right? Like, I'm always looking to create more. I've accomplished a lot of success at a large scale. I own multiple businesses. Like, there's nothing that I don't have that I cannot buy myself at this point. My motivation right now is to impact people. For me, it drives me to have you guys here on a Saturday, instead of being in the pool on a beautiful weather day. Here in Florida, it's beautiful, and doing barbecues or whatever it is, you're looking to make yourself better. It's almost like I'm preaching to the choir because you're here doing this, right? So that particular point is what drives me right now, impacting people like you to actually get more effects on the world. Because what we do as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as an influencer, really goes beyond just that one contact with you. When I help you, you get to help a lot more people. So that drives me then, or that drives me now. What drove me back then was the responsibility over people around me that really dependent on me for me to find a path. And then I just set myself on a discovery path in which I had to find out something. And let me tell you something, Jerry, I actually tried a lot of things. I tried a lot of things that were failures. I went into flipping properties and real estate. That was a failure. I went into the stock market, learning about option trading. That was a failure. I found out I was actually good at it. I was really good at it, but stock market is not something that matches with my personality. I'm a very compulsive person. I'm obsessed. I'm like super intense, and I have to be able to do businesses that I feel I control. And the stock market, Bitcoin, those things are responding to the market, not to what you do. So for me, I found myself not sleeping well, not doing well. Like, I was making impulsive trades and dealing with emotions because of the basically the variation of the market in general, right? So in my case, I had to find something that made sense for my personality, and that's where self-awareness comes in. You got to figure out what your strengths are. And I found mine. It took me a few years. I was actually, Natural Slim was building, but we were doing a lot of traditional at that point. I didn't know anything about social media. My wife and I were spending New Year's celebrating with our family, giving each other a kiss and a hug in the middle of the night, midnight. And then we would just go out. Instead of like partying, we would take flyers and put them on every single car outside. And the next day, hop on the phones trying to see if somebody would call us, and nobody would call. We tried many things to try to take Natural Slim into what it is today. And we can talk about what made Natural Slim, because I think that's going to provide value to people for sure. And the steps that I took with my father and myself.
And I want to get into that. One thing you brought up, and knowing you, like, I can see this. So you said you didn't respond super well to like the stock market. It kind of puts you a little bit more at effect of what's happening in the market. And when I look at what you do now with AGM, you're making markets, and that's what marketing is you're influencing what the market thinks rather than responding to what the market thinks. So I thought that was very, very interesting point to bring up. One thing I wanted to hit really quick before we dive into what made natural what it is today. So you're very similar to me. I started with nothing. I didn't even have the $99 to get my insurance license, and I had to really fail my way forward. How do you prevent yourself from getting comfortable? It's very easy to get to that point of like, okay, I've got the house, I've got the car, I've got the income, I've got the savings. How do you personally keep yourself from getting comfortable and continue going past where your comfort zone is? Oh, we lost your mic here, Manuel.
That's a great question, Jerry. Sorry, I muted you for a second. I really do believe that entrepreneurship is never about getting somewhere and buying yourself something or having money in the bank account. I was always a winner. Even when I was not really succeeding in life, I always was obsessed with dominating, winning, and accomplishing great things. An example of that would be that when I was 7 years old, I actually got obsessed with the sport of tennis, and I played competitively for many years. So much so that I had sponsorships, and people would take me all over the world to play tournaments, and I was a great big hope of the island of Puerto Rico for quite a while. I played really, really good competitive tennis for many years. Until somewhere around the age of 14 and 15, I actually started getting distracted with drugs and girls and a bunch of other things. And I abandoned that career. But I was so good that whenever I graduated from high school, which I barely graduated, I got a scholarship to go play tennis in the University of Puerto Rico. And I didn't really capitalize on that either. A year into it, I just dropped out also myself. But the point is that there's something about a competitive spirit. I was always competitive. I hated losing my entire life. I always played when I was growing up as a teenager, and even before my younger years, I had Nintendos. I used to play this game called Zelda. You might be too young for that game, Jerry, I think, but Zelda was a big deal. And man, I have so many recollections of going deep into a particular level and then losing my spot on that level, and I have to get sent back to the beginning of that level. There was something about my competitive nature that has always been there ever since I was a very, very young kid. I used to grab the entire, I'm not a role model for a lot of you guys. Like if I have young kids listening, please don't listen to this particular way of operating. Don't be like that yourself. But I was crazy. I used to, when I actually lost those moments right there, I will get the entire console, the console of the Nintendo. I remember as if it was yesterday, and just bang it against the wall. And I would break things. I would throw the TV to the floor when I was not able to win. In the game of sports, in tennis, I could not stand losing. Fortunately for me, I won maybe 98% of the time. But the 2% of the time that I actually did lose, I was either number 1 in the island or number 2 in the island of Puerto Rico every single year. But when I did lose, I would not get over it for weeks, and I could not stop thinking about it. So this competitive nature is something that just drives me. So just why do I go deep into that subject when you just ask me, like, how do you not get complacent, right? Or like accept, hey, I accomplished success. Because for me, it's always about a 4-letter word, 4-letter words. You guys, Jerry, you want to guess what that word is?
Is that word lose?
More. The word is more. Very simple. I always want more. If I bought myself this very fancy, expensive $35,000 watch that I'm wearing right now, I almost feel like, okay, I moved over that I'm done with that. All right, I'm done. What's next? I want to buy myself the next thing. I want to get myself the next thing. I want to give my family something that my father was never able to get for the family. I want to just do more. So the real entrepreneur, and this is a mindset that could be acquired. All right, I'm telling you, this mindset of a winner is something that could most definitely be acquired by any of you that are listening to this right now. The most important thing as an entrepreneur is they're always looking for accomplishment of more. whatever that more means. Like I always had this vision of making a $1 million marketing company. Well, now it's a $10 million marketing company. Well, am I satisfied? Of course not. I'm over that idea. Now I'm thinking, how do I get it to a $100 million company? I had this vision of making Natural Slim replace something like Herbalife as the top supplement brand on the planet. Well, Herbalife is collapsing over the last 10 years. If you guys go and look at any stock app and just search for the Herbalife stock, look at what's happening with Herbalife over the last 10 years. It's been going like this. And we are going like this. Our company, our supplement company, went from, and I'll tell you the numbers over here. The year 2007, when we founded it, we did $296 in sales. Yeah, might have been myself that bought myself some products, so we didn't have zero. 2008, we did 111,000. 2009, 179. Kept on going, right? We're still like growing. 2010, the year that I declared bankruptcy, that year, 272,000. 2011, $500,000. First time that we break $500,000. We keep going. The first year that we broke $1 million was a big year for us, was 2015, $1 million. How did we get into that expansion? First of all, it's a lot of hard work, but we're going to go into the formula right now. I'll tell you guys exactly how we did this. But in 2012, we did something that formed the shape of our company today, and that's called a YouTube channel. In 2014, we complemented that YouTube channel with social media platforms like Facebook, and we went really deep into these platforms. 2012, 2015, we did our first million, and then check out the expansion. 6.5 in 2018, 2019, 2.6, 2020, middle of COVID, massive expansion, $24 million. We were a company built for the internet. Companies like Herbalife, this plummeted. They weren't set up for that, which talks about another word that we want to talk about today, and that's opportunity. You got to figure out what opportunities exist today and leverage those opportunities, because opportunities come and go. There's a very famous quote by a very legendary philosopher called Seneca. He says, what does it mean to get lucky? Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So you got to be looking for opportunities, and you got to be prepared to capitalize on these opportunities. So 2016, we did 1.4. 2019, we did 10.6. Look at that expansion. Are we satisfied with that? Is that the end of that journey? Are we done with it? Are we like, oh my God, we're rich now? Absolutely not. I want more. I always want more. It is the journey. And again, this is another cliche. It's not about the end. It's about the journey, right? But this is so true, because for me, it's always more. I always look at the big people out there and the big brands out there. And sometimes we as entrepreneurs, we don't really understand how big this world is, how many human beings you can service. I know clients, one of my partners, his name is Tom Cummins. He has a power company, an energy company that brings in 1,000 new customers every day of the year, Monday through Friday. And they are not even close. This is a $350 million a year energy company that only operates in 5 states in which the energy is not regulated. Imagine the power. All you got to do is start looking at the law of the numbers and whiteboard them and understand really the potential that's out there. The level of the pie is so big. For example, in our case, big company, right? $100 million in one single year in revenue. Oh, that's huge. Well, you know how much Herbalife did? Jerry, how much do you think Herbalife produced in sales in the year 2022? Give me a number.
They got to be in the billions, right?
$4 billion in sales. So does that look like we're done here? Do you think that we are satisfied already? When I know there's a brand selling products that I believe I have better products and services for. I have a responsibility to show my products to people. I want to show them to them because they are special. And I put a lot of energy into making them special. And my father created an incredible system. And we have enormous education that really changes the lives of people. So I have a responsibility. When I look at $100 million versus $4 billion, I am so far from being done. Now, the exciting part of it is that they're going downhill while we are going uphill. And that's an example of many. Jenny Craig, the Nutrisystem, etc. All these companies have not really leveraged existing opportunities like we did. We went all in opportunities that the world was giving us that we take for granted. Of course, Jerry, you mentioned that I've gone down the rabbit hole of something called artificial intelligence. We can definitely talk about that because that really just speeds up the process of production and accomplishment of goals and targets, etc. And we can definitely talk about how that's going to help any of you guys accomplish more in less time in this particular environment. But 2020, we did 24. 2021 was a very tough year for us. The reason for that was we had our first $40 million year in the USA alone, somewhere around 55 internationally. But that's the year that we lost our founder, the most important person in my universe, my mentor, my guide, my most valuable human being in my entire life that really saved my life. He passed away in the year. So we had to go into a reshape of our company because we were built around his content, his education, and his overall like marketing vision. We had another stable year, 2022. We did $41.2 million. We went up, but not the same expansion. And this year we're going to double. We're on path right now. We're doing somewhere around $7 million a year, a month, and in revenue in the USA alone, somewhere around 9 monthly internationally. So you got to find out what those opportunities are and you got to leverage them. But I know this was a long-winded answer to your question, Jerry, but in reality, it's always about more, right? Like, why am I here in the middle of a Saturday instead of being with my little kids barbecuing? Well, because I want to impact more. I want to help more, and I'm here to help you. And you should not take that for granted. And I don't take you for granted. Whenever somebody pays attention to me, whenever somebody approaches me and they say they've watched my content, they've been influenced somehow, and they've been helped by it, etc., it always means the world to me. It really just always gives me goosebumps, and it motivates me to do it even more. So I want to do more. I want to consistently do more. I want to always create more. If there's one thing that we know as a fact, if there's one thing that we know that we all agree on, guaranteed, all of you in this call agree here about this. We have an expiration date. We're all going to die at some point. That's the inevitable truth of life. Many other variables in life exist, not this one. At some point, the body is going to fail. For many people, like my father, the body failed a little too earlier than it should have. He was 71 years old, and he was amazing. He was very special. I think I lost somewhere around 15 years that I should have gotten from him. So you never know when really is your expiration date. So in my case, and that's something that I would like to relay to all of you, is that I want you to operate, this is how I operate, every single day, as if it was one of your last days, if not the last day, because you want to leave the world in better shape than when you came in it. You want to leave a mark. You want to create a legacy. You want to do something that when you're gone, people keep on talking about the impact that you created. And that for me is true power, true legacy, and true legends actually operate in that way. You want to do more. You want to consistently do more. Now, in order for you to do more, you got to have one way of operating in life. Because in order to do more, you got to learn more every day. And again, you are here learning right now on this Saturday. And whoever is watching these replays, you're here learning. So you're on the right path. I'm doing this every single day. Before I go to sleep every day, I ask myself, what did I learn today? And if I did not acquire something valuable as information for that day, I just get back, stand up, grab my phone, listen to a podcast, watch a video, watch some training. It is incredible how much access we have in this particular environment. Access is something incredible. We have a lot of opportunities in front of us right now. And yes, artificial intelligence is one of those. And we can definitely talk about that for a moment before we jump into more specific details and formulas.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. There's 2 questions that came up. So one of them, I think this is an awesome question, is that where you're at today, the perspective you have, the viewpoints you have, what are the differences between how Manuel Suarez defines marketing now versus when you were just getting started and it was a new topic for you and you were just getting your traction in that space?
You know, Jerry, that the basic formula has been the same one that I've had for many years now. And that is a formula that I basically explain in 7 steps. I have proven to be this formula to be a correct one. I like to call it a formula because it's a series of steps that when you do them in sequence, they all work like a system. And when you drop out one of these steps, the formula breaks. It's like when you're trying to create a lemonade, you need lemon, you need water, you need sugar. If you don't have sugar, that formula doesn't work, right? It's not going to taste well. People are not going to be able to drink that effectively. Or they're not going to enjoy the lemonade like they would have with sugar. Same thing with lemon. There is no lemonade without lemon, right? Same thing with water, right? So you got to have the steps of that particular formula, and you got to put them all together to accomplish a particular product, right? So the game of marketing should be operating the same way. Our friend Artie Marin, we had a podcast recently, and he had a great way to approach marketing. He's a good friend of mine, somebody that I admire quite a bit. He talks about marketing as you want to approach marketing as a passing parade, not as a standing army, right? That is Artie's quote. And it's always moving. It's always like revolving. The changes are like massive, right? Like there's like, it's so much going on in the world today that you got to keep on learning so you can adjust to these changes. But my overall marketing philosophy has not changed. And I can summarize that in 7 steps. Would you like me to go over those steps right now?
That'd be awesome. Let's do it.
Okay. So this is, again, me going back to like, okay, wait a second. How was I able to accomplish this insane level of success that not in my wildest dreams, especially being completely outside the system and also, again, not having money to begin with, not having money to grow businesses or to expand or to invest in opportunities. How do I get here? So I'm gonna tell you the steps, and then if you have any questions on it, and this is something that I go deep into my book, every single one of these steps. So hopefully now that you've been listening to this, you're looking forward to reading that book, because I believe I've done a lot of great things in my life and my marketing career, business career. I think this book that I'm putting out, the first one, is going to be the greatest thing I've ever done. You hopefully understand that once you read it. So step number one that all of you need to really, really, really do before you do anything else, I like to call it finding your superpower. That means all of you here are entrepreneurs. I believe so. Is that right, Jerry? Everybody here?
Yeah, to one degree or the other. Yeah.
Right. Either you want to be an entrepreneur, you're an inspiring one, or you're an entrepreneur that wants to take things to another level, right? No matter what. I actually think that I'm everywhere. I'm aspiring. I always want to create new businesses. I'm always looking to scale, make myself better. Entrepreneurs are always creating, right? We are artists. We are absolutely artists by definition. You have a particular ability and a particular power to influence the life of somebody else positively through your products and services, no matter what that is. If you can honestly tell yourself that you don't have that, then you need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what that is, because you're not going to be able to grow in this environment without a superpower. This environment of social media, of the internet, requires that you stand out from your competitors. And in order for you to stand out, you need to have something to give of value, and ideally of more value than your competitors. And that is your superpower. In my case, my superpower is marketing. I can talk about your business. You can tell me some bullet points. You can show me some things that you have going on, and I will tell you exactly what strategies you need to execute on to get things moving in the right direction. That's my superpower. I understand that really well. My father's superpower was teaching people about metabolism, about health, and he was really, really darn good at it. The list goes on and on. There's people that are tax professionals, accountants. There's people that are designers, graphic designers, video editors. There's a lot of people that are copywriters, marketers. There's people that are like, if you guys feel free to put in your comments over here, what is your industry? Where are you at? You will give me some more inspiration, right? So I can talk about this.
Yeah. If you guys feel like you've got your superpower figured out, put that in the chat so Manuel and I can see it.
Figuring that out as a first step and understand it with clarity when you give this information away, when you give it away to people and you do it in a way that they can actually improve an area of their lives, then that puts you on the path of eventually being able to ask something from these people. In the case of like, for example, somebody says here, Ian, credit repair and technology, beautiful, super powerful superpower, very important, right? If you don't have good credit score, it really does limit your ability to actually acquire and find opportunities and finance things and avoid tough economic situations like the ones that we're at right now, right? Raising capital is a superpower, etc. Helping others with learning the truth about money and achieving financial freedom. Absolutely. Very important, Brianna, for sure. Chiropractic and healing. Wow, super important. Superpower, right? Even in the product-based businesses, for example, a beauty line, usually the founder or the brand itself has knowledge about how to make skin glow better naturally, of how to avoid aging, of how to eliminate wrinkles, of how that is a superpower. Anything that we do in the game of business, in the game of servicing other human beings, is positively impacting the life of somebody else. Any business is going to grow in direct proportion to its ability to impact the life of somebody else. As simple as that. If you sell services, but then you don't really deliver value, your business will not grow. It doesn't matter what happens, you will not grow. You can be the genius, greatest marketer in the world. If your service is not really exchanging for value, it's all going to fall apart. Sooner or later, you might get a boom of some kind of like scam. Like I watched the movie the other day, The Wolf of Wall Street. He was able to sell a lot, right? Jordan Belfort was able to sell to a lot of people the penny stocks and a lot of like garbage companies that really were not really performing well. What happened to the guy? He ended up in prison. Company fell apart. And now we have a book and a movie about his story. And he's, by the way, he's leveraging that because that made him famous. He's making money now on the back of his name being lifted because of how big of a fraud he was, right? Which is crazy, but that goes to explain the quote, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Even bad publicity is good publicity, right? So
he knows his superpower, Manuel.
He definitely knows his superpower, right? So you got to have that very crystal clear. A lot of you are having conversations in your dining room and your parties and your barbecue sessions and at work with your friends, etc. This is one thing that you're passionate about, which I'm not going to talk about it too deep about right now, but really believing in what you have is very, very important, right? Really, really believing that if you get this message in front of people, if you sell these services to people, people will actually be better because of you. So that gives you a responsibility. I feel responsibility over my customers. I really feel responsibility because I do know that I have something better to give them than whatever somebody else is giving them. And because of that, I want to reach them before somebody else does. It's a viewpoint, right? Of having that clarity of like how you help people. A lot of you already had that clarity. And if you do, you want to keep on diving deep into it. I actually have notes on my phone consistently when I really have another epiphany about how I'm able to impact the life of somebody or help somebody or influence somebody some way, shape, or form. And I keep on solidifying that superpower, all right? We can definitely go down the rabbit hole and talk about, and I can definitely connect my phone and show you guys what I'm doing with artificial intelligence. I don't know how much time we have because I definitely can talk to you for 17 hours or so.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes left, guys. And I guess let's see in the comments. Well, would you guys want to dive into artificial intelligence next, or do you want to hear the rest of Manuel's 7 marketing points?
While they answer that, I'm going to rapid fire the 7 points. All right. I'm just going to rapid fire them and then we'll see what they say. So have your superpower in place. This is exactly my formula to my hundreds of millions of dollars expansion and where I'm at today. Right. I found my superpower. What do I do with it? I obsessively communicate about it. Number 2, obsessively communicate about it. Now I take that superpower and I go to Facebook and I go to Instagram and I go to YouTube and I go to TikTok and I go to text messages and emails and I go over my entire database of contacts and I just communicate about that superpower. I don't care what people feel. about it or what they think about it. I don't care if they feel that I'm communicating too much. That is not my concern. I have a policy in this company that says block or buy. Either you block me or you buy something from me. Until then, I'm going to keep on going and going and going until you make one of those decisions. You block me because you're sick and tired of it, or you buy something from me. Period. I have an obligation to get my message out to you. So you have to obsessively communicate about your superpower. If somebody doesn't want to get your communication, unsubscribe, stop, block them, do whatever you got to do. But don't ever stop communicating, no matter what other people think about you. Doesn't matter if it's your wife, your husband, your sister, your neighbor, your employees, your employer. You don't really pay attention to any of that because that's just stopping you. And it's coming from a person that they themselves have an attitude that is not the one that you want to have. All right. So obsessively communicate about it. Now, what do you communicate exactly? That's number 3. Provide enormous value. You want to take the information that you have, your value, that is going to make the life of somebody else better, and you want to provide it to them. When everybody else tells you should be selling it, you should be giving it away for free. And if you want to give away some more advanced trainings, you want to sell something more advanced because you have digital programs, etc., great. But remember, people are going to buy those programs from you when you already have given them enough value that they want that next level of engagement with you. The difference between the free content in social media and the paid content is your roadmap. The paid content is the A, B, C, X, Y, Z. This is your map. This is what you do now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The steps to actually accomplish success. Social media is all over the place. So you want to give value until people pay attention and you say, hey, you want to join my program. Provide enormous value. Number 4, building audience of people. Why is this important? Because social media is flimsy. The algorithms determine whether they show your post to people or not. You are not in control. They are. Of course, the better your content, the more value they're going to give you back. They're going to spread that message everywhere, right? The more strategic you get about going viral, the more you get actually distribution across social media channels. But in the end, they control that. And I like to control my own destiny. So you want to build audiences of people. So what you do is with these people that you're actually accumulating, you're getting video watchers, you're getting engagement, you're getting social media followers, Instagram followers, Facebook followers, YouTube subscribers, you're doing all that stuff. Then you're going to move into step 5, which is you're going to build your central files. You're going to build your CRM. You have to acquire phone numbers and emails. No business will sustain itself unless it has a never-ending, always growing list of prospects coming into it. You want to have an email list that's growing, that's actually taken care of, in which you communicate to it daily. And you want to have a phone number list that you can text message and call and voicemail drop consistently. Social media is your nest to acquire these people. If you give value away, you now position another message and you say, hey, I put together this free resource, this mini course, this contest, this giveaway, whatever you do to bring people into your world in exchange for a phone number and an email. You give people a phone number and an email as the only request, and you bring them into your world, and now you're building a real business. The value of your business will skyrocket if you have a never-ending, always growing list of prospects coming into your world. It's not about the quality, it's about the quantity. So you want to focus on quantity of people coming into your world, and the quality will be found along the way. I promise you that. Number 6, we're almost there. Irresistible offers, right? You want to now create offers. Do you know how many influencers out there have attention and they have traveled this journey of 5 steps to the point that they have now audiences of millions of people, but they're still broke and they're not really able to monetize it because they don't have irresistible offers put together to present to their audiences, to introduce them to how else they can help them. So you got to put that together. And there's many ways to do that. You got to create an offer that people have nightmares about missing. And that's part of what this process looks like. You got to create an offer that you have to yourself be nervous about it, because you feel you're giving too much value. If you don't feel you're giving excessive value, the offer is not good enough in this environment. You want to create offers that are like giving some of your most important assets. They're giving away your time. Some of my best offers include one-on-one sessions with me because my time is my most valuable asset. So no matter what, you got to have something that you feel, that's going to make me lose sleep, but I got to do it. So if you really want to build a business, right, this has to be something that is an immediate part of the process as soon as you have audiences built in, and you got to try them. Sometimes you got to try several offers. And now number 7, this is the exact journey, right? We actually, I do break this down in detail in my book. So keep an eye out for it. We have a pre-sale going on right now of the book, but it's only the digital copy, and you can search for Marketing Magic in the Amazon store. You'll see it there. But this is going to be detailed and broken down every single step exactly in a practical way how you execute on that. Number 7, you're going to exchange these offers for money, right? You're going to put these people into your world, and you're going to introduce these offers to people that are now consuming your content. So you see how this formula over here, 1 through 7, is not direct response marketing. Direct response marketing is old school marketing. Old school marketing is not as powerful as it was 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. Because right now, you want to build audiences of people because there's so many people out there trying to create content for them that you got to stand out for the value and for this exact journey. So now people can listen to you. We have people calling us every day, thousands of them, to our Natural Sim offices with credit cards in their hands, trying to give us money because we've given them an enormous amount of value. Still today, this is the exact phenomenon, even 2 years after my father passed, that has built this company, this exact same 7 steps. All right, Jerry, what do we got? 2 minutes
Well,
left?
that was amazing. We have 3 minutes left before we go on lunch here. What is something you can blow our minds with on AI really quick? It's come up several times today. I've been using it more. I see you're really grabbing it by the horns. What is the one you're like, this has to be known?
Oh my God. Guys, either jump on board, be left behind, and see everybody build wealth while you are like doing the same old thing. All right. I'm telling you, 3 major things in the world have shaped and will continue to shape the economy of this planet. The first thing is called the internet. The second thing is called social media. If you take out those 2 things, imagine for 1 second, close your eyes and think about a world without internet and without social media in the middle of COVID-19 2020. Wow.
I think that was called the Black Plague.
Imagine what would have happened to the economy of this planet. The reason that we are still here today with booming businesses and with a somewhat economy that has a lot of doubts, of course, but booming brands. I know millionaires are being made every single day. It's called the internet and social media. That third thing is called artificial intelligence. These 3 things will continue to shape the world for the next several decades. So if you're already an expert in the internet, if you already have figured out social media platforms and you understand the power, you better jump on board the artificial intelligence opportunity. And I'm also going deep into this particular process. I'm not here to sell you anything, but if you guys are interested, you can definitely like try to connect and ask me, because this next week I'm launching a course that dives into brand building, business building with AI with 120 lessons. I'm going down that particular journey with you guys, but check this out. All right. So I'm going to do a quick example, just one example before we wrap up for the day. And I'm going to show you my phone. All right. So you see my phone now, Jerry, can they see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So there's an app called ChatGPT. They just launched the app 2 weeks ago. It's a brand new app. All right. This is the official app of OpenAI. All right. So don't use anything else. Just use this. All right. I want to give you one example because, again, we can be talking about this for 178,000 hours because there's so much to teach about it. You got to just learn something new every single day, a little bit more every day. But I'm going to give you one example because we're talking about learning, right? We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about if you haven't succeeded at the level that you want to succeed, all you got to figure out is how to succeed at that level, right? The reason why you haven't built $1 million business, you know why it is, Jerry?
Why is that?
Because you don't know how to build $1 million business, all right? Simple as that. If you
Yes.
have the energy to build a business, if you have the passion, if you have the drive, if you have the products and services that really people want from you, then the only reason that you have is that you don't know how to build $1 million business. As simple as that, right? So we have an ability now with artificial intelligence to learn at a much faster pace that is like not even comparable. I'm talking about thousands of times faster. And I'm going to show you how. The things that we need to learn to be able to build a business to $1 million, right? Let me give you one example, right? I'm going to go and do this live with you guys. I'm going to go to new chat right here and go to GPT-4 and check this out. Jerry, most of the audience here are entrepreneurs in the financial world.
So we're kind of all over the place with it, but everyone here has a specific interest in finance, building passive income, and achieving financial freedom through that.
Okay, great. So check this out, all right? So I'm in the GPT-4 model, and I'm inside the app, all right, which I highly recommend that you guys all download it. And I'm going to show you deep learning, all right? The word deep combined with learning. Any of you in the chat, comment and let me know if you recall, all right? Very important. If you recall the show called Doogie Howser. Do you recall Doogie Howser?
Who knows Doogie Howser?
Who knows Doogie Howser? Ian says absolutely, yes, etc. Right? So one of the things that the reason why Doogie was Doogie Howser, all right? The reason why he was this unique human being that really has this genius mind that nobody else had. I used to watch the show when I was a little kid. It's because he had a unique ability to learn. That's all it was. He wasn't superhuman. He was a super learner. He had this unique ability to learn at a much faster pace than anybody else. Well, gentlemen, ladies, you are now all in your own unique way, Doogie Howser capable. All right. So let's say that you want to learn about finances. What are the top 10 books? Top 10 best-selling financial and passive income books of all time. So the two subjects are very different. Let me just remove the passive income side of things. All right. Best-selling books, financial education books of all time. Let's say that I want to build a business around teaching people how to educate. I want to specifically books that talk about financial instruments and opportunity and investment opportunities. All right, so I do that right here. Okay, so it is warning me that the data set ends September 2021. All right, that's going to change soon. So now I have 10 books right here that are highly regarded in the financial education world, discussing financial instruments and investment opportunities. So I got 10 of them right here. Okay, great. Richest Man in Babylon, Rich Dad Poor Dad, a lot of these books you guys all aware of. The Essays of Warren Buffett. Wow. Okay, Warren Buffett is one of the most fascinating human beings on this planet, right? Financial expert. So can you dive into the top 10 takeaways from, apologize my typo. By the way, it will still understand my typos if I had them on from the number 9. Okay, so let's see. All right, so the Essays of Warren Buffett. All right, so let's deep learn right here with ChatGPT in just a minute, and let's see how it can make us better, because if it makes us better right now, we can make more money because we're going to be more knowledgeable. So now I'm going to take a little bit of Warren's mind. Long-term investment strategy. So Buffett emphasizes that a good investment strategy is to buy shares in good businesses and hold them for a long time. Okay, I knew that. Intrinsic value. He recommends investing in companies that are undervalued based on their intrinsic value. Quality over quantity. He advises buying stocks in high quality companies rather than trying to find a lot of okay stocks. His famous quote is, It's far better to buy a wonderful company at a fair price than a fair company at a wonderful price. Wow. Circle of competence. Buffett suggests investing in businesses you understand and can evaluate. Okay, that makes sense. The margin of safety principle. He insists on the principle of margin of safety, buying more or less. Debt is dangerous. Reinvestment, management integrity, importance of reading, patience. Okay, so I'm interested in number 5. Explain number 5. See what it says. Let's dive into number 5. It's a principle in investing that involves only buying securities when their market price is significantly below their estimated intrinsic value. This difference allows an investment to be made with minimal downside risk. Intrinsic value refers to what you believe is the real value of a company, taking into account all aspects and so on, right? So I know we're out of time at this point, guys, but just to give you an idea, I'm using this every day to make myself more valuable to my group, to my employees, to my clients, to myself, because I'm learning now at a very high level. So one thing that you can do is every single day, really just learn a new book, understand somebody else's thought process, understand the value that they put together on that book, and do this at a really, really, really fast pace. And this is literally not even the tip of the iceberg, guys, because it's one of those things that as you dive deep into that world, you're going to start to understand what you can do with it. We're actually right now building marketing strategies. We're understanding audience demographics with it. We're understanding how to service our public better. We're getting to know what are the most common pain points that people are having. Like if I ask it things, for example, the level of intelligence of this thing is like pretty incredible, and what it can do for you. But if you ask it things, for example, like you say, what are the top 10 pains or concerns businesses have when hiring and marketing a digital marketing agency? The more specific you get, the better responses you get. If you give it stupid questions, you get stupid answers. It's not going to make you a genius. It's going to make you a more efficient genius. It's not going to make you a superhuman. It's going to make you whatever human you are at a much more efficient level. All right. So just like that, I have, okay, high costs. Are you concerned about high costs? All right. Communication. Agencies are not communicating enough. Lack of customization. They don't personalize it for that particular brand. Understanding the business, transparency, quantifying results, expertise, long-term commitment, over-promising and under-delivering, turnover. So what do I do with this? I take these 10 points and I turn them into my sales script when I talk to somebody. And I know that these 10 things are the things that they're concerned about. So I actually take that particular protest that they have, that objection that they have, and I throw it at them before they actually get a chance to throw it at me. I take those 10 points and I position my marketing company as a company that really, really understands their potential frustrations and is showing them how we can actually solve it. And that's part of like what you can do with this technology. And again, I have officially introduced you to 0.001% of what you can do with this particular tool, right?
Manuel, thank you so much. That's been incredible. So I want to flow some power back at Manuel, guys, because he went into some very specific training here on AI. I posted the link for his book in the chat on Amazon. So grab that. If you got value from this just today, imagine reading his entire book. And then Manuel mentioned he's launching a course on branding, building your business using AI. What I want to encourage you guys on is get in contact with him. He started where most of us are starting or have been, right? He was brand new, learning social media, figuring out what his superpower was, trying to start a business. If you're a brand new entrepreneur, Manuel's done that, and he's going to be able to help you through that with his material. If you're high level, I mean, he's running $100 million brands and helping other multi-$100 million brands expand. He's able to help you with that too. But Manuel, thank you so much. This was super valuable today.
Thank you, Jerry. If any of you, if you don't mind, Jerry, I have a 2-hour training that I put together that is free on AI. I can share that with them if that's okay with you.
Yeah, let's throw that. Can you throw that in the general chat?
So it's easy to remember. I posted the link in there, but it's aicourse.ai. If you opt in there, you'll get instant access to a 2-hour training that I have in my big monitor here projector, in which I break down some of the power of this technology that you can use right now in a very practical way. So some of you were asking, what was I using? That is the new app. It's called ChatGPT. So ChatGPT has been around for a while now. They actually became broadly available to users in October of 2022. They are the fastest growing tool of all time. 100 million users came into the platform before the year was done. 100 million users, fastest growing platform. 2 weeks ago, a lot of people actually created like apps about it and connected with it. 2 weeks ago, they actually launched their actual ChatGPT iPhone and Android app. So if you guys want to download it, called ChatGPT, you got to make sure that it says by OpenAI. The company that actually created the technology is OpenAI, which, by the way, a fun fact about this is something that I go deep into in my course, is that the company was originally a 501c non-for-profit organization. And the first investor of that company was Elon Musk. And then shortly afterwards, they became an actual for-profit company. And now Microsoft invested $11 billion with a B in the last 4 months alone. They invested $11 billion on it. So now it's actually embedded as part of the this browser that nobody uses called Edge and Bing in Microsoft. But again, they are the ones that invested on this particular tool. And it is the first big real threat that Google has experienced, because it's changing the search game. It's changing everything. It absolutely is revolutionizing industries through and through. And if you feel that this doesn't applicable to you, think again, because it is applicable to every single one of you. And if you don't use it, there's going to be a competitor that does, and he's going to take you out of business. All right. That's the reality. So AIcourse.ai is how you access that free training. And as soon as I have the paid training, I will give you a notification and let you know that that's available, because that's more like 110 lessons of like business building, brand building, next level stuff. All right.
Awesome, guys. And guys, be sure you go follow Manuel. Find him on Instagram, find him on Facebook, find him on YouTube. Give him a follow, stay connected with his content. And I'm excited to see more of us using AI in our community here.
Amazing. Jerry, thank you for having me. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for being amazing people that are looking to make themselves better. Appreciate you guys very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Manuel.
All right.
Okay, guys. So we are going to wrap up for a quick lunch break. We are a little bit over time. I don't think anyone's even mad. That was fantastic training from Manuel there. So we're going to give everyone a 30-minute break. We have Ivan Ans coming on in 30 minutes. Okay. Ivan is going to be dropping some fire. It looks like Nicholas had a question on Manuel Suarez is his name. Manuel, I'll put it in the chat here. Manuel Suarez. Go ahead and check him out. Follow him. Awesome guy. But guys, we'll be back in 30 minutes. So grab some lunch. Do not miss the training from Ivan. Like, this is right after lunch. So the risk is you're going to sit on the couch, get comfortable, or you're going to have to walk the dog, or something will come up and you're late, or you don't come back. Don't let that happen. You're going to want for sure to be on this next one with Ivan. And then we'll have Chris Brown and Sean Wolf following up after that. So we'll go ahead and just put this on mute. We're going to leave everything up and we'll see you guys back here in a little bit. And then really quick, actually, before we get started here on our break, I just want to keep all of us summarized on links and things. So we gave you Manuel's link. We gave you the link for Steven's training on the infinite banking concept. The other link here that we have here is Artie Marin's book. So we had Artie on this morning. And so this is Artie's book that you can grab a copy of in the link as well. And just for those that didn't tune in, if you missed Artie, definitely get the book. If you saw Artie, definitely get the book. This is one of those things that you're going to want to deep dive on, especially, you know, if you're wanting to grow your business, if you're wanting to grow your investments, all the stuff he covered is going to be applicable, right? So the links are there. If you need help with any of this, if you feel like there's a lot of links and things happening, just text Bree. That's the stable rule today. Just text Bree. Bree will get you everything that you need. So guys, have a great lunch break. We'll see you back in about 30 minutes. All right. We got a couple minutes. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Let's see in the chat who's ready for round 2. Joel, Andrew, Mariah, everyone is still here, ready to roll. Ian, absolutely. Alexandra is still here. Catherine's still here. Awesome. I'm a food guy, so I want to know what you guys have for lunch. I had sushi and then Venezuelan food. Interesting combo, but it was definitely good. Catherine had fruit. Awesome. Ooh, Avery bringing the heat with the chicken, pesto, and penne. Annie's mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is good stuff. So Dave, there's a restaurant I went to down here in Tampa for my birthday. And they have like legitimate pasta. So they like make it like handmade right there. They bring it out to you in a cheese wheel and it's all, authentic and stuff. I grew up on Annie's mac and cheese, but not Annie's mac and cheese. It was the 99-cent generic box of mac and cheese at Walmart. So that's my standards for pasta. And I'll tell you what, man, my mind was blown when they brought this homemade, European authentic pasta out. Nicholas had sushi rolls also. Awesome. Me and Nick are sushi brothers here. All right, guys. So we're going to get things kicked off and started in a little bit here. We're going to play our next intro video. This next speaker is very special to me. I consider him a brother. We're going to bring on Mr. Ivan Ans in just a second. But first, we're going to play his teaser reel. And make sure you guys take notes on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and get this played, and then we're going to start Ivan off with his segment. All right, everyone. I want to welcome a very special friend of mine, Mr. Ivan Ans, our next speaker. Ivan and I have been working together for a couple of years now. Ivan, where are you presenting from in the world today?
Today I am from the territory of the wine of Latin America, Mendoza, Argentina.
That's awesome, Ivan. Well, thank you so much for jumping on today. So guys, same format we've had is Ivan's going to talk for maybe 20-30 minutes and go over some very important points that, he let me know what he was going to be covering. We did our live stream maybe 2-3 days ago. And I was telling a couple of my staff, I was like, I can't wait to listen to Ivan talk. Like, I'm personally that excited for what he's going to be covering. So take notes, make sure that you put your questions in the chat. So at the end, we can do a Q&A. And we can deep dive on some of the things you guys have questions on. But Ivan, I'm going to turn it over to you to take it away here.
Thank you, Jerry, and everybody. Thanks for being here. I am so happy that all of you took your time to spend on the weekend and learn knowledge that can take your life to a different level. And that's one of the purpose in life, right? Is to grow and to do better in life. So I was born as an entrepreneur. I will tell you that. I was, almost selling candies and different things when I was a kid. My background started when I was 7 years old, that I had my go-kart. And I will lease my go-kart to my neighbors, and I will sell them candy. So this is something to learn. I was using, when I was 7 years old, I learned the power of using leverage. Because my parents told me, Ivan, here is a gift for you. This is the go-kart. And now if you want to use it, you just need to generate the money for the gas. Otherwise, you cannot use it. So it forced the necessity level, the creative mindset on me to see how I can utilize that go-kart. So what I did was, okay, I need to find leverage here. So what is leverage on entrepreneurship? Is building a team around you and then having the finances to accomplish higher level of results. So I said, okay, I will actually get the guy that cuts the garden, the grass in my home, and I will get him to create a track for the go-kart in a land that is empty there on the side of my home. So I created that. And then on the second side, what I did is that I found a store that will finance me the candy. And then it will allow me to sell the candy for double of the money that I bought it for. So remember, if you want to become wealthy, you buy cheap, you sell expensive. So the main thing I did was, okay, I got these candies for 10 cents and I sold them for 20 cents. So I was using the leverage. And from there, what I realized is that I was, the entrepreneurial spirit was on me. But I was doing multiple things and I was like, diverting into multiple areas in life that I was feeling that it was just making money for money. It was, a business here, the go-kart. Then I created a radio show. Then I had a marketing company. Then I had a different company that was basically taking people and teaching them how to use 4x4 in the mountains. Different companies just to make money. And what I was receiving was all this cash, but was kind of an empty cash. And I had this empty space in my heart, and I didn't know what it was that was, that I was missing. So I was kind of feeling like, why, if I have the money to do the things that I want to do right now, I feel lack of freedom. So what is it that, if I have the money to do what I want to do, why I feel lack of freedom? It doesn't make sense for me. Why I feel an empty space in my heart? And what I found, doing my research and discovery and looking, because let me tell you that when you seek something to life and you continue seeking something from life, life will give you that. So once I was doing that, I realized that what I was missing was the most important piece of life that needed to be aligned with what I was doing, and that was purpose. I was doing activity, I was doing programs, I was producing plans, I was producing projects, I was doing kind of, different things, but it was without the purpose. The only purpose was making money. The only purpose really was to put more money into my pocket. That was the only purpose. And I realized, wait a minute, why I am doing everything that I am doing? And what is it that I want to do in my life? And guess what? When you ask you the questions, sometimes, and I will say the majority of times, you find your number one mentor in life, who is you. And I realized, okay, I need to start asking this question more. So I asked, what is my purpose? And what is my purpose? And what is my purpose? And I need to find this purpose. And I became kind of obsessive of wanting to find my life purpose. And I was 18 or 19 years old. And I started discovering more technology, methodologies of finding life purpose. And when I was around 25, I find a friend of mine that showed me some partial thing of what I will talk to you right now in the next few minutes. But it allowed me to have a system, not only for me, but for anybody to be able to discover their life purpose. And what is this life purpose? Because now, as you may study about me, you're talking with an 3 times Inc. 500 entrepreneur going with one company, already going into 3 companies Inc. 500, already have the plans. And in my family office in 2024, we should have 3 Inc. 500 companies, not one. But the main thing is that I came to the US, Jerry, after I discovered this life purpose. Everything boomed for me because I realized that I was now doing activities, but with the rocket ship in my back. And that rocket ship in my back was this life purpose. So I discovered at that time, when I was 25, I discovered that my life purpose was to design and enhance organizations for the improvement of humanity. So I was 25. I am almost 40 now. So imagine now my entire future nailed down, like became a track, like a highway, right? It gave me that highway. Anything that is outside of designing or enhancing organizations that improve humanity, then it's outside my life, basically, all my work life, right? So I went into that path, and the next thing that happened is that I continue evolving. And in 2000, when I was like 28 or so, I'm talking 12 years ago, I started discovering ways to helping people accomplish things that they will never accomplish if it wasn't by my help. But somehow I fall in love first to help people in the lower middle levels of society, because I was seeing and observing myself. And some of the things that you do when you develop organizations is you observe and observe and observe. And if you don't find the way to go yet, you continue observing. And then is when you can ask the questions to yourself, because you have more observation and you get more information to make better decisions. But on the line that we're going with the life purpose, Jerry, is that now I design this purpose and I say, okay, I love real estate, but why I love real estate? Well, because behind real estate is something very important for the world, and that is called the family unit. When the real estate has the power to stabilize the family unit, which when it is not stable, behind that you have problems on marriage, problems with kids' education, you have even suicides, when the family unit becomes unstable. So I realized, oh, there's all these people that they rent piece of real estate. And why they rent this piece of real estate is because something is not balanced in this capitalism world. And one day after that, discovering life purpose, I was taking a shower, Jerry, and shower has, I have done some research now. Like, it seems that in the Oriental world, there is this power that if you put water straight into your head and it comes, it brings some type of energy that otherwise you will not have, or something. There is some research I did, and I can send you the article later. But I was in the shower, and I normally like to take 2 showers at a time. Like, I take 2 showers because bright ideas comes to me. And there is some connection to water, which is pure life, And I realized this word came to me, philanthropy investors. Philanthropy investors. And I say, what are you trying to tell me? Yes, Ivan, it's not everything about money. It's exactly what you were expecting to receive. This is the right idea. Philanthropy investors is allowing the world to connect with life essentials and improve life at the same time that they get the oxygen, which is money, to improve their life. So it's a virtual circle. So in that sense, I go through the inspiration, Jerry, and I say, okay, I need to take this worldwide. And that's when I decided to move to the US. And I came to the US with $3,000 in my pocket because Argentina was not allowing to take money out of the country. And with the dream to create philanthropy investors for the world from the United States. And speaking maybe 20 words in English. So why someone that speaks 20 words in English in 2014 and comes with $3,000 in its pocket to the United States, why it can succeed? Well, I think that life purpose, it has a lot to do. And then being true to your life purpose. Because there is many things in life that will try to take you away of your life purpose. There is a lot of what they are called the bright stars, right? Or the little distractions in life. A lot of money opportunities can come in. But what about your life purpose? What is more important in your life? Living a life of purpose or living a life of a lot of money? What about if you as an entrepreneur can discover your life purpose, and then at that time also discover your business purpose that is aligned with your life purpose, not the other way around? So as an entrepreneur, what is the most important job that you will have? Well, making sure that you discover a life purpose and making sure that you create a team around you that their life purpose align with the purpose of the organization, and that in any area of capacity of the organization, they feel that they can perform and live very closer to the life purpose, if not the life purpose in your organization. So you become, as the CEO or entrepreneur, you need to be very aware of not only your purpose, your organization's purpose, but your people's purpose in the organization and in their life. Because if they're not doing well, if they're not happy, that means that it's because they are off their purpose in life. So because of all of that, in the US, I say, okay, I need to find a team around myself that will love this purpose of connecting the monies of humanity and the people with humanitarian causes, so they can grow together at the same time, their money and their purpose. I need to create a platform and a team that will be able to open back the opportunity for people to reconnect with life essentials, which is the areas of life that if we all improve before thinking on going to Mars, then we will have a better planet in the future. So that belongs to the entrepreneurs of the world. And yes, my friend, that belongs to you as a person in this planet. Because the level of responsibility that you take for different areas of the planet, it will, higher level of responsibility, it will increase absolutely at the same level, your level of happiness, which is another of, is your end purpose in this life on why you are doing what you are doing. So on a nutshell, Jerry, this life purpose took me to create Equity and Help, which is my housing philanthropy investing company in Florida. And with the creation of Equity and Help came the ability to create, allow investors to be the bank themselves, to bank on themselves, to replace that position. Basically, imagine, decentralized finance on the blockchain, which is the decentralization of finance using the blockchain technology. So now we have created with Equity and Help the decentralization of the mortgage industry, where every investor, every person in the world can be the bank to help a family in need that cannot acquire a home, but that can basically, pay for the home, but do not through traditional mortgage. And so we have now an operation across philanthropy investors that is very close to the 100 million that has been philanthropy invested from 16 countries of the world in different companies in Dubai, in the United States, and that's where the platform is going. So now that if you realize on the life purpose side, Jerry, most of these people that have done really, really well becoming a philanthropy investor with Equity and Help, they somehow in life have this purpose that is beyond money. The people that have succeeded with us. And we have this portfolio just on Equity and Help, which is $65 million now, producing 11.5% cap rate every year. At the same time that is helping families stabilize the family unit. Why all of this success happen and 3 times in 500 is because the purpose, look at the purpose of equity and help. The purpose of equity and help is to open the doors to families to be able to live in their own homes. And that's the purpose that started the company, and that's how it started. But then it has a higher purpose, which is to stabilize the family unit in society. So connect that to purpose with my purpose that I had when I was 25 years old, which is design and improve and enhance organizations that improve humanity. You see how my life purpose is always behind that. Then we take it to my other company, Philanthropy Investors, that now is not only helping families, but it's also changing water condition in the planet. And it's also preventing plastics going into the ocean. And it's also working with the huge goal that I always had, which is eradicating disease from the planet. And it's now doing it and allowing a platform for people to connect with that life essentials. So now, Philanthropy Investors' purpose is to shift the planet into a more positive direction, one life essential at a time. Now connected back to my life purpose. So what I needed to do, it arrived that I was like 35 years old, like 3 years ago, and I say, wait a minute, my life purpose was hitting on me, and I was feeling like a little bit of, I needed to reach for more. And I did again the exercise that I will, some special thing that I have for you guys. And I did, okay, I said, something that is not clicking in the life purpose anymore. So I reviewed that. And my new life purpose came to raise humanity's status quo. Now everything that I am doing is to raise humanity's status quo. It's not just design and improve organizations. So I upgraded my life purpose. What that means is that life, guys, is not a picture. Life is a video. And what is the difference between a picture and a video? A picture is fixed. You cannot be fixed to life. You cannot be fixed in the past. You cannot be rigid and upset about things of the past, because life is in the present and the future. And it's a flow. It's a video. It's like a flow. And you need to be willing to enjoy change, because the video changed. So what do you do when you are aligning, when you're living your life purpose? You can upgrade your life purpose. Now, you need to be supportive of your goals and true to your goals and your purpose in life. So you always upgrade your purpose. If you ever feel or see that you are downgrading your purpose, this is the thing. Look at whom you are talking to every single day. Look at the people that you have around. Why is it that you are downgrading your purpose? Who are you listening to? If you had this amazing dream as an enterprise, if you had this amazing dream in your life, who you created, and who is your number one mentor? You. So when you understand all of that, then you can have as many mechanics around. You can have as many creations around, because you see that the creations you are doing are being aligned with your life purpose. So what I want to share with you guys is that after creating Philanthropy Investors, I realized around, I don't know, 3, 4 years ago, I realized, okay, now I am in a position that I have all these enterprises. I am a hard believer that there is 2 types of positions that are very powerful in an organization, and the 2 positions need to be held very, very wisely and by the right people. And one is the founder or the dreamer of the organization versus the executor of the organization, who is the CEO. I call the founder, you know that we have the C-suite level, the COO, the CEO, the CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Chief. The founder needs to be protected because the activity that he does right now, you only will be seeing it, and you, as if you are working for another founder, if you are a founder, you're going to be seeing it in present time 3 or 4 years after the founder has done his C-suite job, which is the Chief Dreams Officer. Now, the founder or the entrepreneur that starts, remember, to entrepreneur comes from the region of the world that is from Spanish, that comes emprender, that means to start. To start means to plant the seed. Now, you need a team that will change the video, change the video to arrive to that picture 3 or 4 years from now, which is your dream. And it will only happen if that dream, it makes sense for humanity. If you create something that I call the totally opposite to your personal goals, to your personal dreams. Your personal dreams is like, you want to have a better car, you want to have a better house, you want to have a better vacation, you want to have all of that. Okay. So what about creating an impersonal dream? This impersonal dream is a dream for society. It's a dream for the planet. And that impersonal dream is what some team members and people that you will onboard into your company will buy and will move the video and change the video and change the video with your support until this becomes the picture that is a better condition for society because of your impersonal dream. And you can see many, many good entrepreneurs that if we didn't have that entrepreneurs existing and having that impersonal dream, we will never have the world that we have. So I want you to, because, you know, in the wealth world, and we are now in wealth dynamics, in the wealth world, you have multiple hats that you can learn about them in my books, in housing, philanthropy, investing. There is 6 investor hats, and you should go and learn them because they are valuable and Jerry can get you connected with it. But the hat that you should wear when you don't have a lot of assets, when you don't have cash sitting in a bank account, you know, like 500,000, 1 million, when you don't have that type of money, the most important investor hat that you should learn and become an expert is the entrepreneur. Because that's the one that with your most important asset, which is your intellectual property, implements and start executing with the right dream and your life purpose, then you create this enterprise that allows you to accumulate the assets for you to invest into different vehicles as the one that Wealth Dynamics can present to you. So that's basically the point. So in philanthropy investors, when I raised this upgraded the purpose, what happened is like, oh my gosh, I want to help some friends. I just had this dream to raise the humanity purpose, to raise humanity status quo. I need to expand something. I need to create. I thought, okay, I've been helping the middle low income class. What about if I manage to help the higher income people, the high net worth individual, so they can help better the lower income class? And that was my thought 3 years ago. And 3 or 4 years ago, and I say, in order to do something that big, I need something that is very important to have in life, which is experience and familiarity. Experience and familiarity to create the ideal scenes that you want to create. And I was looking and looking and looking. I said, I need this main executive and the creation of this centralized organization, which is called family office. And I need the most wise person that I can find to direct this and to help me. Because something that you need to be willing to do if you want to grow to higher levels in life in any area, you need to be willing and totally open to not only give massively, but to receive help. So you need to be able to let go of the ego and be willing to say, I want to surround myself around much more smart people than me. So searching and searching and searching, fantastically, I found Mr. Artie Maren, that you heard him talk today. And so we said, okay, sir, you are the chief of wisdom. I am the chief of dreams. So now you combine dreams with wisdom, you have an imparable force. Because wisdom brings intelligence, dreams brings the illusion of the future, that combining them both, you close the gap between the vision and the reality much faster and much smooth and with less headaches. Not only that Artie is like, is like my friend of 30 years old that I play every day, and it's like, I forget that he has 81, right? And I treat him like 30 because he has the energy like 30, as you saw today. But, the experience and familiarity of the wisdom you should value. And guys, from where I learned this, one of my companies that I have in Argentina is a Toyota dealership. And one of the main things that I got involved very early in my career was with Toyota. And the thing that I discovered from Toyota, which is an organization that has grown and grown and grown, there is no 1 year from Toyota that an organization, the statistics has gone down since 1955 till now. No 1 year with the statistics down since 1955. You know what they do? Number one, they never blame people. They always blame the lack of systems or the failures of systems or processes. That's number one. Sorry, that's number one. And number zero, which is before, they respect people. So something they do is, if you work for Toyota and you make it to 65 years old, you have a contract, you cannot retire. You should stay in the advisory board or being a consultant for the company. And when you go to events in Toyota, you will see people of 81, 85 years old being there and continue receiving cash from the company. Why is that? Well, because they protect the wisdom, because they understand the power of the dreams connected with the wisdom. So that's another piece that when I arrived to this level, which is now we're talking family office. Now we're talking, Artie always tell me, Ivan, when I thought that we made it to the very top of the world, you come with something that is even higher. And the reason for that is because to be able to raise humanity's status quo, whom status quo you need to raise first? Your status quo. And what do you need to do to raise your status quo? You need to be doing things as you're doing right now, participating, being in the right time, at the right place, in the right moment, with the right people, receiving the right knowledge, and applying that. So that's kind of in a nutshell, Jerry, in 30 minutes to be able to give you the story and my key tips for entrepreneurs that I want to share with your audience.
Awesome. Ivan, that's some pretty good nutshelling if I've ever heard it before. Thank you so much for that. That's amazing. So guys, we have 10, 15 minutes here before our next speaker gets on, and I want to make good time of this with Ivan. So if you have questions for Ivan, drop those in the chat. Ivan, I have a few of my questions of my own as we were going through this. So you mentioned that leverage is building a team around you and then having the finances to accomplish a higher level of results. You said you were how old when you first did this with the candy store and the go-kart?
7 years old.
7. Okay. And so you guys are tracking. This morning, I'm texting Ivan and he's telling me about this book, Think and Grow Rich. And admittedly, I've never read this book before. And Ivan was telling me about it. He's like, oh, you've got to check it out. And he's like, I think the first time I read it, I was 14. So that's the kind of guy we've got here with Ivan. But Ivan, for you at 7 years old, like what made that click with the leveraging? Obviously, you probably didn't call it that and think with it as clarified as you could tell us today, but as a 7-year-old, where did that come from, and what made you come up with that as far as resourcefulness and using those tools?
I believe that from observing and following my intuition of what I needed to do, because I felt that I wanted to use my Go card, and I wanted to, and basically this is very smart for parents to do with your kids. Just let them be entrepreneurs since they are a kid. Let them earn money since they are a kid, and to be able to accomplish their dreams. Support them, give them guidance, right? But allow them to create at their level and see what they come out with, and just be a coach for them. Don't be a doer for them, be a coach for them. Show them how to fish, not give them the fish. That's basically the whole idea. But I think it came from that, Jerry, from my intuition of following my, what I needed to do as the next step. And which is very important, that Artie also always talk in relation when you're going to execute the plan, is resource assessment. So you do what you need to do to accomplish your plan with the resources that you have. So if you have X resources, you need to be so creative to accomplish that goal and that dream, that picture with X resources. If you have X, Y, Z resources, then you can use that 3 resources to accomplish your goal. And that's basically the main factor, Jerry.
I love that. Now, we had a question that came up earlier, and Artie had wanted us to bring it up with you. Was we have a client, he was asking, he said, what are all of the different types of investments that Capitan's family office is investing in right now? And we don't need to deep dive because we'd be here for a while, but could you briefly just give us a summary of the kind of projects you're working on right now? And obviously the ones that are top secret, we'll leave top secret for today, but the ones you can tell us about?
Yeah, of course. So basically the family office is divided into, multiple divisions, but it has one division, which is the number one asset for the family office, which is the enterprises division. And that's the number one investment that we have right now, is our enterprises. And that enterprises, the majority of them, we seed them, but we also partner and invest with other of the companies, because basically enterprises is an asset, right? And if you know how to perceive, or what are the characteristics of the entrepreneur behind the chief dream officer that will succeed, then you know in which enterprise to invest. And it has a different division, which is the wealth division, which basically the most foundational thing you should have is a life insurance policy that acts as a bank, acts as a instead of a bank account, like a life insurance that acts as a bank. And then the ability to withdraw funds from there. So once you go to the wealth management division, it's all about going and looking at the different assets. So I have a platform, which is a platform that I designed and improved with a friend for the family office, that goes across 10 different type of assets. But I specialize myself, you do one at a time and you become good in one, and you get the hat, the activity very well laid out by you first. And once you do that, ideally you produce the money with the enterprises, you send it to your life insurance policy that acts as a bank, and then you take it back and you invest in companies, and you take it back and you invest. But the most important thing, Jerry, the most important investment is knowledge for you, my friend. Because in anything that you're going to invest, don't invest in anything if you don't have knowledge. That's what I can tell you. Like any area of investments, you can read the Housing Philanthropy Investing book. It gives 6 types of investor hats. You can specialize in one, and so on, and then take it from there, and do one that gives you that you feel that is aligned with your life purpose, that you feel that it gives you that energy what you're doing it, that is just more than that money, that oxygen. It's just that energy that's come from that purpose that is connected to that investor hat particularly. There are 6 investor hats. So you should learn them very, very deeply and so on. And then you can say, okay, I am going to decide this investor hat and I am going to specialize in this investor hat for the next 5 years. Good, I nail it, I have it, I am doing it, it's growing, etc. Good, I can add another investor hat. I have done the 6 investor hats in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that I love the most is the entrepreneur. Because it's the one that challenges you the most in life and aligns with one of the purposes for every single human being in this planet, in this life, which is raising your abilities. There is no human in this planet that miss or should miss that purpose in life, which is raising your abilities. The hat that raises your abilities the most of all investor hats, in my viewpoint, is the entrepreneur one, because it gets you to become so able in so many areas of areas of life, and groups and relations and finances and marketing and sales and human resources and quality control and expansion and how and international and law and establishment and conditions and statistics and multiple areas of life. The entrepreneur hat is the one that you should highly specialize.
That's awesome. Ivan, so I'm excited about the special offer that you have. Can I tell everyone?
Oh my gosh, yes, of course.
Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to share my screen on this one. So before I do this, I want to just paint the picture of, if you don't currently understand your life purpose, imagine what that's worth to you. I know this data. Ivan is the youngest family office founder in the world right now. Ivan, you said you founded your family office when you were, was it 26 or 27? 26,
yes.
Okay. And if you remember
it had a different name, my friend. It was called Organization I, and I switched the name to Capitans in 2020.
Okay. So Capitans was in 2020, but the family office itself was founded the year after Ivan just told us he found his life purpose at age 25. So this logo you see on the back of his screen, the companies he's investing in, the lives he's impacting. I was just at the Equity and Help office on Friday, helping a family invest in 3 homes. They're gonna produce passive income, but if the families that move into those homes each have 3 or 4 family members, that's 12 lives we've just improved, right? And that's exponential. And then they're going to improve lives because they're going to have better, interactions with people at school and doing different things and getting more results at work. So it's a ripple effect. But I want you to think about, how much is it worth to you to have your life purpose figured out, as far as the benefit and result that can create in your own life. So I want to share my screen here really quick. So this is a special offer that Ivan put together with his team, just for those of you on the webinar today. This is not something you can get elsewhere after. So this is actually a life purpose discovery assessment. Okay, so the life purpose discovery assessment, this basically helps you audit and understand what your life purpose is. And so it's going to take you through a step-by-step process. Ivan mentioned that he's gone through this exercise himself on multiple occasions to both identify, but also at future times to clarify his life purpose. And then once you've discovered that, you'll actually go through, like it says, a walkthrough with an advisor, discover what that purpose is and how do you integrate that in with your life. Now, this is for high net worth individuals. It's typically a $10,000 assessment. Ivan has a coupon code for Wealth Dynamics. If you go here and you type in the coupon code WDX, you can get this for $500 right now, which is obviously an amazing discount. You're saving over $9,500, but I only want you to think about the money. I want you to think about what are you going to do with that, right? We had just before lunch, we had Manuel Suarez talk about his very first step is understanding what is your superpower. And I think that your superpower is going to come from knowing what your life purpose is. For Manuel, it was marketing. For me, it's helping people with finances. For Ivan, it's improving the status quo of humanity in the world around him, right? Already talked about how when he first helped someone with a business consultation, it was on a napkin. He didn't even have the near tools that he has, the assessments and the different resources, but he knew his purpose in that moment. and he wanted to go pursue and follow that. And that's what he's done for the last 50 years. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this in the chat for anyone here that wants to get this, whether you're a client, not a client, it doesn't matter. If you're on the webinar today, on the arena event today, use the coupon code WDX, and that'll knock that down to $497 for you. So I want to put that in the chat. Ivan, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, okay. So I've been working on the foundation of Matrix Success International, which is a company that basically has the purpose to enhance lifestyle for people from all levels of life. So it's I fall in love because I fall in love on the company, because I fall in love with the executive team. And when I fall in love with the executive team and the chief dream officer, it's very difficult for me to say no to help them. Like, I think that the only thing is very difficult to say no for me is to help someone. And, you know, so the main thing is that, you know, it's a company that mostly the majority of clients, we have like 900 members. Who are at the low level tier of mastermind, which comes from the Napoleon Hill book, which is, you know, if you look at the Napoleon Hill movie, you will have there people in the movie as Grant Cardone. You will have people there as, you know,
the Kevin Harrington, right?
Kevin Harrington and you know, the JP Morgans of the world, like, you know, these top level people all will tell their story that they read this book in the very early time, and then from there they went on. So I was looking for a company. I told Artie, I want the mastermind company, because I know once I put the foundation there, as I like it, the delivery of the product that I want, then I can start flowing all these people to help them, the high net worth individuals that will then help the low level of society. And that's what is happening with Matrix. Actually, Matrix Success Internationally was founded like 3 or 4 years ago, or 5 years ago. And I found them like 1.5 years ago. And I say, I am going to, you know, become a shareholder on the company, and I am going to improve them a lot. And one of the things that I gave them was this, because it's a, you know, it has all levels of people there, up to 100,000 a year mastermind for all levels of people there. But I say, okay, we need to help people to discover their life purpose. And so we have that into the Matrix now. And it's, you know, like the blue pill, the red pill, you know, the Matrix is from the movie is like taking the right pill for you, you know, that will take you to that level, other level. And so that's that. And Jerry, I want to also give another gift for your audience.
Oh, awesome.
Which is anybody that in the month of June joins the Equity and Help program with the Housing Philanthropy Investing. I want to give them the opportunity to open the account in the company and start exploring the service. Instead of with the $1,000 opening form, just do it with the $500 also. So it can be opportunity for all these people that came here, you know, to have some benefit, because you guys are spending your weekend and your time is valuable for you guys. And it's just something that I want to put there for your audience, Jerry.
Awesome, guys. And so to clarify that one, when you invest with Equity and Help, the initial is $1,000 deposit into the escrow account. And that basically starts your exploration journey with Equity and Help. So Ivan is saying that you'll be able to do that for $500 rather than $1,000. And it's a phenomenal program. Ivan, I have one more random question for you about investing. And so we have this idea in the finance world of diversification, and we hear the average millionaire has 7 income streams. And so with you, what is your approach to diversifying versus focusing on 1 or 2 things till you're really good at them? And then when would you add those other streams later?
Okay, I will add, as I told you before, I will add different areas, because if you have an entrepreneurial spirit, it's very difficult really to stop the entrepreneurial spirit and to don't remember what the entrepreneur word comes from, to start. It doesn't say to complete, it says to start. So you need to be very aware of that. And so I will focus on taking the actual venture to the level that requires less hours from you to sustain and expand, and see, you know, observe your universe, your life, and see if any opportunities that come fits with your life purpose and how it fits with your life purpose. And then be willing to let go of the baby. That means that you need to trust other people to run that baby that now is a young guy. And you need to trust them with the finances and with the decisions, with managing the bank accounts. Because if you want to be a serial entrepreneur, which is what I am, which is different than entrepreneur, you need to be doing different things that an entrepreneur don't need to do, because an entrepreneur is running just one company, one organization. So a serial entrepreneur needs a totally, completely different viewpoint. Basically, you need to be thinking all day, how do I make so this organization don't need me? How do I make so this organization grow and don't need me? How do I make it so this organization grow and don't need me? Well, it grows beyond you, because there is organizations, Jerry, that have last 100 years, 100+ years. So you have two types of entrepreneurs. You have the legacy entrepreneur and you have the exit entrepreneur. So you also need to define what that organization is for you. It's an organization that you're going to exit and you're creating it and you like the purpose, but it's not going to stick with you for a long time because you just want to boom it and 10x your net worth, or it's a purpose that you really love, that aligns with your life purpose, and you never want to sell that organization and is part of your legacy entrepreneurship. This is decisions you need to make with each enterprise.
I love that. That's awesome. Ivan, we just had the first person enroll in the Matrix. He said it's his birthday today. He's 49. It's time that he figures out his life purpose. That's awesome, Joe. Happy birthday, by the way. What a day to make that investment.
Happy birthday,
so guys,
Joe. And you know what, Joe? Shoot me an email and I will make sure that we gift you because it's your birthday, that we gift you the life audit also, beyond the life purpose, which is another tool that we have in Matrix.
Awesome, guys. Well, Ivan, we do have our next speaker here. So we need to wrap up on your segment. I wish we could continue on. It's been amazing. Thank you so much for the value you brought today. Guys, grab the life purpose exercise. That's all I can tell you. Ivan, anything before we wrap up on your side of things?
Embark business as a game, guys. So business and entrepreneurship is a game. So you know that you will have challenges to overcome. And when you see them there, just go over the challenge, try to just go with all your energy and overcome it. But if you cannot, just look for a different angle, go from a different angle, invite other team members to help you overcome the challenge. Just look for, because you as a being, you are much more powerful than any challenge in any business, because it's just a game. So you need to be willing to lose as you will need to be willing to win at the same time, and just overcome these challenges and go forward towards that impersonal dream for that business. Okay, guys, have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your Saturday night. And thank you for being here, and continue following Jerry with all the amazing things that he's doing. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ivan. So guys, our next speaker here, we're going to go ahead and pull his intro video up and then we'll introduce him. Chris Brown here is a close friend of mine, just phenomenal businessman, phenomenal executive. You guys may know him as clients as the CEO of Tax Hive. But Robert, let's go ahead and play Chris's video and then we'll get him pulled up and ready to start his segment. All right, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Chris Brown up here. Chris, how are you doing today?
Jerry, I'm doing great, man. It's great to be with you. Just got back from my daughter's lacrosse game, and now I get to spend some time with the people I love most, entrepreneurs, investors like you, and all the great people on here. So thanks for having me.
Hey, my pleasure. That sounds like a great Saturday. Well, Chris, we've kind of been going, 20, 30 minutes of your message, and then we want to save, 10 minutes or so at the end for live questions. But guys, before Chris gets started here, I really want to make sure, again, we keep the engagement high. If you have questions, put those in the chat, put those in the Q&A. Chris has a wealth of business knowledge. He's also a family man. He's a CEO. One trait that, you know, is for me is very admirable about Chris is he's got a very long track record, and the people that he started with tend to still be with him. And anytime I see that, I want to know, what is that person doing where he's attracting great people into his life and they're continually wanting to support what he's doing. So Chris, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you here to take things away today.
That's great. I really appreciate it, Jerry. And again, just super appreciative of you. You are a rock star. I'm amazed at everything you do, and just love our relationship. So thanks for giving me a few minutes here to just hopefully share some insight into my life and what I found success with, and hopefully point everybody in the right direction. I'm going to share my screen here, if that's okay, Jerry.
Go for it.
And get going, if that's all right. So just a little bit of background. I think the video hit a lot of it, but I just want everybody to kind of know who I am and where I'm coming from. I don't know that much of this matters as far as trying to make myself look like anything. I just want you to know where I'm coming from. I started in sales at 21 years old. I just started selling and I fell in love with it. And that led to me building and growing multiple sales organizations. The last one that I just got out of, we had 250 sales reps that I grew to over 100 million 3 years ago. We exited that and I launched this new endeavor, Tax Hive, with Kevin O'Leary. I wish I had time to tell you about how that whole thing went, but I don't, as fun as that story is, I don't know that that's the most value here. But Kevin is an actual partner with me at Tax Hive. I'm the CEO, and we've got to this point with Tax Hive where we're focusing on this niche of helping entrepreneurs like yourself save money on taxes, keep dollars in your business. And, you know, it's interesting to listen to Ivan kind of talk about your why. I'm an entrepreneur. Kevin, as all of you know, is an entrepreneur. And 3 years ago, this kind of idea came together. We're entrepreneurs, and I'm candidly not a tax guy. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a marketer. I'm a sales guy. And we recognize that there's this massive underserved segment that the big accounting firms wanted to help businesses that were doing 50 million, 100 million a year in revenue. And the small business segment was being underserved. Kevin's DNA runs through our business, and this idea of helping entrepreneurs succeed matters. And so when Kevin and I became partners, one of the things he told me is, Chris, I'm in and I want to help people with taxes, but I want a commitment out of you. And that is anytime you have a chance to help entrepreneurship in this country, that you'll be willing to take advantage of it. And that's why I'm here today. And that's the kind of DNA that runs through our business. And so we're grateful to spend some time together. What I wanted to start off with is just a story. Some of you may have heard this. It's, you know, from Napoleon Hill, and it's the 3 feet from gold idea. As successful as I've been, I've also had some really dark days, if I'm candid and honest with everybody, about wondering, man, are we going to make it in some of the businesses that we've run and some of the opportunities that I just felt like were such great opportunities, yet for whatever reason, we felt like we were coming up short. And this is a story that I've loved, that always helps me keep perspective as we move forward as entrepreneurs. So I want to share this quick story with you, a quick video with you. In fact, I'm going to stop 1 second because I didn't share my audio with you, and I'm going to need to do that. So let me share my audio with you first. And then from there, oh man, Jerry, for whatever reason, my Zoom's not coming up. Somebody bumped me out of Zoom by chance?
No, you're still in here. It looks like your camera shut off. Dave says nice mountains though in the background.
It's great. Like literally, oh, there we go. Everything got hidden on me. All right, I'm gonna share my screen again, but this time I'm gonna make sure that I share the audio with everybody. And I wanna share this video and get right to it if that's okay. Sorry for the little hang up there. All right, can you see my video all right, Jerry?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, let's rock and roll here then.
It could be the next meeting, the next turn, the next chance encounter. That really propelled me and pushed me through some of those dark moments. You're always potentially just 3 feet from gold.
There was a man named Darby who was caught by gold fever in 1850. He staked a claim and went to work. After weeks of labor, he was rewarded.
There's a lot more where this one came from. Now, we just need the right equipment to get it out the ground. Now, everybody who puts in will get an equal share out. Everybody.
The first ore was shipped to a smelter. The return showed promise that they had one of the richest mines in Colorado. A few more cars of that ore would clear the debts. Then would come the big killing and profits. Down went the pickaxes. Up went the hopes of Darby and his investors. Then something happened. The vein of gold ore disappeared. They persevered, desperately trying to pick up the vein again, but to no avail.
Had a good run, I guess. And then it ran clean out. Nothing but rock. Spent all we had in this equipment. Maybe somebody else could use it.
I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll give you $100 for the lot.
Okay.
Where was this? Get your mind out.
This particular junk man had an eye for opportunity. He called in a geologist to do a little calculating.
By my reckoning, this mine failed because that fella Darby was not familiar with fault lines. When the earth shifts, the vein can jut over a few feet.
A few.
3, maybe 4, 5 feet at the most.
That is exactly where it was found. The junk man took millions of dollars in ore from the mine because he knew enough to seek expert advice when encountering an unexpected obstacle. He struck gold just 3 feet from where Darby gave up. When Darby heard about the riches he might have earned had he not quit, he made the most powerful decision of his life. He promised himself to never quit again in his new line of work. As an insurance provider, he became one of a small group of fewer than 50 people who sold more than $1 million in life insurance annually. He recouped his losses and paid all his family and neighbors back the money they had invested. He also discovered that desire itself can be transmuted into gold.
So, I love this story, and I think so many of us in our business, there's so much opportunity, and oftentimes the obstacles or the resistance that we face stops us from really getting to where we can be. So sometimes it's in startup mode, or sometimes it's even when you're running a successful business, there's so much more opportunity out there, but we run into resistance and we don't quite get to where we could potentially get to. And I think this is a principle in life, not just in business, but in life. And so as I took some time preparing for this event and just kind of thinking, what would I like to share and what might impact each of you, I wanted to just share some of the blocking and tackling things that I feel have helped me as I've been blessed to learn from people like Kevin O'Leary and my other investors and partners and my own experience. What are the things that have helped us get through that final 3 feet? And candidly, I feel like we're always 3 feet away. We get a vein and we run with it, and other opportunities come, but it takes energy and it takes effort. And what is it that helps us get there? And so I want to talk through just 3 key principles that I feel have helped me out. And give you some real just insight behind the curtain as to what we're doing to succeed. Principle number one is to know your numbers. As an entrepreneur, if you don't know your numbers, nobody else will. And I'm a big believer that good information precedes good decision making. And as we work with thousands of business owners at Tax Hive, we see this happen all the time. It's really interesting. One of our CPAs came into my office the other day and was kind of dumbfounded and frustrated with the client. And he shared this example with me. He had a client who's in the construction industry, and the client was just kind of churning dollars. He wasn't really making money. He wasn't really getting to where he needed to get to. And he made the comment to our accountant that he needed to get rid of all of his jobs that were under a few $100,000. And he just needed to focus on the big jobs. And on the surface, that sounded like a great plan. But as our CPA dug into the numbers with the client, it actually became really apparent that the small jobs was where he was making all of his money, and he was absolutely losing his rear end on the bigger jobs. There's a lot of reasons. You could talk about bidding, you could talk about managing the jobs, whatever, but the point is this: he was on the cusp of willing to walk away, ready to walk away from everything that was making him money and focus on the areas that weren't, because he didn't have the right information. We've got to have the right information if we're going to make good decisions. As good of decision makers as we may think we are, we're only as good as the information that we have. One of the cruxes of being able to make good information, from my point of view, is having weekly reviews of your KPIs and your financials. It's not enough to look at this a couple times a year, but we have this process in our business where every single week, every single Monday, we sit down and we look at every number in the business. And there's transparency across our executive team. We have a group of about 10 of us, and we all know what's going on amongst each other's different organizations and areas, and we report on it every week. So number one, we see it so that we know where to focus our time and energy. But number two, there's accountability amongst our team. Now, one of the key issues, though, that I see people struggle with at times is having granularity to your KPIs. So I actually want to show you one of the reports that we cover every single week and walk through what I actually mean by this when I talk about granularity to your numbers. So this is a marketing report that our marketing team produces for me each and every week. And this is a snapshot of just one segment of our marketing. This is just some social media ad spend. So if you look there at the top, you'll see in this particular week, we spent $46,000 in advertising. And when we look at that, we break this up into different channels. We have Facebook, Google, website traffic, and YouTube. Well, why does this matter? A lot of people would just look at the overall. A lot of people that we see will just look at Facebook, and they'll see Facebook. If you look at this top line of Facebook, a $36,000 spend, a cost per lead of about $58, but out of the leads, 317 scheduled appointments, so a cost per appointment of about 114. This equated to a $2, what's called ROM, return on marketing. What this means in our companies, for every dollar that we spend on Facebook, we're getting $2 back. And a lot of companies will stop there. A lot of people that we see will stop there. The problem, though, is you look below that, every single one of those lines, that is a different campaign that we're running on Facebook. And you'll see we've got some campaigns that aren't doing too well, 51 cents per dollar spent. We're losing money. On the flip side, we've got one campaign making $4.48 on Facebook for every dollar that we put into it. So when you think about this type of granularity, this type of visibility into your business is just so critical and so important. Now, you might not be marketing on Facebook. You might have different products. You might have 8 different products that you're selling. Well, let's look at each product and let's understand what's going on with each product. You might be performing business in different parts of the country. Well, let's look at each part of the country. Let's look at each area. The bottom line is I want to encourage everybody, kind of first takeaway from today is to take a look at what numbers do you look at every week and every month. And then is there a way to break these down to get better and deeper visibility into what's happening inside of your business, into what's actually going on behind the numbers so that you can make decisions? Now, we won't shut off a campaign after one bad week. We know that that's bad. We've got to get enough money into a spend before we have enough information to make decisions. But after 4 or 5 weeks, if we see a campaign making a 50-cent return, we're going to shut that off and shift those dollars somewhere else. The way that we do this from a marketing side of things is we always have 2 or 3 campaigns that are our main campaigns, then we always are trying to beat them. And if we can start beating them consistently with the campaign, we'll drop one of those campaigns out and add a new campaign in. But it's this type of granularity that allows us to make good decisions. When we're 3 feet from gold, we know where to put our money, where to put our energy, where to put our effort to get us over the hump. The second thing that I wanted to talk about today that I see off in so many organizations is creating the proper motivation inside of your team. As an entrepreneur, we're motivated. As business owners, as investors, we're motivated. I'm going to let you in on a secret. If you haven't figured it out yet, nobody cares about your business as much as you do. And we wish that they did. We wish that people cared about and had the same just type of ownership that we have, but we don't. I was having a conversation with one of my partners about one of our accountants at tax time. And it was frustrating to him because the accountant wasn't putting in the extra hours that he was hoping he could get out of him to get all the tax work done that we have. And we came to the realization that he just isn't going to. He's not wired that way. But how do we get him to care? And it comes down to this idea of motivation. So there's a few key things that I found work for me in managing and motivating my team. Number one is to keep a scoreboard. Competition matters. Now, this isn't just in sales. In sales, this is easy, right? We can show each team member how they're performing, what their sales volume is. But even outside of this, when we think about our accountants, we're showing each accountant how many returns they turned out each week, how much time on average each return took, what the accuracy of their return is. We're keeping a scoreboard in front of everybody so that they understand, are they succeeding? Are they not succeeding? What are the best people in the organization doing so they have something to shoot for? Number two is we always make sure that we align pay with the desired behavior. Now, this is real simple on the sales side of things, right? We think commission on a sales side of things, and it's easy to keep a sales team aligned. Their commission is driven off of what they sell. But we put this throughout our entire organization. Tax advisors, tax preparers, and even our customer service agents are all in line with the behavior that we want. Their pay aligns with the behavior that we want. So I want to give you an example of what I mean by this. In our organization, with Kevin's input and Kevin's help, we like to have a lot of variable compensation. So we like to keep our base compensation low and motivate and drive off of variable compensation. So for example, our tax preparers get compensated off of the number of returns they get done, as well as the ratings that our clients give them. Our tax advisors who create plans for clients, they get compensated off of, again, the ratings of clients and the number of tax plans that they kick out each week. But let's talk about customer service. This one's a little trickier. You might have a customer service team. And you say, well, how do we motivate a customer service team? Well, what we want from our customer service team is we want them to help us fulfill the company vision, and we want them to help our clients do it in a way that clients are happy with. So we've come up with a couple things. We incentivize customer service off of the number of returns done and the number of plans created in the company. And they get a maximum bonus of X dollars per plan and per return. And then there's a way that they have to earn it. They have to earn it based on how they service our clients. Are they picking up the phones? Are clients happy? How quickly are they text messaging clients back? When an issue arises, how quickly is that issue resolved? We're able to measure all these things, and based on that, they get a percent of that pool, a percent of that bonus, based on how well they manage our team. Now, I want to kind of give one caution here. If I'm willing to pay a customer service agent $20 per hour to come work for me, and they can get that $20 an hour anywhere they go, if I have a lot of variable comp, they aren't going to want to come work for me unless that variable comp allows them to make more money. So in a world like ours, we might pay a base pay of $15 an hour, which is under the going rate for a customer service agent. But the reason our agents love it is we're not just willing to let them earn up to 20 bucks an hour if they perform. We're willing to let them earn 23, 24, 25, $28 an hour if they really perform for the company. It's the same thing with our preparers and with our advisors. So as we begin to think through aligning pay, aligning compensation with the behavior that we want, we have to be willing to pay a little bit more if we get the behavior. But I'll pay extra dollars all day long for somebody that's producing the output that I want as a business owner, because one of the areas that we lose so much money is in people that are non-productive. Another thought in proper motivation is we have to welcome input from our team members. We can sit at the top of the organization and we can run things like a dictator. I've tried that. It doesn't work very well. If we allow thoughts, ideas, feedback to come up from the team, all of a sudden their ownership is much, much, much better. And I'm a big believer in providing transparency. I'm going to show you a simple report. We have a report like this for every department. Regardless of your position, you're going to get a weekly report that shows you how you perform. And I want to show you just one report that we kick out for our sales team. Our sales team, every individual knows how they performed on the sales and how many clients they registered for one of our events, as well as how many phone calls they made in a week. It's a simple report. It doesn't take a lot, but they see themselves. They stand naked in front of the group, so to speak, every week and see exactly what they did and didn't do, so we can keep the motivation. The last principle that I just want to share with you is getting the right team members around you. Kevin is a big believer in being slow to hire and quick to fire. Hanging on to bad talent is something that costs us a lot of money. There's a website I'm going to share with you called findmojo.com. It's a really interesting site. We've had all of our employees go there. We've seen these skill-based websites that tell us what our team's skills are. This tells us what their motivation is, what drives them. It's really amazing as a manager, as an owner of a business, to see what motivates your team. There are hundreds of different things, and we think money motivates, but money oftentimes isn't the motivator. I would tell you to go there, take a quiz yourself, see what motivates you, then perhaps go use your team to do it. A diversified skill set. I've got people around me that do things way better than I do, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I've got the right people on the bus. And lastly is recruit through employees. As we recruit through our employees, my best employees have always produced my best hires. It's a great way to get there. Now, I'm a tax guy. That's a peek at our business. I want to give you 2 quick hits to save money on taxes, though. 2 quick hits to actually keep money in your pocket. Then we'll get to some questions. I know I'm running a little short on time. I don't want Jerry to shoot me here. So let's quickly hit 2 quick things on tax savings. All of you, if you own a business, you should be looking at a rule called Rule 280A. This rule allows me to rent my home for up to 14 days per year and not pay taxes on that income. But here's the wrinkle that makes this one fun. Renting it on VRBO isn't going to save you a lot of money or make you a lot of money, but you can rent it to your business. So my business can rent my home up to 14 days a year for specific business purposes, for board meetings, for marketing retreats. Me and my spouse can have meetings at our home if we're documented, and they have to be in line with the going rate. Well, why does this matter so much? This is a real client, Chris from Washington. In his plan that we put together with him, we recommended renting his home for board meetings. We use a website called peerspace.com to justify the rental rates. You don't want to use VRBO. You're not renting a VRBO, you're renting a boardroom. So you use peerspace.com to get boardroom rates. This is able to justify $1,600 per day. So what does this do? This one strategy for Chris, 12 meetings a year, renting his home to his business at $1,600 a day, using the information on peerspace.com, creates a $19,200 tax deduction every year like clockwork. It's one simple strategy that most business owners aren't using. Rule 280A, the Augusta rule, it's a $19,000 tax deduction. Maybe you're in an area where you can justify more than $1,600 a day for a boardroom, but that's a number that we've seen work really well in just about everywhere in the country. Alaska, maybe not quite there, but most other places. So here's a simple, quick hit for each of you to implement to save money. If you're making over $250,000 a year, there's a great strategy called the conservation easement. It's a bizarre strategy. We all know if I donate to a charitable organization, I can write that off. But if I donate using strategies like mineral deposits, real estate loan donations, and art grants, the law tells me that I can potentially get $4, $5, or $6 in deductions for every dollar that I contribute. So just hear that one more time. Instead of donating $1 and getting $1 written off, I donate $1 and I get $4, $5, or $6 written off. So here's how the strategy really works. Sean from Texas, we were able to create a $200,000 tax deductions. He contributed $40,000 to the charity, so he didn't contribute $200,000. Contributed $40,000 to the charity. That created a $55,000 tax savings, which kept $15,000 in his pocket. So just listen to how this worked out. That wasn't $40,000 from his bottom line. This was 40 grand. He was already paying the IRS. Contributes it to a charity. Now he saves $55,000 in taxes. It gives him $15,000 net to the bottom line. And what can he do with that? He can go invest that money with Jerry. All of a sudden, there's more money because more money's in the business. We're not talking about taking a $40,000 off the bottom line. We're $40,000 already going to the IRS, contribute it through a conservation easement, keep an extra $15,000 net profit to the bottom line that he can now use to grow, to invest, to do all the incredible things that Jerry talks about. So a couple quick hits. I didn't want to make this about taxes, but I felt like I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't share it. Because you're on here today, because of our relationship with Jerry and how much we love him, one thing that we do want to offer is if anybody wants to have a free consultation with our team to talk about how can you save money in taxes, we're willing to offer a free strategy session. All you got to do is scan the code or go to taxhive.com/WD for Wealth Dynamics, and we will have a free consult with you. No obligation. We'd love to point you in the right direction and help you save money in taxes at the end of the day. So, Jerry, I know I went hard and fast, and that's a lot. And I went a few minutes over what I told you, but I'd love to take any questions that we have or hit me with anything you have that you think I missed.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Thank you for that. So we've got a couple questions in the chat that I want to hit first. So we have a question from Peter. Peter asks, is it true that if I refinance the equity out of my house to invest, that I can have the equity tax-free?
Yeah, the answer to that is 100%, because again, this is a loan, this isn't income. So when you refinance your house, you're creating a loan, you're creating something that you have to pay back. So because of that, you're not creating a taxable event. Now, and I will tell you one thing here about this though, just a kind of a general business rule. Whenever we're loaning money into investments, let's make sure that we record those as loans in our books. So the situation where you take the money out of your home won't create a taxable situation. But if you went and put that into your business or into an investment, you got to make sure on your books that you log that as a debt that needs to be repaid. We've seen people on occasion mark that as income in their books. And then when we go to do their taxes, we assume it's income because they logged it inappropriately. It creates a mess where we're paying taxes. But the rule is, you're absolutely right. It's a loan. You do not need to pay taxes on it.
Awesome. Very cool. And guys, that's very similar to the concept with the sacred account. That's one of the reasons why the life insurance is tax-free, is you're borrowing, you're not actually creating a taxable event there. So Chris, one of the things that I wanted to ask you, so we've got kind of a mix today on the call of business owners and entrepreneurs. If I'm watching this as a business owner, this all clicks. If I'm watching this as an employee that's working for a business owner, I asked a similar question to Artie Marin earlier today. What are your recommendations to a very solid employee on how they can move up in an organization and how they can increase their income? What should they be looking at to grow in a role like that?
So I'm gonna sidestep your question, but then I promise I'm gonna answer it if that's okay.
Yeah.
I think number one, if anybody on here who has a W-2 job, I would tell you to get a side hustle going. It doesn't have to be everything, but the reason is the tax code opens up so much if you have a business. And so that's how I started. I was an employee before I had my own business. And so I would tell you, get some type of side hustle going, because it's going to enable you to save a lot of money on taxes and keep more money in your pocket. So that's one side. Even if you're not an entrepreneur, get a side hustle going to keep more money in your pocket from a tax standpoint. As far as moving up in the company, though, I think I'll come back to kind of what we talked about in the slide deck. I want people that I see that are going to take ownership. And so I do all these things I can inside of my business to try to facilitate artificial ownership, meaning I'm going to incentivize. But the people that move up inside of my organization are always people that I see take ownership and take the initiative. If I see somebody taking ownership and taking the initiative, they're going to move up. I'll give you just a quick example. Tax time, we have higher end tax preparers who review every return before we send them off to a client. And we had a couple of them going. One of them at tax time, it's super busy. He didn't care how much work he did or didn't get done. He didn't care if there was an issue or not an issue. That wasn't his problem. That was mine. And he did a good job in his role, but he was only going to do his role. On the flip side, we had another individual. This individual, every time he found an area that he thought we could be more efficient, he wasn't coming and complaining, but he's saying, hey, Chris, I have an idea. If we tweak this just a little bit, we could be more efficient, we could be more productive, and I could get more work done for you. Wasn't asking for more money, wasn't asking for anything. He was just helping the process. Well, we had a manager quit and move on. I shouldn't say quit, actually move on to opening up their own firm, which is great. Well, guess which one of the two I'm going to move up inside the organization? I'm going to move the individual up that took the ownership. So if there's just one simple thing I could say is show some ownership, show that you care about the business, show that you have my back as the owner. When I see that and I feel that, I'm going to look to give you more ownership and more opportunity in the company.
I absolutely love that. And Nick Bracey, actually, he just commented, he said he's a W-2 employee and he's done exactly what you just described. He's seen a $20,000 increase in his income that he's saying is directly proportionate to the fact that he took an ownership mindset.
And I'll say, Nick, kudos to you. If I'm the business owner, I'm actually happy to pay you that 20 grand. And it might sound funny. I want those kinds of people in my organization because, Nick, you're worth every penny that I'm going to pay you, that extra money. And not only that, but if I see you doing it and I reward you accordingly, guess what happens inside of my organization? Other people want to be like Nick because other people see that it gets recognized inside the organization. So, Nick, kudos to you. Good job, man.
I love that. So, Chris, one of the things that I wanted to hit, we had earlier today, we had Manuel Suarez on, who's very into artificial intelligence. This came up a little bit this morning in our talk with Artie. You guys have kind of, in my world, led the way with your tax planning software. AI just really became kind of commercially popular in the last 6 months or so. But you guys really stepped in through the TaxHive software. Can you talk a little bit about how you've leveraged technology for the benefit of my clients and your clients with the tax code and with the AI and the technology you have there?
For sure. And we'll see how good this technology eventually gets. But looking in our world, the tax code is so robust. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of pages of tax code. And when you think about how much there is there, nobody understands it all. There isn't anybody that knows every piece of every ounce of information inside of the tax code. There's people that are really good, but man, there is just so much there. And so the way that TaxHive is harnessed, so to speak, artificial intelligence and tech is we have software that we input all sorts of information into. That software then understands the tax code, and that software generates all sorts of potential tax savings opportunities. Now, where we meld with it to kind of seamlessly is it then takes an expert knowing and understanding a client's situation to come into that and unpack it and put the actual plan together, talk to a client, make sure that we get it right. But because of that tech, we're getting deeper into the tax code than we ever have before, because that tech is serving up on a silver platter kind of the menu for our team to pick and choose from to put together a customized tax plan.
Amazing. And guys, if you're a client, some of you guys have actually seen these tax plans. I had one that you guys did with a client of mine in Texas where the tax savings, I want to clarify the savings, not the deductions. The savings were $70,000 that they're saving on their tax bill. Ivan was just on. That's enough money to invest in a property with equity and help just from tax savings. So I love that. So guys, if you want to grab a free consultation with Chris's team, use the QR code here. That's something that you're able to schedule this week. They typically will get in touch with you in 2 or 3 days. You're probably on a call with them Monday or Tuesday. This is tax planning season. Tax filing season just ended. They didn't teach us money in school. One of the things they should have taught is that tax filing season is springtime. After springtime is tax planning season. And we don't want to skip that. That's a huge opportunity the next 6 months to lower your taxes. So Chris, do you have anything you want to wrap up with before we close out for your segment today?
I wasn't going to say this, but since you said, I might just piggyback onto it. It's so interesting. If we're going to save money on taxes, we can't do it in the rearview mirror. So often the mindset is you dump receipts on an accountant's desk at the end of the year. And I'm going to tell you, as good as our team is, we're not going to find that 70K in savings that Jerry just talked about. That's how you do it. It's kind of bizarre to think about this for a lot of you, I know, but we're already at halftime of this year. Half of the game has already been played. And so half of our opportunity to save money in taxes is already gone. Right now truly is the time to save money on taxes. And I'll share this number with you, Jerry. We did an audit of our tax plans last year. I wanted to see how our team did. On average, we found over $40,000 in real savings to clients if they implement the plan. I mean, the opportunity is huge. The code's written to incentivize business owners. So with us or with somebody else, take advantage of it, because these dollars, listen, the reason the government's letting you keep these dollars is because they believe as entrepreneurs you do good with it. You're not going to go blow it on a new car, most of you. What are you going to do? You're going to do what Jerry's talking about. You're going to turn those dollars into more dollars, which then fuels the economy and keeps things going. So take advantage of the code, get on it right now, and keep following Jerry. I don't know if any of you haven't followed Jerry on social media, make sure you do. He drops more knowledge than anybody I know. So Jerry, I appreciate you. I appreciate the time. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. Guys, so that is Chris Brown. We've got our final speaker coming up here. So we're going to go ahead and put on his highlight reel here before we get Mr. Sean Wolf started up. Robert, can you go ahead and play that video? All right, guys. So I want to go ahead and introduce our next speaker here, Mr. Sean Wolf. So Sean is somebody that I have actually known since I was in high school. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up here on Spotlight. So I did my very first bodybuilding show in 2010, I think. It was the Mr. Anchorage competition. And I remember, 16, 15 years old, I did all the stuff I knew how to do, which wasn't a lot, but I did all of those things. And I walk out on stage and I see Sean, and I was blown away at him. And not only from a standpoint of how he looked on stage and how he came in with his prep, but his attitude, his mindset, the level of humility that he had. I could tell he was a hard worker. He's somebody that walks the walk. So when he told me he would speak today, I was so excited to have him here today. I want to introduce Sean here. Sean, how are you doing today?
Doing good. How are you doing, Jerry?
I'm doing fantastic. Hey, thanks for making some time for us this Saturday. I'm excited to have you here.
Most definitely, especially when you asked, man. I know there's been a couple times I wasn't able due to other trips and stuff, but I found it in my schedule. Excuse my voice, I'm getting over a cold, but I found it in my schedule to make time to make sure I had time for you today, man.
Awesome, Sean. Thank you so much for that. Well, the first thing I want to do is just kind of turn it over to you to talk about kind of your story of who you are and what you've been able to build. And for those of you that don't know Sean yet, Sean is a military veteran. He's a world champion bodybuilder. You know, he's a very successful businessman, but he's also a mentor to a lot of people in an area that is vital to all of us, which is our physical health and fitness. You know, there's a quote that I got from a billionaire back in 2015, and he said, if you don't take care of your body, where will you live? And that's something that stuck with me. So Sean, I want to give it over to you for the next, 20, 30 minutes here. And then I want to leave this open for questions in the last 10, 15 for people. But guys, there's so much you can learn from Sean. So leave your questions in the chat. And you can think with business stuff. He's also a family man, fitness stuff. There's a lot of things Sean has got knowledge on today.
Hey, thanks, Jerry, for having me today. Thanks everybody for joining in. First of all, as Jerry said, I'm Sean. I'm a 21, almost 22-year veteran of the Air Force. I retired out of Alaska, where I met Jerry when he was only 16 years old. I used to actually train with Jerry and when he would come to the gym with us. From the military, I retired. I actually was doing my own business thing before I retired. So I started Wolf for Life Training and Nutrition probably around, officially around 2006 and 2007, but I didn't want to launch my website or anything like that until I retired from the Air Force, because I wanted to make sure I was serving my country to the fullest before I did this. So I would only just help people on the side. But from launching my business, from Wolf for Life Training and Nutrition, I haven't had a single job besides this since. That means I honestly prepared myself to transition out of the military and start my own business. I worked on that for at least 5 to 6 years before retiring from the military. Once I retired from the military and launched Wolf for Life Training and Nutrition, I knew a couple professional athletes from my hometown, my home area, that I knew could get my name out there to help other athletes and stuff. So with that, I started helping people from stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home dads, to kids no younger than 14, all the way up to senior citizens, helping them change their life in a way that they could see themselves being more fit, able to have a productive life way after they're retired, like myself. I'm 51 and I still compete competitive as a pro. From there, I saw my niche as helping people. So I was like, why can't I turn this into something else? So I started my own CMR, which is coaching, mentoring, and reviewing program, which I help other people transitioning out the military. I help people who just day-to-day life who wants to be mentored in a way that can show them the business aspects of how to start a business, how to franchise, how to trademark your business, how to do all different types of stuff. From there, I got into what I call trying to partner with other big companies. For instance, diplomatic services. This is a company where any diplomat comes in and they're new to the US, so they may not know how the foods are for the US or how to transition from their type of lifestyle to our type of lifestyle. So what I would do, either their kids, their family members, their wives, these and them, I would teach them if they only had access to their gym within the hotel they lived, I would teach them everything about that gym they're in. I would teach them what foods to be able to transition to what they had coming over to the US. So that was part of my diplomatic service. From there, I partnered with Amazon, promote some of their products. Went to Fanatics, one of the biggest Major League Baseball, NFL, NBA. I helped them promote their products. I partnered with the American Sports and Fitness Association. I helped them train other trainers. So you can, I like being, people often refer to me the trainer of trainers. So I do that as part of my business ventures. It's just so much that goes on, Jerry, that I do. But my biggest thing is making sure other people who came from a background, whether it be not as fortunate to have a lot of money coming up, or from a military background. I want to be able to show them or teach them a way in order to transition to be their own successful entrepreneur or start their own business in other aspects. It doesn't have to be fitness. It doesn't have to be partnering with big companies. It's just to be something they enjoy doing, but I teach them how in a way to make it their own and to profit from.
I love that. That's awesome. So one of the things that I've noticed, and we talked a little bit, on our call about this, but you're as a bodybuilder, a 5-time world champion. And for me, whenever I hear that about anyone, right, in any space, whether that's bodybuilding or whether that's baseball or football or being a parent or whatever it would be, being the best of the best, it means that you have a certain, qualities and skill sets and things that you do that definitely work.
Sure.
What are some of the attributes for you that you feel are if someone's saying, I want to be a world champion in whatever given activity, what are some of the things you feel like are necessary that are going to go with that territory?
First of all, you got to have the work ethic for it. There's not one time I don't prepare for a competition or prepare for a business speaking engagement that I go in, excuse my language, but half-ass. I don't go in not prepared to win. And I say that in the most humbling, the humbling tone I can. I'm not one that flaunts anything, but I'm positive. I'm very determined. And I have this mindset that if I'm going to be the best, if I'm going to compete on a world stage to be the absolute best, I must have the mindset to be the absolute best. And with that, I cannot do it alone. You got to have some team in order to motivate you, to push you. So I have the 5 a.m. phone calls that come in like, Sean, you're ready. I have the business ventures that's coming and say, hey, Sean, you got your briefing ready. So you got to have that team that keeps you on point, that keeps you motivated. But for a 5-time world champion, I say the one thing that I've learned about being so high is that you can fall anytime. So you must stay on your P's and Q's. You must do what it takes that got you there. When I compete or when I prepare for a 5-time world champion, I never say I'm a 5-time world champion. I compete as though I'm the underdog for everything. So that what makes me motivated, that what drives me, that what keeps me going to compete. But when I'm done, I'm done. So there won't be no more of that. So
yeah, you said you're prepping for shows still?
Yes, I may go to Australia for the Worlds this year. Depends on my business ventures. I got a couple of speaking engagements lined up. So if they fall in line, I may be still able to make the Australia trip. But right now it's looking like 50-50. I would know more about probably August 1st, definitely.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Well, guys, make sure you follow Sean and support him on that. Now, Sean, you said a key word, and it's funny because at the very beginning of this morning, we started 1 p.m. Eastern time. And I told everyone, I was like, when a speaker says something very basic and very simple, and they keep saying it, pay extra attention.
Yeah.
And so far, every single speaker without fail has brought up the word mindset.
Yes.
What does the word mindset mean to you as an entrepreneur? And how has being in the military and being a bodybuilder sharpened your mindset?
Mindset is everything when it comes to, I would say, business or competing, Jerry. You got to have the mindset to win. Not at all costs, but at a cost that it may give up time. Say you're preparing for something else, you may have to take time away from that to focus on the goal you have at hand. If your mindset isn't focused on being the absolutely best at what you're doing at that moment in time, you will lose focus on something. So you may be on a phone call with a billionaire trying to close that deal. If you haven't prepared, if you don't have all your P's and Q's right, if you don't have the mindset that, hey, I'm gonna close this deal today, and he hangs up that phone still thinking, you wasn't prepared. You wasn't prepared for the questions he was going to ask. You wasn't prepared to give the ultimate closing speech there ever was. So you got to know, like I've told you before when we had our other briefing, you got to know the person you're talking to You got to know what motivates them more than what motivates you in order to close that deal. So the mindset is everything, Jerry.
I love that. And you did bring that up on our call. I think that's, one of the more profound things I've heard is understanding the motivations of others.
Yes.
And being willing to focus on that. So I want to segue into my next question. We have a lot of people on today that they're busy professionals. They're entrepreneurs, they're high-level employees. They're out there hustling, they're making life happen. How can people fit fitness into their busy life? It's an area, I used to be a personal trainer. You work with people day in and day out. Time is usually the excuse, right?
Yeah.
What are some practical things there?
Practical things. Say if you're what I call the desk jockey, the one that stays behind the desk 8 out of 12 hours a day. You have a floor, you have ropes you can bring in, you have resistance bands you can bring in. Jerry, you can be on a call and hit the don't show video and you still working out, stretching, walking around your room, getting your steps in. There is a way to stay fit. I do it all the time with busy professionals. For those on the go, say you got to take a taxi ride to the airport, tell them to drop you off a block away, have them drop your bags off, you walk to it, get your steps in. There's always a way to get it in. 9 times out of 10, the people that doesn't stay in shape, when they want to say it's busy, they're too busy. The too busy is the excuse. It's always the excuse. You can get up 10 minutes earlier. You can go to bed 10 minutes late. Within those 10 minutes, get a quick workout in, do some push-ups, walk around, do some jumping jacks, just walk in place. Always keep your heart rate up so you can be able to, your heart is the most important muscle there is in your body. If you keep it functioning, you'll be okay. You may not be able to lose that extra 5 or 10 pounds, but as long as your heart is functioning, you'll be able to live all right, man.
I love that. So let's say, let's say there's an entrepreneur or business owner and they're feeling exhaustion, mental fog, not staying focused. What parts of nutrition and supplementation play into that, and knowing those tricks, how do you leverage that to your advantage as an entrepreneur?
As an entrepreneur, the first part of it, you want to ask, what do they eat? 9 times out of 10, I bet you they're not eating enough. When they're so busy, they usually are running off in the adrenaline and they forget to eat. Most of my high-level clients, they would literally wake up in the morning, grab a cup of coffee, and this is at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. When I ask when they ate, they have to think about it. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jerry. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they finally think about it. And it's like, oh, I grabbed another cup of coffee. Only thing that coffee is doing is like a supplementation, providing them energy through the caffeine, where the food is the real source where you need to keep you going. The carbohydrates within that, say that little breakfast sandwich or something, it'll keep you going more than that coffee, that hit of caffeine, I would say. So if your nutrition isn't on point, you're going to find yourself becoming fatigued. You're going to find yourself being sick a lot of times because your body's not getting the nutrients that it needs to perform at a higher level than what you're thinking. So that's where all the brain fog and all that comes in.
I see. Yeah, that's super important. And I mean, Sean, you won't be proud of me on this one. I fixed it up later, but I was doing that for a while. And then I found out about intermittent fasting and I was like, oh, I'm just doing intermittent fasting. That's all it is. I have a label for it now.
Yeah. It's crazy because like when I talk to people and they say they're doing that, and that's exactly what they tell me. They discover intermittent fasting. So they're using a busy excuse to see why they're not eating for 12 or 16 hours. So I'm like, I couldn't do it. There's no way I could do it. Then I ask them, how are you performing? It's like, well, I usually get tired around 10, 11. Then I get another cup of coffee till I can eat. So it's just a whole cycle that they're going through, that they're putting their body through that it doesn't need to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Sean, I want to transition into one of the things that I see you're very strong at is building your brand and reputation.
Yes.
And you tend to do that. And guys, I actually, I want to share on Sean's Facebook page so you guys can see what I mean. Sean is very good at showing before and after, showing the results, right? And in any endeavor, it's about results. So if you guys go on Facebook, you can follow Sean. It's Wolf for Life Training and Nutrition. But you'll see picture after picture of actual clients that Sean's working with before and afters where they, you know, over a course of usually months, not days, right? This is a consistent program, get results like that. So can you talk to us about branding and how you've been able to use social media and be able to use those before and afters to build your reputation and build that public relations?
Jerry, social media is so powerful if you use it right. It's crazy because I never used to have Instagram until a year ago, right? And my following from Instagram when I started posting pics went insane. And I never knew how powerful it was. But showing before and after pics is the key to everything, because new clients want to see. They don't want to hear what you can do. They want to see what you can do. So when I post those before and after, I usually try to tag the client if they let me. So new clients can actually ask them, how is Sean? How does Sean work? How is his process? How is his programs? The best word of mouth, the best walking billboards there are clients. And like I told you before, I can post a pic of 1 or 2 people within 30 minutes to 24 hours. I got 10 to 100 people referred. After those 10 to 100 people, I probably got 2 to 5 new clients. It's so amazing how social media can help your brand, can help you market, and it's all in the way you do it that brings in more clients. I don't think I've paid for a Facebook ad in years. So it's just how you do it, man.
Yeah. And guys, I mean, just to compare and contrast, we just had Chris on, so they're very big on Facebook ads. And they're bringing in a high volume of clients. Sean's showing how you can do it organic. And so if you do both of those things, which is what we try and do in our company, it really is a cool mix, right? But Sean has just been great with, you know, having engagement, having good pictures. It's real stuff. And it's you know, it's transparent. You know, you have a lot of times on social media today where people aren't being transparent. It's not real. You know, Sean, we were joking last week about renting the Lambo and pretending it's yours. Right. I mean, that's not the game we're trying to play at all with branding.
No, whatsoever. Like I told you, you know, if that's the craziest thing about it, you know, say such and such is showing their Lamborghini and their multi-million-dollar house they're in front of with the Lamborghini. I was like, man, I really like to meet this person. So you fly out there to meet this person, and he's like, you're gonna have to come to my 1-bedroom apartment to let's order DoorDash so we can eat and talk. I'm like, where's the Lamborghini? Where's the, oh, that's just social media, man. That's just social media so I can get on my, obviously that's not working if you're still living in this 1-bedroom apartment. So why not be truthful with everybody that's out there? That way you never have to lie to them if you ever meet them in public, ever. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think that that's something I've seen you do as you progressed. You know, showing your wins, showing your clients, and it's been years and years and years of doing that now. And you mentioned that that's translated into now you're working with celebrities, you're working with professional athletes. So if somebody is, let's say, building that business and they have a goal of that, they want to work with high profile people, high net worth individuals, what are some tips you would give them on building that track record so that you're able to get to the table with that kind of a person?
Be honest with what you're putting out there. So say if you're only training or you're only getting 1 or 2 clients in a week, be honest. Let people know what you're trying to do. The best selling thing out there is you and your story. Be honest with people. Let them know what you're trying to achieve. Let them know you need their help. Hey, talk to somebody, maybe somebody down the line that you knew or grew up with is a little more up in the status, I'll call it. Maybe he's a professional football player, or she's a WNBA player, or something like that. See if you can reach out. You want to know how I got affiliated with Fanatics? I reached out to him. I simply reached out to him. They was like, who are you? And I told them who I am, sending my resume, sending my pics, sending my client pics. They was like, yeah, we can definitely use you. Why don't you be part of our promotion team? Definitely. So that's how I started. I see a company that I think that can help my business. Why not reach out? The only thing they can tell you, Jerry, no or not at this time. And if you get a not at this time, that means you better go back in 6 months.
Got to follow up, guys.
Got to follow up. You have to follow up.
So Sean, we have a couple questions in the comments here. We've got one client, his name is Dave. He's in the Air Guard or in Anchorage as well. So he says, Air Guard myself, working to move into my company, Wealth DynamX, to build a full-time income and future investments to support my family and legacy. Do you have any suggestions for doing so while putting in proper time with my kids and wife? So he's Air Force and he's got a business venture and he still wants to spend time with his family and make sure that that's being taken care of too.
Yeah, if he doesn't mind me asking, what is the business venture? Because some business ventures takes a lot more time to get off the ground than what I was doing while I was in the Air Force. While I was doing the Air Force and I was bodybuilding, I was literally on the Air Force time traveling and promoting myself by competing and giving out cards. So it was easy for me at that time. So if he's going to be a public speaker and he's traveling, that's taking time away from home unless he's able to bring his family with him. So that question is hard to answer based on what he's trying to achieve in the future. Now, if I knew exactly what he's trying to achieve, see it, and I don't want to say stuff that leads him the wrong way.
Sure. So he's actually looking to get started with my company. So he'll get his insurance licenses. He'll be helping families with finances.
Oh, easily. You got the right person helping you, Jerry. Because like I said, I remember Jerry when Jerry was 16, he wanted to be a bodybuilder, but look at what he's at now. You know, he's headed I've been going through looking at Jerry's social media stuff. Jerry is doing a lot of things. For you to ask me that will honestly be the wrong person. I would definitely ask Jerry that question because he's doing it. He's so successful at it. And to say that he has a lot of free time, I know he does because he talks to me almost every day.
All right, Dave has another question. So he says, Mr. Sean, have you ever heard of the military skill bridge program?
Yes, excellent program. Excellent program. If I didn't tell you, my wife is about to retire and she's a chief. She's an E9 in the Air Force here. And she can utilize the 6-month skill bridge program where you find a company that's willing to accept you or willing to train you to be like an intern for 6 months. You don't get paid for the company, you still get paid from your service, but they teach you everything about that company and how to do it. If you do a great job with that company, they usually offer you a job to come right back in, transition right out of the military and work for them.
That's awesome.
Yes, it's an excellent program.
Another question here. Someone asks, what are some of the best, you mentioned the heart, right? The heart needing to be strengthened. What are some of the best exercises for the heart?
For the heart, cardio is by far the number one exercise for the heart to get it up. So you want to get your heart rate up to, so that would be running, the treadmill, that would be the elliptical, that would be the stair stepper. But I would suggest this, before you start any physical fitness program, make sure that you're healthy enough to start it. Meaning you don't have a heart murmur, meaning your heart is not out of whack automatically, meaning that you're not taking any medication that causes your heart to spike. You don't want any of those factors. So I'm big in, before I accept clients, to make sure I know all their medical history, all the medicines, the vitamins or supplements they're taking. So we're on the right path so we can set you up for success.
Very good. We've got a question from Nick. So Nick is a trucker. He's hustling, doing trucking runs all the time. Nick asks, what is, from a nutrition standpoint, what's a good morning breakfast look like?
A good morning breakfast for a trucker, I have to be cautious with this because of the fact I don't know if Nick buys his meals or makes his meals and carry them in a cooler. But if he say he does that and he's always on the go, say a banana, a shake, a Nutri-Grain bar, if he's always on the go. But with that, even with a great breakfast, he needs to be able to do something. So if he's on a truck stop, get out and walk around his truck by 8 times. So he has to burn that off. So all the food doesn't settle and it doesn't burn off and it turns into fat. So you still have to be active no matter how good your breakfast is.
Okay. And he says he likes to do a Panera sandwich.
As long as he's able to burn that off, it's fine. As long as you're able to burn those calories off. If you could continue to eat that every single day and all you're doing just sitting behind the wheel for 8 to 12 hours a day, it's gonna start to wear on you and just it's not burning going anywhere. So it's just gonna turn to fat.
Yeah, I agree. And with those, like, you know, this is just something that I've used, Sean. Tell me what you've done with this. Whenever I'm forced to eat out, like, I typically try and avoid cheeses and sauces and creams and anything where I can't see what is in it. It's a bunch of mixed everything.
That's what I call the hidden calories. That's what I call the stuff that sneaks up on you, because people tend to order a salad or a grilled chicken sandwich and stuff, and they calculate the bread and the chicken, never calculate the 35 grams of carbs from the sauces that they put on it. Never. They never do it. So that's where the fat adds up on you. That's where your calories adds up on you, because you always forget the sauces that you put in.
Yeah. And guys, it's a lot like finances, right? Like, when I work with clients, especially when we're, you know, working on budgeting and stuff, like, you know, you spent on rent or the mortgage or the car payment. Those aren't the ones that snuck up, but it was that quick run to Publix or, like, you know, going to Starbucks. Is a little tiny things, and it's a little thing here and a little thing there. But with food, like Sean's saying, you do that and it's all of a sudden an extra 300-400 calories for the day.
Yes.
And there's a math equation that happens there of what you burned and what you consumed.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is what I get that a lot from people, like, say, people will say, hey, well, I eat 3 salads a day. I don't understand why I'm not losing weight. What are you putting on the salads? Are you putting the tomatoes? Are you putting the bread products in there? Are you putting the extra raisins and all that? People don't understand how many carbs are coming in from the extra. It's not just a salad. It's actually a full meal, you know, and people don't understand that. Just because it has lettuce in it doesn't mean it's a salad.
Yeah. So one thing I want to talk with you about is portion control.
Yes.
You know, here in America, and I think most of our audience is American, we tend to eat big and do things big. What's an appropriate way for an individual, you know, to kind of understand their portion control? Like, if I'm a 130-pound female or 180-pound male, like, how do I kind of eat my size and make sure that just from an eyeballing standpoint, I'm keeping in mind my portions?
Okay, I'm just going to put this as a normal individual, not a sports athlete individual, not an individual trying to train for a competition, for the Olympics, for the Olympia, anything, just a normal individual. If you, let's do a female, for instance, a 135-pound female, okay? White meat, so chicken, turkey and stuff like that. Not that active of a female. You want to keep those portions to about 3.6 to 4.2 ounces. Okay. And here's a little math equation. When you go to beef and red meats, always cut that down by 0.2 to 0.4 ounces. So every time you go to red meat, because it contains more fat, cut it down by 0.2 to 0.4 ounces. This just for the female, okay? For a male, since they eat larger portions, we're going to go 180-pound male. They want to do about 5.8 to 6.4 ounces of the white meat. So now they want to cut their red meat down by 0.4 to 0.6 ounces.
Okay.
Okay. That's just typical for when it comes to your protein portions. For the carb portions, for female, I'll say let's just do a day, and they can divide it however they want to. Let's go 177 carbs per day for an average female, okay? Just average female. That'll give you the energy to do what you need to do throughout the day. If you're just walking, just working, that'll help burn it off throughout the day. You shouldn't gain any weight whatsoever if your body is functioning properly. Now, we're talking about a normal female here, okay? Normal person. For a normal male, they want to go about 227 to 238 for carbs. All right. Fats is tricky because fats can provide the energy same as carbs can. So you want to keep those fats for that female probably around 25 to 32 grams. For that male, 42 to 48 grams. Now, this is all for that one type of individual, for a male and female. Now, if you're doing active, or high intensity sports, or you live a high intensity lifestyle. And if you have a super high metabolism, that's definitely not for you. So remember, those are just two examples for two people, okay?
And I think that's important to point out that with nutrition, everyone is different, right?
Everyone.
The customization that goes into it. And there's a lot of, I mean, Sean, you've seen fad diet, one set fits all approaches. And I think what works is what works for the individual. And that's one of the things that I appreciate about what you do is you really look at what is that individual doing? What's their lifestyle? You even get into like what foods they like and don't like.
Exactly.
You know, for me, when I did bodybuilding shows, it was a little bit less about what you like and don't like. It's kind of like, what do you need to eat for the show? But
what's going to make you look good?
Exactly. So one of the things that I wanted to hit is see if you had any tips for. So for someone that's trying to lose weight, one of the things they need to overcome is hunger pangs, right? Your body is used to eating a certain amount of food. You're cutting that down. Naturally, your body wants to protest, and you start feeling those hunger pangs and stuff. What are some handlings you use for that with your clients?
Fat-free gum, fat-free candy, and tons of water. Because it's not about being hungry. Hunger pains is just coming from your mind. Your body's being fed enough to keep it active. The thing is, you was overfeeding it for so long that it's used to that standard. Well, that's not the right standard. In order to achieve a certain goal, you got to have the right standard in which you're achieving. So your mind thinks that I need a burger, a large fry, and a large Coke to satisfy me, when you probably just ate 2 meals of what you really need in that one sitting.
I like the way you put that. So one of the things, just for the guys out there, so Sean, you said you're 51.
Yes.
You're a natural athlete.
Yes.
No testosterone, no hormone replacement
Nope.
therapies. As men age, it's kind of this expectation that your body wears down, you lose your mojo, your testosterone goes away. And you're kind of sitting us in front of us as a walking billboard that might not necessarily be true. As you've aged, talk to me about that.
As I've aged, I've actually gotten better, Jerry. Why? Because I've educated myself on what it takes to stay, first, a natural athlete, and what it takes to make sure my heart, I keep saying my heart because that functions everything. It keeps your blood flowing to all your muscles that you need to keep them active and you keep them to grow. Now, I won't say that I've gained any more muscle size since I've, say, turned 42, but I've reshaped it in a way and learned how to decrease my body fat that it gives the illusion that I'm bigger. And I'm actually not. Jerry, the first time I ever competed in Alaska was 2009. I was 172 pounds, and I don't think I've ever competed over that size since. I just look bigger.
That's insane. That's the illusion of it. I remember seeing your stage weight, and I was like, there's no way this guy's not 200 pounds.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
But it's all about what you put in your body. It's all about the natural supplementations, meaning this is for anybody. Find a great daily multivitamin that helps supplements the stuff that you're not intaking through food. That's all supplementation is supplementing what you're not getting through food. So a great vitamin, a multivitamin is great for anybody at any age. Why you think they make them for kids? Anybody, any age, just find the one that's right for you that you're missing. And I suggest that anybody watching, anybody, please go get a checkup from your doctor to make sure everything is functioning right before you start any fitness program, or just to make sure that everything is healthy.
Excellent advice. We have a question about healthy snacks. So Talian Anderson asks, are sugar-free chocolate chips made with stevia an okay snack to have to fend off the hunger pangs?
It depends on what theory you follow. If you follow the macro theory, if it fits your macros, yes. If you follow my theory, you want something that's natural, that produces natural sugar, that comes naturally from the earth, and that gives you more energy than processed food. So that's a yes and no answer.
Okay.
For my answer, I personally, I wouldn't eat it as a so-called healthy snack.
Yeah. And I think that's actually an interesting point to dive into is I think what you just said, that element tends to get lost when we get into dieting, especially at extreme levels. It's like, if it fits your macros, there's not a regard for micronutrients, phytonutrients, etc. Talk a little bit, I guess, about the role that plays, eating things that are natural, organic, healthier, versus just doing something to lose body fat or gain muscle.
Well, if you just do things to lose body fat or this is my theory on if it fits your macros, you eat anything that you want to get to an extreme level that you want, which 9 times out of 10, you're losing the muscle that you gain because you're not feeding it the proper nutrition, the good proteins, the good fats, the good carbs that it needs to maintain all of that. And it may take longer to lose the body fat, but I promise you'll maintain the muscle and lose the body fat. People want quick results nowadays, but they don't want lasting results.
Yeah.
They want the beach body for the summer.
Yeah.
They don't want the I look good for life. So it's a whole different mindset when it comes to that. I'm not a big component of if it fits your macros, because I've seen it do a lot of damage to people when it comes to their metabolism because of how fast they lose it. Same thing with the Atkins, keto, all that. It's drastic, fast-paced, with damaging results on the back end of it.
Yeah. And I think, with fitness, it's very similar to finance. I think this is why I gravitated to finance so much, is that the solution lies in the problem. Whereas the problem, if I'm not in shape, I'm overweight, I'm unhealthy, I lack a long-term discipline. Yeah. It's more of a lifestyle that's not totally in yet. And so the solution is to put the discipline in, right? It's like you said, it's a long-term thing. And I'll see, and you see this probably even more than I do, the people that will do maybe, for example, keto, and they'll lose 15 pounds in 3 weeks and they don't realize it's glycogen and water.
Yeah.
And as soon as they're off the keto, the weight comes right back and they don't realize why. And it's like, you want to lose, like an airplane landing. You don't want to go nosedive. Yeah. You want to go slowly over time.
Exactly. You hit it on the head, Jerry. It's so mind-blowing when people lose that first 5 to some say 20 pounds in a month, and they actually think it's good weight that they've lost, not knowing that you probably just lost 10 pounds of water, 5 pounds of muscle, and the other 5 pounds is just fat. So when you add the water back in, you add the carbs back in, you go back to a normal diet, you blow up twice as big than you were, because your body can't handle all those calories you're intaking again that you drastically took away.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we have an interesting question here. So Avery asks, Sean, what are your thoughts on specialized blood testing to get more dialed in on nutrition and fitness?
I did a lot of research about that, and it actually is one of the best things you can do. But a lot of the clients that I work with don't want to go see the doctor, don't want to pay to have that done, but it will fine-tune your nutrition and what you can eat, what you can't eat. So if you're looking at doing it, yes, please do it.
Awesome. That's very good to know. So we have a question here from Mark. So Mark says, he's a bigger guy. So I tend to overeat according to most people, but he also is strong. He can lift extreme amounts. He sounds like a bigger body frame.
Okay.
So the issue he's seen is the more he works, the more calories he needs to burn, the more hungry he gets. How does he consider his body type in with his training and his nutrition to kind of factor that in?
He needs to, is he gaining weight when he eats more? If he's not, he just needs to balance out the protein, choose the carbs. So he might necessarily need to raise his carbs more and lower his protein, so he still has the energy and the strength to still lift those big numbers that he's lifting, if that's what he's more concerned with. And especially if he's not putting on any body fat from what he's eating right now and he's getting hungry, all he has to do is just balances the equation from protein to carbs, bring his carbs up a little, bring his proteins down, and balance his fat, let his fat stay the same, and see how that works for about 2 weeks. Always anytime you implement a change into your nutritional diet, give it about 14 days to see how it really affects you. Because the first 3 to 4 days, it's either going to be you losing water or you're going to become tired. Your body has to adjust to any change you do to your nutrition.
I love that. Yeah, the 14-day thing, that's brilliant. So Sean, one of the things I want to do is I want to make sure that people know how to connect with you if they want to work with you on the training and nutrition. This is a road where it's very helpful to have an expert, and it tends to be an area where we can get confused very easily. We have our own body images and self-esteem things going on, and comparing to other people and different advice. So if someone wants to become a client of Wolf for Life Training and Nutrition, they want to start working with you, where can I send them to so they can connect up with you for that?
Well, you can go to w4lnoquit.com, and that is my website. That's where you can find all the information about me, all the clients that I help, all the programs that I offer. And for this special, for Jerry having me on, to all the people that's watching, I will offer a 25% discount for like 3 or 4 days. So I'm sure Jerry's sales team will get that information out to you. Just text them, and that'll go on for 2 to 3 days. If you want, even if you want to just ask questions from the website, just make sure you get that information to me, and I will be the one that's answering for these 3 to 4 days. So the person you're listening to will be the person answering every single email for these next 3 to 4 days.
Awesome. That's so cool. Thank you, Sean. So guys, if you want to connect up with Sean, you can text Bree. I'm going to put Bree's number here so that way you're able to connect with her for a text, and just let her know you're interested. And this is, like Sean said at the very beginning, this is for, an entrepreneur, a mom, a kid, an athlete, someone that's working a desk job. The company name for me, it's Wealth Dynamics, and that means abundance and prosperity and all dynamics of life. You cannot have wealth if you don't have health.
Yes.
Right. It is cool to have money and assets and income and all this stuff, but if you're not around to enjoy it, or if you forego your health so that you're not able to actually be with your loved ones and have the experiences on the back end because of that, that's not it at all. So, really take this area of your life, put priority on it, create on it, do something daily, like Sean said, even if it's walking around the truck 8 or 10 times. But Sean, thank you so much. Do you have anything you want to close out with for today?
Jerry, it's always been a pleasure to connect with you, man. If anybody has any questions, like I said, reach out to me on social media, either Sean for my Facebook, Sean Wolf, my training Facebook, Wolf for Life Training Nutrition, or on my IG, that's W4L Boss. This is my IG place. But you have any questions, DM me. Don't hesitate to reach out. And if you want to say training program, nutritional program, health, wealth, business, whatever, Bree should have that text her. She'll get that information out to you along with a discount. Thanks, Jerry, for having me on, buddy.
Sean, my pleasure. Thank you so much. So guys, what we're going to do is just wrap things up for today. Be sure that you go follow Sean, go follow Artie, go follow Chris, Ivan, Manuel, all the people who spoke today. And this was our first boot camp. I was telling Robert on my team, I was like, hey, going into this, it's exhausting putting one of these together. And I was like, I don't know, if this is, something I want to keep doing. It's a lot of work. And after doing this, it's like, man, seeing your feedback, this is definitely something we want to keep going. So I want to do more of these, probably once a year, twice a year, and just make this kind of a regular thing. But, the focus of this is the value that we want to deliver to you guys as clients, right? So, I've been to events, I've done boot camps, I've done this, I've done that, and it's very easy to be done with it and then go home and there are no changes. And so what makes this worth it for me, and I can speak for every other speaker on here, is that some part of what you do on a daily basis changes because of what you saw here today, right? And you don't need to pick all of them at once. If you can, that's awesome, but pick at least one of them. Just a quick recap. This morning we started with Artie, and he talked about, understanding your ideal scene. He talked about, knowing what your goals are and being able to compare that with where you are and start working on those plans, those short-term, daily things, and turning those into long-term things and building that team out, right? And so that's something that you want to focus on. I would start thinking of what's my action step there. You know, one rule that I was taught at the age of 18 by a mentor is when you learn something, if you pretend like you're going to lose it within the next 24 hours, if you don't share it with someone else or use it in your own life, like really pretend that today. You know, if you don't take what you learned and use or share one thing you learned today, pretend like it's gone forever. And that may not be the truism of it, but it creates the effect of applying the information, right? You know, we had Manuel come on. He talked about, you know, using the desire for more in your life and increasing your responsibility levels and using artificial intelligence in social media. We had Steven talking about how to become your own bank, right? You know, we had Ivan talk about your life purpose. There's so many things, you know, with Sean just talking about, you know, nutrition and being an entrepreneur. So there's no shortage of things we can act on, but there is an abundance of things. And so what I don't want to have happen is this to be a point of confusion where you don't know what to do. So before you sign off today, you know, I want you to, number one, be sure you're thanking the speakers, you follow them on social media. If you're interested in anything that they had to offer, their books, their courses, you know, make sure you connect up with them. And actually on that note, I just got this from Artie. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this in the chat. So Artie has an offer for you guys as well. Artie was our very first speaker today. So he has an offer. I'll go ahead and share my screen so you guys can see this. This is so cool, guys. Yeah, I want to point out the speakers, like these guys are very successful and they're taking their time out to not only spend time with you, but make offers like this to specifically help you and you know, put you in front of training programs, courses, books. So this is Artie's offer today. So if you're an attendee today, you've got basically a little more than 5 hours left on this offer. And this is going to be the natural laws of management, right? So he's got the natural laws of management. You're going to have Artie doing a presentation of that concept with a live audience. This is for you guys that are entrepreneurs, right? So organizing your business from a structure standpoint so it all flows. So incredible. And this is what's taken my business where it is today. It's the concept of having an org board and having people staffed in the right locations, producing the right things, knowing how to measure that, making sure that they're all coordinated. There's also going to be a bonus is managing your business and life through effectively measuring production. So there's 8 recordings on implementation of a system called Management by Statistics. That'll be included. There's also a segment on goals. So goals are a vital factor in the admin scale. There's a video presentation from Artie on how to achieve your goals. There's also what Artie has is known as the $1 million law. So this is training to get you focused on getting agreement with demands for improved production, how to be better organized with your team. And then the 3 miracles of business. And then finally, the key factors of management. This is a 45 video that covers the fundamentals of growth. And then a 10-minute segment of Artie with live interactions with one of his mentors and my mentors, L. Ron Hubbard. So this is an amazing offer. It looks like you're able to get this today for $97. It expires at 11:59 p.m. So I'm going to put the link in the chat if you guys want to grab this. I might even grab this one myself. This looks like a good deal. Let me put that in the chat for you guys. But everyone, have a great weekend. Let me know what your thoughts were on the event. If you want to send me an email with feedback, if you have questions for the speakers, again, you can text Bree. I'm going to put her cell phone one more time here. You can text Bree and she can connect you with any of the offers you saw today. You know, Steven had given away a couple of free books. You guys can reach out to Bree on that. We have Sean's offer on the training, Artie's offer. Ivan had the assessment. You know, Chris Brown had the free assessment on tax planning with Tax Hive. So text Bree for any of those. And then anything that you guys want to see on the next event, let me know. Okay, we're probably going to plan it 6 months out. And we will give you a special discounted offer if you attended today. You can get that ticket at a cheaper price for attending today. We'll have that probably released in the next 72 hours and get that over to you. But thank you all. I just want to check the comments one last time and see if there was any questions. We will have a recording of this. We had a couple questions if this is going to be recorded. We will send the recording out to you guys. Awesome. Awesome. Dave says really enjoyed this. Guys, that's all I've got for you today. Thank you for watching. Actually, 2 announcements. I almost forgot. Sometimes I forget these announcements at the end. So this does launch the beginning of the Wealth Dynamics podcast. So we're going to be doing a podcast called In the Arena. And so on a regular basis, I'll be doing live podcast interviews with people like Artie Marins, like Sean Wolfs, like Ivan Anzes, that, you know, will help us all continue to grow and expand our networks, and just talking with people that actually have results, right? We're heading into an age where it's very, you know, digital, it's very virtual, it's very, you know, easy to mix what's real and what's not real. And so we'll be focusing on real people who have built real businesses that started just like all of us all, you know, and built their way up to where they are today. So that's going to be one thing. And then the other thing that we want to announce, which we'll probably do a special segment, is we have a special partnership coming in with Wealth DynamX. I'm not going to give you all the details today because I want to do a special briefing just on that. But we've got a very powerful partnership coming up with my company, Wealth DynamX. And that's going to be taking your experience as a client to the next level, expanding our team, making us more able to serve you, and also to serve more people across, you know, the United States. We're expanding into Canada and also in Puerto Rico. So just a couple of things that I wanted to announce. Otherwise, I want to make sure you guys know that this event is all for you guys. I appreciate you all as clients, followers, you know, audience members today. You did a great job. Give yourself a pat on the back. You guys were here today investing in yourselves for the last, what is that, 6 hours, Robert? The last 6 hours. That's impressive. So thank you for thinking enough about yourself to spend the time to be here to improve your lives. As long as you continue doing that, the world around you, especially in our community, is going to reciprocate and want to invest back in you. So very well done for that. Acknowledge yourself. Go have a great weekend. Celebrate with what you've learned. Go share it with someone else. Pass on the favor. That's all for tonight. I'll see you next time.